Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Zheng Fa followed the housekeeper Wu and came to the small building where the lady lived in seclusion. In the past, the sound of stringed instruments and wind instruments often came from this two-story building, attracting people to stop. But today, the small building is quiet, as if it is waiting for him deliberately. Based on the stories he had seen since entering the mansion, Zheng Fa pieced together the image of the lady in his mind. She hardly left the small building, and even didn't like the servants to disturb her with those trivial matters, but she had controlled the whole Zhao mansion in her hands for 20 years, and people in the mansion only knew the lady, but not Mr. Zhao. She raised a naive and foul-mouthed son, who was not suitable to be the head of the family at first glance, but not to mention the complicated side branches that had been passed down for thousands of years in the Zhao mansion. Just say that none of the illegitimate sons raised by Mr. Zhao in the front yard dared to say that they would replace the seventh young master as the future head of the family. If Zheng Fa was asked to describe his impression of the lady in one sentence, it would only be those who are good at fighting have no great achievements. The lady has not been in a good mood recently. The housekeeper Wu in front whispered. Zheng Fa raised his head and looked at the back of Wu Guanjia. Wu Guanjia seemed to be talking to himself. I feel a little better these 2 days. Zheng Fa said softly with gratitude. Thank you for your advice, Wu Guanjia. A woman who is full of control over power and protective of her son, how can she feel good when Zheng Fa, who is uncontrollable and dangerous, appears beside her son? In his mind, there are only a few ways for his wife to react to his practice of spirit crane body. She thinks it is a threat and kills him, but she has to face the revenge of the powerful behind him. She is afraid of the powerful behind him and turns a blind eye. For people like his wife, this is the most unbearable situation. With Zheng Fa's current knowledge, he thinks that the most likely thing his wife will do is to pretend to turn a blind eye, but gradually separate his son from Zheng Fa and secretly observe Zheng Fa, no longer give Zheng Fa any resources, and be vigilant about Zheng Fa's every move. Until one day, Zheng Fa exposed the truth that there was no powerful behind him, and then let him take advantage of him. If he didn't take out the junior high school mathematics, Zheng Fa believed that he would have a period of stability, even a brief period of glory in the Zhao mansion, and then he would have no place to bury his body. Madam doesn't like men. She talks to us through the curtains, and she doesn't even want to talk to us. Butler Wu turned his head at this time and seriously reminded Zheng Fa, don't look around, so as not to anger Madam. Zheng Fa nodded and followed Butler Wu up the stairs. The second floor was still heavily curtained, and only the vague figures in the inner room could be seen. A maid stood at the entrance of the second floor stairs. Seeing the two, she said, Madam wants to invite Zheng Fa. What about me? Butler Wu stared at Zheng Fa lifting the curtains and walking in, and couldn't help asking. You. The maid glanced at him. Is Butler Wu very free? Butler Wu touched his face, and couldn't help but have a disrespectful doubt in his heart. Is it possible that the standard for Madam to see someone is not gender, but face? After passing through several curtains, Zheng Fa finally saw the inner room. A couch occupied the position near the inner wall of the room. There were 2 low tables in the middle of the room in front of the couch. On one of the low tables were 2 books that Zheng Fa was somewhat familiar with, Junior High School Mathematics and Primary School Mathematics. There was also a stack of papers full of words next to the 2 books. Beside the low table, a woman sat diagonally. She had a simple black wooden hairpin on her head. A few strands of knotty hair fell on her white wide-sleeved robe, outlining her plump and beautiful body with the undulating clothes. Hearing Zheng Fa's footsteps, the woman did not raise her head, pointed to another empty low table and said, Please sit down and have tea. Zheng Fa did not expect that the lady looked like a young woman in her early 20s. He knelt in front of the low table, picked up the steaming teacup and took a sip. He was still thinking about the frequent appearance of the word please along the way. This did not seem to treat him as a member of the Zhao family. Perhaps there was a little respect for the powerful behind him. How is it? I can't tell. Zheng Fa said honestly. It doesn't matter, I just made it randomly. The lady finally looked up at him, with no expression on her face, pointing to the 2 books beside her and said, Is it for me? First for the young master, then for the lady. Does the order matter? It's very important. The lady finally smiled. It's a good idea, but don't give it to me next time. Zheng Fa looked puzzled. It gives me a headache to read it. The lady pinched her forehead, glanced at the 2 books with a look of disgust. Tell me, why did you give it to my stupid son? She seemed to be more relaxed and took a sip of the tea in front of her. Zheng Fa was silent for a while, and finally said, I regard the young master as a friend. The lady's face showed a bit of coldness. He is the young master. You are a book boy. How dare you say that you regard him as a friend? Just because of the Yuanying behind you who dare not show his face. So there is a Yuanying behind me? I just found out about this. Zheng Fa was not frightened by the anger in the lady's tone, but continued, I am just a book boy, and I also regard the young master as a friend. Ha, you didn't hide it from the beginning. The lady's tone was lightly mocking, but the expression on her face seemed to be softer. Both of them understood what the other meant. Zheng Fa is expressing his goodwill towards the 7th young master. From the beginning, his attitude towards the 7th young master has been to be a friend, and naturally it will not change because of the favor of the powerful. This sentence was said to a mother. The lady was silent for a while, and then suddenly said, I don't believe it, even if I believe it, it's not enough. Zheng Fa understood what his wife meant. She is not only a mother, but as the high-ranking person in the Zhao family, she is bound to dislike people and things that are out of her control. She will not be emotional and give up her suspicion of a person just because of a word. Not even taking risks with his own son. I heard that the Zhao mansion has 2 places for this immortal fair. Oh, I wonder if I can get one. The lady looked at Zheng Fa, who not only showed no loyalty but started to make demands. She straightened up and looked at him seriously for the first time. You are very smart, really smart. Madam clapped her hands and smiled. I really didn't expect that you would have such knowledge at such a young age. She understood Zheng Fa's subtext. If you feel that I can't control it and are afraid that I have ulterior motives, then I will tell you that I have something to ask of you and the Zhao family. This is saying to a householder, you have my weakness. The lady looked at Zheng Fa with sharp eyes. I really believe now that there is really an old monster behind you. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment, and the 7th young master kept saying that his mother was sure there was someone powerful behind Zheng Fa. The co-authored wife doesn't believe it herself? Don't look at me like that. My stupid son will believe whatever he hears. The lady touched the stack of papers and curled her lips and said, there are all kinds of wonders in the Sunwei world. Who said that someone who has mastered the spiritual crane body must have a nascent soul? Real help. You are not allowed to be born with a Taoist body? You can't do it without training. Perhaps you found some fairy treasure, ate some rare and exotic fruit, got some mysterious inheritance. Zheng Fa. The lady pointed to the pile of paper in front of her that was full of words. Do you know what this is? Zheng Fa shook his head. This is what I ask someone to ask about your records from childhood to adulthood, including the people in your village, your family, your parents' friends, the master who taught you for a year, etc., their impressions of you and view. The lady flipped through the records and said, before your father passed away 5 years ago, you were just an ordinary person. You were a bit smart in reading, but there was nothing special about you. After your father passed away, you became taciturn. Except for helping the family, you lived in seclusion and did not interact with others. Oh, some people say that you are insidious and cunning. You can only flatter the young master, and you will lead him astray in the future. He also helped you draw up a plan to lead my silly son, which is quite detailed. Madam lowered her head and said, this guy is quite talented as a bitch. Oh, Wanggui. Zheng Fa. How can a person who has never been out of Zhuangzi and doesn't interact with others have such an understanding of people's hearts? The lady threw down the record in her hand and said, physique, magic weapon, and fairy fruit cannot give you such insight, except that you have Suhui. There is someone behind you who really teaches you. Zheng Fa was silent. But, if you want me to have a place in the Zhao family immortal club, Madam looked at him and said, no. Hearing his wife's rejection, Zheng Fa smiled. Some words sound like rejection, but they are actually acceptance. Looking at Zheng Fa's smile, his wife shook her head and said, don't laugh in a hurry. Although I don't know why the Yuanying master doesn't accept you directly, and I can't figure out how these big people behave, but if you really invite him, it's impossible to give you a spot. 10 years ago, I gave up one place to my mother's family and the other place to my own daughter. The Zhao family was about to turn against me. The lady's face showed deep ridicule for some unknown reason. This time, one of the 2 quotas is for my silly son, and the other one can only be used to appease them. It is impossible to give you a little book boy. Zheng Fa nodded, not disappointed in his heart. He made the request simply to reassure his wife. Seeing his calm expression, the lady suddenly said, that silly boy's sister has returned as an inner disciple this time. Miss. According to the rules of the King Mu sect, the inner disciples can choose 2 from ordinary people to accompany them. Zheng Fa somewhat understood what Madam meant. But it's not for nothing. The lady pointed to the 2 books on the table. I don't care what method you use, or whether you have any method, that stupid boy has to go to the immortal gate. He entered, and you did nothing. I also gave you a position of personal follower. He didn't come in. You can either ask the nascent soul behind you to take you away, or you can do good work for my Zhao family. I only care about my son, do you understand? Got it. According to the 7th young master, he is very sure about ascending to the immortal sect, and Madam has given him a place as a personal attendant. Madam suddenly said, I actually thought about killing you. I know. The lady smiled. You don't believe it? Do you know what the ancestors of the Zhao family were like? I don't know. Nascent soul. Madam picked up the teacup in her hand and took a sip. Don't be afraid, I'll be dead. What do you mean, ma'am? Although our ancestors left, they left behind a formation and a magic weapon for the Zhao family. Guess where the magic weapon is? Zheng Fa raised his head and looked around this ordinary-looking small building. You're really smart. The appreciation in Madam's tone became more and more obvious. The teacup in her hand slowly tilted, and the tea slowly flowed out of the rim of the cup. In an instant, the room in front of Zheng Fa changed. The carved beams and painted buildings above his head turned into rotating stars, and the futon under his butt turned into cold and wet rocks, making his calves where he was kneeling on the ground feel a chill. The short table in front of him disappeared and was replaced by a bottomless cliff. Zheng Fa was sitting on the edge of the cliff. The cold wind blew up his clothes from the cliff, making him almost unable to open his eyes. The lady's figure has disappeared, leaving only the tea sloping down from the teacup, like a celestial river falling into the canyon, turning into a raging and roaring waterfall, and the water vapor rushed towards the face with a roaring sound. Madam's cold words came from the cold wind. The ancestors left this magic weapon to protect the people of the tribe. Although I have a low cultivation level, I resisted a nascent soul and held on until the formation was in motion and the King Mu sect came to help. It's not impossible. I really want to know whether the nascent soul master will fight against the King Mu sect for a mortal who can't even practice qi. Only then did Zheng Fa understand why his wife had been able to take charge of the Zhao family for 20 years and no one dared to resist. She was an immortal cultivator. Zhao Mansion said that he had immortal seeds from generation to generation, but Zheng Fa, the real immortal cultivator, did not see any of them, and he did not expect that his wife was. In another blink of an eye, the scene in front of him changed to its original appearance. The warm and dry futon, the steaming tea, and the wife looking at him lazily and smiling. It seemed that everything just now was just a dream. Do you know when I didn't want to kill you? When? The one I don't believe the most. Zheng Fa immediately understood what the lady was referring to. I regard the young master as a friend. A trace of disgust flashed across the lady's face, as if she was unable to speak. Early this morning, a fool came over, crying with snot and tears, and said the same thing to me. The curtain in the corner moved slightly. Neither Zheng Fa nor Zheng Fa seemed to see it. This fool is not clever when he should be clever. He understands when he shouldn't be clever. Zheng Fa silently looked at the tea in front of him. The heat was filling it, as if it was pouring into his heart from his eyes. Last time, I asked his sister to leave him, and this stubborn bitch ignored me for 10 years. The lady shook her head, looking helpless. As a mother, I don't want my son to hate me all his life. Avoid me, do you understand? Zheng Fa nodded and said, parents can never defeat their children. I don't believe what other people say. I only look at what others do. Madam stared at Zheng Fa's face and said, I especially don't believe what men say. But for this fool, I am willing to believe you once. Don't let me down. Zheng Fa stood up, bowed his head deeply, and said again, I regard the young master as my friend. May you keep your word and go down. Watching Zheng Fa slowly go downstairs, the seventh young master came out of the curtain in the corner with confusion. Mom, are you really planning to kill him with a family heirloom? The lady rolled her eyes. It scared him. Scare. Help me, mother. With my little cultivation, if this magic weapon moves even a little bit, I will lose half my life. Do I really want to compete with nascent soul? Do you believe it or not, I can die in front of him without taking action. The lady was leaning on the couch, her face was pale, and she suddenly said, Fanner. Huh. The seventh young master looked at his mother in confusion, and saw his wife looking at him seriously. Do you know why I want to see him and give him this personal escort? Those 2 books. Yes, and no, you will go to the immortal sect in 2 months. The lady touched her child's head, showing a rare hint of weakness and reluctance in front of her son, and confided some of her own thoughts. The immortal sect is not happy land. He is a talent, and I hope you can help me in the future. As long as he can help you once one day, my mother will tolerate him. Mother, with your character, I don't want to send you to the immortal sect. The seventh young master lowered his head and said nothing. Zheng Fa is right, parents can't always defeat their children. The lady was not angry, but looked at her son tenderly and greedily. The fairy gate is far away, and my mother-in-law will no longer be able to protect you. There is nothing she can do. That's all. Outside the small building, Butler Wu was still waiting for him, and they walked side by side. Does Madam want to kill him? Zheng Faxin didn't believe it either. The madam took the seventh young master to the small building, and it seemed that she had prepared for the worst. But, as madam said, he is a little book boy who has not even reached the qi refining stage. Is it worth offending a nascent soul in the Zhao family? This threat was probably just to tell him about the friendship the seventh young master had for him, and to show his favor for the young master. Thinking of this, Zheng Fa couldn't help but smile slightly at himself. Who would have thought that being worthless could be considered an advantage? Zheng Fa, when I first saw you, I didn't expect you to be what you are today. Seeing his smile, Butler Wu said enviously, the young master values you, and my wife treats you differently. Over the past 20 years, I have never seen a man enter the veil. The young master treats me very well, and my wife is also very good. Zheng Fa nodded slowly. I don't blame madam for being condescending and suspicious. It's just that I don't like this world where you have to rack your brains to survive. He looked at Butler Wu's face, and there was a hint of intimacy on Butler Wu's face. From the previous reminder, this person wanted to be on good terms with him, and now his face was more flattering. He pointed to the courtyard wall in the distance and asked Butler Wu, do you think that after entering the Immortal Gate, you can cross the Zhao family's courtyard wall? Climb the Immortal Gate? Courtyard wall. Butler Wu was stunned and looked at Zheng Fa with a strange look, as if he thought he was a bit stupid. Once you climb the Immortal Gate, you are the Immortal family. Not to mention the courtyard wall, the mountains are also like this. Walking on the flat ground, you can go wherever you want without fear and have great freedom. Yes, if you ascend to the Immortal Sect, you will have no fear, and great freedom. Modern classroom. Wang Chen stared at Zheng Fa's face. Zheng Fa, you didn't sleep well? Are you watching the video again? Zheng Fa smiled and shook his head. No, I had a nightmare. Nightmare? What did you dream about? I dreamed of a not-so-good world. Wang Chen tilted his head, frowned and thought for a while. I don't think there is a less beautiful world than this world where the monthly exam will be taken tomorrow. You're not taking a nap today. After lunch, Zheng Fa looked at Wang Chen who was studying hard with a book and asked in surprise. Wang Chen has the habit of taking a nap. According to him, if he doesn't take a nap at noon, he will collapse in the day. Didn't you see Lao Chen's face? If I don't do well in the exam this time, he will eat me. It's no wonder that Wang Chen is so nervous. This monthly exam is not ordinary. It is a joint monthly exam between Qingshui Middle School and several schools in nearby cities and counties. For the teachers of Qingshui Middle School, the performance salary brought by doing well in the college entrance examination may make them happy for a month, but the happiness of laughing at the brother schools in the joint monthly exam can at least last for half a year. On the other hand, the frustration of being laughed at for doing poorly in the exam is enough to make them feel bad for half a year. Their attention to this joint monthly exam was conveyed to Wang Chen and others with one sentence, "Don't say I didn't warn you." Lao Chen also kindly reminded them that after this monthly exam, Qingshui Middle School will hold a parent meeting. Zheng Fa glanced at the classroom. In the past, at noon, there were at most half of the people in this classroom, and most of them were lying on the table for a nap. Today, at least 80% of the seats were occupied, and almost no one was sleeping, as they were all studying hard. Zheng Fa stood up, holding a few books and preparing to go downstairs. Where are you going? To ask Tang Lingmu questions. Ever since he and Tang Lingmu agreed to let her teach him math, they would find time to meet after lunch. It's almost the monthly exam, why don't you seize the time to study? Wang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at Zheng Fa. Isn't it just to study? I don't believe you. Watching Zheng Fa leaving, Wang Chen turned to his deskmate and said, although I admire his courage to risk his life for love, he must have been very embarrassed when he was beaten by Lao Chen after failing the exam. His deskmate looked at him expressionlessly. If it were you, wouldn't you go? I'm not going. I love studying, I want to read books, and there are Yenryu in the books. I don't know Yenryu, but that's Tang Lingmu. Tang Lingmu. Can Tang Lingmu help me do well in the monthly exam? That's Tang Lingmu. Well, the monthly exam is not important. What if I fail and my mom comes to the parent-teacher meeting? Tang Lingmu. That's right. If my mom sees Tang Lingmu, she might go home and praise me for being something. The place where Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmu met was actually a small pavilion downstairs in the teaching building. There was a stone table and 4 stone benches in the pavilion. Zheng Fa put the book on the stone table and asked Tang Lingmu about his doubts bit by bit. Tang Lingmu was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. Her right hand was unconsciously turning the ink pen. Her other hand was supporting her head. From time to time, she frowned and thought about Zheng Fa's questions, and then gave her own opinions. To be honest, Tang Lingmu's level was not as good as that of the old man Bai. Many questions had to wait until she went to the old man Bai's house to ask. But for Zheng Fa, the effect is not bad. The old man Bai is used to teaching geniuses, and as a result, he sometimes finds it difficult to understand what Zheng Fa finds difficult. This misunderstanding is often accompanied by a very heart-wrenching question. Do you still need to explain this? Tang Lingmu is better. After all, she is also a talent, and sometimes she can empathize with Zheng Fa's questions. In addition, her temper is not as impatient as the old man Bai, and if you consider the difference in their looks, this learning experience is much better. Even if we only talk about the field of college entrance examination mathematics, where the gap between the old man Bai and Tang Lingmu is not so big, Tang Lingmu can help Zheng Fa even more. Zheng Fa flipped through the questions he had written down and found that he had asked almost all the questions, so he looked at Tang Lingmu hesitantly. I have something and I want to ask you for help. Tang Lingmu looked up at him in confusion. I want to know the difference between our bodies. Tang Lingmu narrowed her eyes slightly, stared at Zheng Fa for a full half-minute, and then said, it's in the biology textbook. Ah, you misunderstood. I want to know if I am the only one in this world who can practice the spirit crane body. This time in the modern world, Zheng Fa is more certain of one thing. The energy in his body that practiced the spirit crane body is still there, but the sense of that strange power in the void is gone. According to Zheng Fa's previous thoughts, the spirit crane body should be easy for modern people to practice. After all, there are documentaries and videos. But no matter how Tang Lingmu and the old man Bai visualized, their bodies did not show any sense. Then think of the fact that there are immortal methods in the Sunwei realm, but not in this world. The most natural guess is that there is no so-called spiritual energy in this world. But there is another possibility. Zheng Fa's body is different from that of people in this world, so only he can practice it. Tang Lingmu looked at Zheng Fa with a little doubt, and Zheng Fa tried to show an upright expression. How to try? Just assume the Songhe posture and visualize it. Tang Lingmu stood up and assumed the Songhe posture. Zheng Fa stood behind her. Excuse me? He gently placed his fingers on Tang Lingmu's back, at the upper part of the spine. Tang Lingmu's body trembled. What's wrong? Itchy. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. Zheng Fa said, closing his eyes and carefully sending his qi into Tang Lingmu's body. He didn't have much qi to begin with, and he didn't dare to send out too much. He only dared to carefully send a little, fearing that he might hurt Tang Lingmu by accident. In his opinion, if there was anything else in this world that contained spiritual energy, it was his body and qi. Of course, he couldn't dissect Tang Lingmu to see the difference between their bodies. He couldn't cut a piece of meat to feed Tang Lingmu. He could only try to use qi. Zheng Fa only kept the qi on Tang Lingmu's spine, waiting to see Tang Lingmu's reaction. Gradually, Tang Lingmu's body began to tremble slightly. Zheng Fa felt that the qi he sent into Tang Lingmu's body was gradually beating. The frequency was exactly the same as when he practiced Spirit Crane state of mind. In the classroom upstairs, Wang Chen and his deskmate squeezed together, leaning on the window to watch Zheng Fa and the others. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmu didn't think about avoiding people. They went downstairs just because they didn't want the sound of their discussion to affect other people's study and nap. What are you doing? Move over, let me see. Aren't you going to study? The deskmate glared at Wang Chen. How can a book be as good as a sweet love? What's so good? A dazzling reflection appeared on the window, and a head without any grass appeared behind the two. Teacher. Wang Chen and the others were startled and turned around quickly. I heard you two talking in the corridor. You are the loudest in the whole class. Old Chen scolded with a stern face. Do you know that the exam is coming soon? Have you studied well? How many points can you get? Seeing that the two did not speak, he asked, what were you two reading just now? Wang Chen moved sideways 2 steps, trying to cover up. Old Chen looked at him deeply, pulled his body apart, and saw the strange posture of Zheng Fa and the others. What are they doing? Old Chen said faintly. Zheng Fa said that he was asking Tang Lingmu for advice. Ask for advice. Old Chen's face was as cold as frost, and his voice was full of anger. I want to know, what kind of knowledge is so tricky that it needs to be spread through physical contact? It's over. Why is this monthly exam so difficult? Who did the last 2 math questions come from? I didn't write a single question. Zheng Fa read the book and listened to Wang Chen at the back table holding his head and wailing. He looked around the classroom. After the monthly exam, the atmosphere in the class was a bit gloomy. Many people looked unhappy and seemed to feel that they had failed the exam. Zheng Fa, how did you do in the exam? Wang Chen poked Zheng Fa's arm and asked. I don't know, I don't have the right answer. It is Zheng Fa's habit to give incorrect answers after exams. But he felt that he should have done well in the exam. The paper was a bit difficult, but he felt that he would do better than before. On the one hand, the mathematics paper that made Wang Chen wail in pain, after being tutored by Old Man Bai and Tang Lingmu, he felt that the difficulty was average. He even had time to check the paper twice after finishing it. On the other hand, after completing the spiritual crane body, he felt that his memory and reaction ability had improved to a higher level, and there was a high probability that other subjects would also improve. Wang Chen knew this habit of his. He nodded and suddenly said, Zheng Fa, you are going to be in trouble this time. Old Chen will definitely look for you. Looking for me. The fact that he could endure it for 3 days is already a record. Record-breaking. Anyone who misses Tang Lingmu's record will be punished within 2 days. If it hadn't been for the monthly exam, he would have asked you to go to the office. Wang Chen said with certainty that he always behaved very professionally in such matters. Zheng Fa shook his head. He and Tang Lingmu could only meet in school, and they never thought of hiding it from anyone. Old Chen saw it when he saw it. As for physical contact, Zheng Fa really didn't have any other intentions. Whether Ling Shen can be practiced by people in modern times is very important to him. This is related to the value of what he learned in the Sunwei world in the modern world. Judging from the experiments on Tang Lingmu, his energy can help Tang Lingmu practice the spiritual crane body, or in other words, it is half of the spiritual crane body. Modern conditions determine that Tang Lingmu cannot sense the strange power in the void, but similar changes occur in the body. In terms of cultivation speed, Zheng Fa's energy is weak after all and cannot replace the environment of the entire Sunwei world. Tang Lingmu used his energy to practice, but her speed was much slower than that in the Sunwei world. She may have practiced dozens or hundreds of times, which was not as good as Zheng Fa's one practice in the Sunwei world. However, Zheng Fa's unique advantage in this world is that he can make people practice. The modern world is far from a place where you can be unscrupulous after practicing a little bit of spiritual crane body. Using the knowledge in the Sunwei world to attract people like Old Man Bai and learn the knowledge he needs is how he can maximize his ability now. The advantage of crossing 2 worlds. If Lao Chen comes to find you, just admit your mistake and say you will never fall in love with Tang Lingmu again. Wang Chen was still coming up with ideas. Tang Lingmu and I are not in a relationship. Zheng Fa corrected. You're such a scumbag that you can't even stand listening to me as your brother. You've already taken advantage of me and you still don't want to take responsibility. Wang Chen's eyes showed a look of disdain. What's more, Lao Chen can see it clearly. Falling in love with Tang Lingmu? Zheng Fa admitted that he had no such intention. As for Tang Lingmu, if the look in her eyes when she looked at him was like a new love, then the look in her eyes when she saw milk tea was like a love that would last until death. In Tang Lingmu's eyes, she should be Zheng, a milk tea supply pack, a master of beauty, and a weak-minded person. Zheng Fa believed that his body was upright and he was not afraid of his shadow being distorted. Seeing his unfazed expression, Wang Chen interpreted it as a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Let me tell you, do you think Lao Chen is tolerating you by not looking for you? I bet you that he is waiting for the results of the monthly exam to come out. If you fail in the exam, he can settle the old and new accounts together. The longer it takes, the more serious he will be to you. The day after the joint monthly exam was completed, rumors spread in the class that the results had been released. Have you heard? Tang Lingyu should be number 1 in our class again. Wang Chen and Zheng Fa talked about the gossip they heard. Isn't she always number 1? Zheng Fa was not surprised. You don't understand. She ranks first in the exam again this time. She is Lao Chen's beloved disciple and his lifeblood. Do you think that you, the guy who got his hands on his big treasure, can reap the rewards? He can scold you to death? Zheng Fa glanced sideways at Wang Chen and frowned slightly. I always feel that you are looking forward to Lao Chen scolding me. I treat you as a brother. Wang Chen said sincerely. I just want you to be scolded. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and said, but the other boys want to kill you. While the two were chatting, a series of footsteps came from outside the classroom, including Lao Chen's voice. Wang Chen quickly sat back in his seat, picked up the book and pretended to read it. Sure enough, it was Lao Chen, but Lao Chen did not come alone. There were 2 or 3 middle-aged people behind him. The middle-aged man walking in the middle of the crowd looked familiar. He often sat in the middle of the podium during student meetings. Several people's faces were filled with joy. Who is Tang Lingyu who ranks first in this exam? The middle-aged man asked. Tang Lingyu. Old Chen called Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu walked out of the classroom and was pulled to his side by Old Chen. Principal, she is Tang Lingyu. The principal didn't seem to expect that Tang Lingyu had such an outstanding face, so he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. I've heard that there is a beautiful girl in your class with good grades, but I didn't expect to be so beautiful. As Lao Chen's most commonly used military medal, Tang Lingyu had a proper shyness on her face, and seemed to be used to being dragged by Lao Chen to show off. The principal didn't need to wait for her to answer, but just nodded and said with a smile, this time you got the first place in our school's grade, and the first place among the senior students of several schools. You have made our Qingshui Middle School proud. After hearing this, Zheng Fa and the others understood why these people came to see Tang Lingyu. Being the first in the grade is not important, what is important is to trample on the brother schools hard. The principal praised Tang Lingyu and seemed to remember something. I see that there is another person named Zheng Fa on the top 10 list this time. Is he also from your class? Zheng Fa saw Lao Chen waving at him, and stood up and walked towards the few people. Lao Chen smiled at him with a particularly warm smile today. This is Zheng Fa. The principal looked at him and nodded, seeming a little puzzled. Haven't you seen this name in the top 10 list before? Yes, although this student didn't do well in school, he has been working hard and making progress. Old Chen praised. Oh. The principal asked with great interest. Great progress must be due to mastering some learning methods. Zheng Fa, how do you usually study? Zheng Fa looked at Tang Lingyu, and Old Chen's bald head suddenly had some cold sweat. This principal, he and Tang Lingyu usually learn from each other and promote each other. Good at learning from students with good grades? This method is good. His situation is more suitable for ordinary students to learn. How about letting Zheng Fa tell all the teachers and students in the school at the meeting on Monday? This is not popular. I mean, this method is a bit strange, and others probably can't learn it. Old Chen hesitated. The principal was a little disappointed, but he didn't force Old Chen here, just encouraged. Then you still have to urge them to continue to unite and help each other, make persistent efforts, and make progress together. Old Chen's smile suddenly took on a bit of toothache expression. It seems that he doesn't want to urge. In the classroom, Wang Chen's eyes were a little dull, and he said to his deskmate blankly, why do I feel that Zheng Fa has also been promoted to Lao Chen's favorite disciple? No need to feel, look at Lao Chen, how sweet his smile is. Don't scold him. Scold? He's still praising him? It's so corny. After the monthly exam results came out, Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu came to Old Man Bai's house again. I heard that you did well in the exam this time. Old Man Bai asked Zheng Fa. The expression on his face was not so much a compliment as a faint pride. That's because you taught me well. Zheng Fa said politely. Upon hearing this, Old Man Bai's face wrinkled into a brilliant chrysanthemum. I have a friend who also has some difficulty in studying. Zheng Fa suddenly said while he was in a good mood. Stop it. Old Man Bai raised his hands and frowned slightly. I refuse. Zheng Fa didn't expect the old man to be so vigilant and refused directly without even saying a word. He was not in a hurry. He just glanced at Old Man Bai, said nothing, and just waited. Sure enough, seeing that he didn't say anything, Old Man Bai himself felt itchy. You really don't want to say anything. Zheng Fa looked at the old man with confusion. Don't you always ask me to stop? Why don't you beg again? Zheng Fa spoke as he wished. Do you have the simplest and quickest solution to those talismans? How else can it be done quickly? Zheng Fa opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. But Tang Lingyu understood it and gave an accurate translation. 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest, 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. Old Man Bai's face darkened. No wonder you are not friends with me. I am a professor at Beijing University, and you want me to teach you how to cheat? You are insulting me with these crooked ways. Zheng Fa wanted this kind of question obstructing technique because of a friend, the 7th young master. In 2 months, young Master 7 will come to the Immortal sect. It is absolutely too late for him to really start learning from primary school mathematics. He can only rely on ignorance, rely on the great and magical probability science. Even if it wasn't for the 7th young master, just because of his wife's request, Zheng Fa would still have to find another insurance policy for the 7th young master. As expected, the old man Bai shook his head rapidly when he heard this request, and his small curly hair spread its teeth and claws in the air, telling the master's rejection. Zheng Fa winked at Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu understood the idea and assumed the posture of a pine and crane pile. Zheng Fa put his hands behind her back. Old man Bai looked on and asked curiously, "What are you two doing?" "I thought of a quick fix," Zheng Fa said with a smile. "Let her practice faster." Old man Bai blinked. "How fast?" "According to my estimation, she will have no problem getting started in Songhezhuang in another half-month." Zheng Fa thought for a while. Old man Bai's eyes widened slightly. He remembered that Zheng Fa had said before that Tang Lingyu was young and in good health, so she should be able to practice faster than him, but it would take at least 2 or 3 months for Songhezhuang to get started. Now it only takes half a month? This. Old man Bai rubbed his hands and said, "Well, can I try this method too?" "That's not okay. How can I insult you with evil ways?" Zheng Fa's refusal should be as sincere as possible. "Actually, it's not like you can't insult and insult." After old man Bai finished speaking, he looked at the unchanged smile on Zheng Fa's face, gritted his teeth, turned around and entered the study. When he came out, he held a black-covered notebook in his hand. "This is... I don't know that kind of thing, and I can't teach it to you, but you can still learn it faster." Old man Bai handed the notebook to Zheng Fa with a straight face. Zheng Fa flipped through his notebook. What is written in it are some rules that old man Bai has summarized through those runes, not the general rules, but through the characteristic patterns of each rune to determine which basic elemental rune this rune probably evolved from. Except for some very complex patterns, these methods are guaranteed to be 80% or 90% accurate. Zheng Fa nodded. This notebook is not thin. Old man Bai wrote it very carefully. What kind of characteristic pattern does each elemental symbol correspond to? Then there are about 10 symbols for each characteristic pattern as examples. Probably because he was a bit slow in learning topology, old man Bai simply skipped the principles and went directly to the application. "Is this what you are doing?" Thinking that this was what old man Bai took out from the study, "Have you been prepared?" "I'm not writing a book out of boredom, just summarizing casually." Old man Bai coughed dryly, his eyes wandering. Zheng Fa knew that the old man must have put in a lot of effort, and he couldn't help but show some emotion on his face. "Don't be so pretentious," old man Bai said uncomfortably, and continued, "I see that your kid attaches great importance to these things and is very anxious." Zheng Fa was silent. He was indeed a little anxious, not only for the 7th young master, but also because he wanted to use Fu Dao to escape from the Zhao family. "Remember, this is just a trail," old man Bai warned again. Zheng Fa took the notebook, looked at old man Bai seriously, and bowed. "I told you, don't be so pretentious." Old man Bai waved his hands uncomfortably, then suddenly looked at Zheng Fa and added, "I told you, I didn't want to accept you in the first place. You always said that I am not a math student." Old man Bai pointed to the notebook in Zheng Fa's hand and said, "I actually planned to give this to you later, but since I gave it to you today, I have something to say to you." Zheng Fa rarely saw such a serious expression on old man Bai's face. "I don't want to accept you, actually because you don't look like her." Old man Bai pointed at Tang Lingyu beside him. "This little girl is simple-minded, but you are full of thoughts." Old man Bai's eyes fell on Zheng Fa again. "You have 2 problems. If you act too hastily, you should be careful." These words were not unimportant. Tang Lingyu on the side opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say a few words for Zheng Fa. "I'm not criticizing this kid. With his life experience, it's normal for him to have complex thoughts." Old man Bai stopped Tang Lingyu's words. "But it's not academically good to do this. I told you last time about the issue of being too hasty." Old man Bai continued to say to Zheng Fa, who was silent, "Also, let's talk about self-preservation. Speaking of which, I really hope you are really begging me for a friend. You are a martial arts practitioner. It is believed in the world that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. Everyone hides some magic secrets in their hands, wishing that only you could practice it." Zheng Fa thought about the atmosphere in the Sunwei world and nodded. "But academics are different, Zheng Fa, remember." Old man Bai stared at Zheng Fa and said, "Academically, our enemy is never anyone else, it is the mysteries of this world and those unresolved problems." Zheng Fa somewhat understood what he meant. "Why do I want to write a book?" Old man Bai continued, "Because when I was studying mathematics, I read many other people's books. I know that without these books, I would not be able to achieve what I am today. I would be stepping on the footsteps of my predecessors. Shoulders are climbing mountains. When I get old, I also want to be a shoulder for future generations to step on." "I understand," Zheng Fa said to old man Bai. He knew old man Bai's good intentions, but to be honest, at least in the Sunwei world, he couldn't fulfill old man Bai's request, at least not now. "No, you don't understand, do you know? In my eyes, those of us who are engaged in academics are just an alliance of losers. The world is vast and science has no end. Maybe tomorrow the truth we believe in will become a fallacy, and maybe mankind will never unable to see the truth of the world. It can be said that our failure is inevitable." Old man Bai shook his head and said, "So we must not only accept failure, but also stay together for warmth. There is a saying that may not be right elsewhere, but it is right for us. If you want to go far, you have to go together." "I will keep your words in mind," Zheng Fa said solemnly. He thought he couldn't do it, but that didn't stop him from thinking that what Old Man Bai said was right. No, you don't understand. Old Man Bai suddenly showed a naughty smile. What I just said is all nonsense. The most important thing is, since we will all fail, then don't be bothered by the temporary success or failure. Zheng Fa suddenly raised his head and looked at Old Man Bai. How did you know that? He finally understood why Old Man Bai suddenly said these things. After meeting his wife, he felt a little confused, but Zheng Fa thought that he was good at hiding his emotions so that others could not see it. Now he discovered that whether it was giving him the notebook or these words about losers, Old Man Bai was probably trying to comfort himself by making insinuations. Old Man Bai curled his lips and pointed behind Zheng Fa. This little girl told me quietly. Zheng Fa turned around and saw Tang Lingmu standing behind him, holding milk tea and handing it to him. There was no expression on his face. Here you drink. He was silent for a moment, took the milk tea and took a sip. Then he stared into Tang Lingmu's eyes and said, "It's very sweet." Old Man Bai muttered from behind, "I'll just say that it's troublesome to accept students, and you have to do a lot of hard work. I haven't mastered martial arts yet, it's a big loss." Grandpa Bai, what you said before was a bit one-sided, wasn't it? Tang Lingmu seemed to be a little confused about what Old Man Bai said before. Aren't all academia beautiful? I read a lot of plagiarism and plagiarism news. Both she and Zheng Fa understood that those words before were not really nonsense. Even though the old man didn't want to accept it before, he doesn't want to accept it now, but from his teachings, they can also understand the old man's expectations for the two of them. Hearing Tang Lingmu's question, Old Man Bai pointed at Zheng Fa with a puzzled expression. Is this guy showing off his martial arts skills to look good? Zheng Fa translated Old Man Bai's words in his mind. The scientific community is full of decent people. But if someone doesn't want to look good, Zheng Fa can also help him look good. When he woke up, he arrived in Sunwei realm again. Gao Yuan suddenly stared at Zheng Fa and said, "Zheng Fa, why do I feel that you are smiling a lot more this morning than you were 2 days ago? I was a little unhappy the past 2 days, but today I decided to do something to make myself happy." Zheng Fa nodded. "What's going on?" Gao Yuan asked curiously. "You've been studying math for a while, so I think it's time to take a surprise test today to celebrate." Gao Yuan suddenly turned his head to look at Zheng Fa. Seeing Zheng Fa's heartfelt smile, a question slowly appeared on his face. "Are you taking exams for fun?" "No, I am making fun of you," Zheng Fa replied sincerely and impersonally. The seventh young master's study. It turns out that taking an exam can be relaxing and enjoyable, without any pressure, and even focusing on watching the show, as long as you are the invigilator. If you happen to have just taken the monthly exam, you will feel the inexplicable excitement of the dragon slayer becoming the dragon, just like Zheng Fa. He stood in front of the hall, with 3 low tables in front of him, and behind the low tables sat Gao Yuan, the 7th young master, and his younger sister Zheng Shan. The expressions on everyone's faces were different. Gao Yuan was nervous but full of fighting spirit, and seemed to be quite determined to do something big. The 7th young master was fidgeting, looking around, as if he had never experienced such an occasion. His younger sister Zheng Shan, she was not nervous, but twisted her body, her eyes rolled around, and she looked around curiously at this strange study. Giving the 3 people a surprise exam was certainly not because they wanted to have fun, well, at least not entirely. Madame linked the success or failure of Deng Xianmen to the position of the eldest lady's attendant, so the only thing Zheng Fa can do now is to improve the 7th young master's attainments in the art of talismans. In 2 months, the only way to give the 7th young master special training is to use a quick method. But this requires the cooperation of the 7th young master, at least he has to study harder. How to describe the 7th young master's current learning state? He has a very good sleep quality when reading. In Zheng Fa's opinion, the 7th young master is not stupid, but more than 10 years of lazy and willful life have made it difficult for him to study hard and concentrate. It is indeed difficult for this young master who grew up in love to study as hard as Gao Yuan. The main purpose of this exam is to let the 7th young master realize his current level, let him know shame and then be brave, at least become motivated in a short time. This method is the same as some teachers who will give students a sudden and extremely difficult exam when they just return to school after the holiday, let students give up their nostalgia for the holiday, understand that they are garbage, and then study hard. Zheng Fa silently observed the 7th young master. The sun had been very hot since the morning today, and the maids had all hidden in the house, leaving the entire courtyard in silence. The 7th young master's expression was even more anxious than the temperature outside, and he kept looking around. Zheng Fa was very familiar with this look. The poor students who entered the examination room looked like pigs entering the slaughterhouse. Both of them were afraid of the approaching death. The 7th young master first looked at Gao Yuan, frowned and calculated for a while, and seemed to think that Gao Yuan had learned better than him, so his face became a little anxious again. He turned his head and glanced at his younger sister Zheng Shan, and his expression became much brighter. Zheng Fa knew what he was thinking from his changing expressions. The 7th young master seemed to think that no matter how badly he learned, he would not be worse than a 6-year-old child, and he would be ranked second among the 3. Zheng Fa's evaluation of this was naive. He captured his younger sister Zheng Shan just to give the 7th young master the final blow. He knew the level of his younger sister Zheng Shan very well, and in his opinion, the worst of the 3 should be the 7th young master. Gao Yuan is undoubtedly the best among the 3. He originally had some basic knowledge and was not able to learn junior high school mathematics, but he made rapid progress from primary school mathematics without much difficulty and has begun to advance into the knowledge of the higher grades. Although the younger sister Zheng Shan has no basic knowledge, she is still full of interest in reading for the time being. She has a simple mind, a good brain, and is not slow in learning. As for the seventh young master, he is old, has complicated thoughts, and has not developed good study habits. He is lazy and sleepy when he reads. He is really not as good as the younger sister. Zheng Fa took out the test papers he had prepared and distributed them to the three people respectively, saying, 1 hour, let's start. When the three heard this, they all buried their heads in the test papers. Gao Yuan and the seventh young master used brushes, and the younger sister Zheng Shan had not practiced big characters yet, so she used the charcoal pencil specially made by Zheng Fa for her. For a while, there was no other sound in the study except the sound of Zheng Fa's light footsteps. But the seventh young master didn't focus on the exam for too long. After an incense stick, Zheng Fa saw him secretly raise his head and look left and right. When he looked at his paper again, Zheng Fa knew it in his heart. Good news, I have done what I can do. Bad news, I can't do much. In summary, I have run out of tricks. The seventh young master seemed to be very nervous. He raised his head quietly and observed his opponents on both sides. If Gao Yuan's concentration made him feel uneasy, the younger sister Zheng Shen's writing probably shattered his little confidence. He stared at the large blank spaces on his test paper, as if he expected the answers to the test questions to grow on the paper like crops in the field. Just when his expression became more and more desperate, a childish cough suddenly sounded in the study. Zheng Fa squinted his eyes and watched his younger sister quietly raise her left hand, which was gradually becoming round. As if she was afraid that the seventh young master couldn't see clearly, she deliberately moved her test paper towards the seventh young master. In order to block Zheng Fa's gaze, the little sister tilted her buttocks and leaned to the left, trying to hide her little movements. Zheng Fa shook his head helplessly. After the seventh young master had tormented Wang Gui, the little sister had a good impression of the seventh young master and even started to copy answers for him. The seventh young master stared at the little sister's operation in amazement, and his expression became extremely tangled. Zheng Fa could understand his dilemma. Which one is more embarrassing, failing to pass the test better than a 6-year-old child or copying the answers of a 6-year-old child? After a while, Zheng Fa saw that the seventh young master's head turned slightly, and he should be browsing the little sister's test paper with his peripheral vision. Zheng Fa did not expose the two of them, but just shook his head and smiled pityingly towards the seventh young master. As expected, the results of the exam made the seventh young master realize that there was another most embarrassing answer to the dilemma just now. He copied it, but he still failed the exam. Looking at the seventh young master who looked gloomy and looked like he was about to break, Zheng Fa winked at Gao Yuan and Zheng Shan who were standing aside. After the two left silently, he sat next to the seventh young master. Zheng Fa, am I stupid? The seventh young master suddenly spoke. Young master, you are very smart. Zheng Fa shook his head. He was telling the truth. In his opinion, the seventh master's problem is not his brain. After a brief comfort, Zheng Fa began to fool the seventh young master. It's just that you need better learning methods, young master. But the seventh young master was obviously not comforted, and he still doubted himself. I can't even compare to your 6-year-old sister. How can I learn talismans in the future? Actually, I have a secret method that can help the young master improve his talismans without having to learn mathematics. A secret method again? I can't learn it and I'm not interested. The seventh young master said that he was very hurt. Just pass it on to you, not to them. Really? The seventh young master's eyes lit up. Yes, only you can learn it. They don't know how to draw symbols. Zheng Fa said in a persuasive tone. For the seventh young master, it doesn't matter if he fails in the exam. Mr. Shen's grades have always been very poor in his assessment, and his mentality has been developed long ago. But losing miserably in front of 2 other people, especially a 6-year-old child, was what troubled him. Hearing that this secret technique can only be learned by oneself, the seventh young master immediately regained his sense of superiority. Then, is it easy to learn? It's done quickly. I just need you, young master, to accept my special training in the past 2 months. I will ensure that your attainments in talismans will improve by leaps and bounds. You really don't need to learn this bad math. Keep it safe. I'll learn. I knew you were the best to me, Zheng Fa. The seventh young master, who was severely beaten by the other two, was immediately full of good impressions of Zheng Fa, and asked with great interest, this secret method is called what name? Tihei, oh no, Tohei tactics. What's he? The seventh young master seemed not to understand the 2 words and muttered, I have only heard of the boundless sea of suffering. Zheng Fa was silent for a while and said with admiration, young master, although your hearing is not very good, your understanding ability is great. This doesn't sound like a compliment to me. The seventh young master looked at Zheng Fa suspiciously. Are you scared by my mother once and are you planning to torment me? No way. This is my method to get the best results. It works very quickly. I only leave it to you. Zheng Fa promised firmly. Sure enough, I know my son better than my mother. This seventh young master always has some inappropriate cleverness. Early morning, Zheng Fa walked into the study of the seventh young master holding a pile of drawings with talismans drawn on them. In the morning light, the seventh young master was sitting at the desk, his hair disheveled, his face full of sleepiness. He hadn't washed his face, and his head was dozing off bit by bit. Compared with Zheng Fa's exquisite appearance when he first saw him, the seventh young master at this time can be described as sloppy. Hearing the footsteps of Zheng Fa entering the door, the seventh young master showed no reaction and still slept soundly. A trace of saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth and almost fell on an open talisman diagram on the table. Zheng Fa placed the drawing in his hand on the desk in front of him. The seventh young master was awakened by him, slowly raised his head, glanced at Zheng Fa, and then looked at the drawings Zheng Faxin brought. This is today's mission. Zheng Fa smiled kindly. The seventh young master stretched out his hand tremblingly, with his index finger and thumb spread wide. He compared the thickness of the stack of drawings and found that his hand was not big enough. His eyes widened. Why is this so much higher than the previous few days? Master, you just started learning this secret technique a few days ago. I have reduced the workload to let you get used to it. Zheng Fa said that he was very considerate, but now we can start formal training. Adapting. The seventh young master's voice was full of incomprehension of the word. I have been sleeping for 2 hours a day these days. When I open my eyes, there are symbols, symbols, symbol, 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 symbol. Are you telling me that you are adapting? I am going to die soon. Okay. Zheng Fa shook his head. Tuhei's tactics were indeed a bit cruel to people like the seventh young master who had hardly studied hard. But 2 months is too tight, so it has to be this way. Zheng Fa did not find these symbols randomly. Zheng Fa was not prepared to leak the notebook that old man Bai gave him. A spiritual crane body brought him a lot of trouble, making Zheng Fa more cautious about this modern knowledge. But in order for the seventh young master to improve his ability to analyze runic diagrams, he needed to teach the seventh young master some of the skills inside. Zheng Fa might as well learn the methods in the notebook first, and then find some runes with the same characteristics that can be analyzed using a technique, and give them to the seventh young master to analyze every day. Subtly let the other person understand the technique. This is a bit like what is called specialized training in modern schools. This approach is a little tiring for Zheng Fa, but it is safer. On the other hand, it also forced Zheng Fa to improve his understanding of these methods. I quit. Looking at the drawings in front of him that he had not finished analyzing yesterday, and then looking at the new drawings Zheng Fa brought, the seventh young master pushed the table and stood up. Zheng Fa was not surprised. The seventh young master could persist for so many days, which was a bit beyond his expectation. You really don't want to learn anymore. He looked at the seventh young master. I won't learn. The seventh young master shook his head firmly. Okay. Zheng Fa turned to look at Gao Yuan. Bring over the box I brought. Okay. Gao Yuan said happily, holding a long box in his arms. What is this? The seventh young master was a little confused. 2 days ago, Madam sent Butler Wu to find me and entrusted me with a magic weapon. Zheng Fa said in a deep tone as he took the long box from Gao Yuan's hand. Magic weapon. The seventh young master was stunned for a moment. Zheng Fa opened the long box and pulled out a long rattan with a piece of red silk delicately tied on it. Why does this thing look so familiar? The seventh young master frowned and thought. The lady gave it to me, and I named it Xingfang's treasured vine. Manager Wu said that if the young master gives up halfway again, this treasured vine will be like the lady's presence in person. Zheng Fa took the vine in his hand, and his smile became even gentler. Allow me to fight first. Beat later. I recognized it. The seventh young master suddenly realized, isn't this what my mother used to teach me when I was a child? Young master has a good memory. Seeing Zheng Fa getting closer and closer with the cane, the seventh young master's face became more and more frightened. Stop. My mother always uses this to scare me, but she feels sorry for me and has never really hit me. Yes, Madam said, when she heard the young master cry or saw you crying, she couldn't bear it. So she gave me the cane. Zheng Fa waved the cane. I beat her, and she can't hear or see. The seventh young master suddenly sat down on the chair with a sweet expression. I'll learn from you. Don't do anything. Seeing the seventh young master studying hard, Gao Yuan sighed regretfully. What's wrong? Zheng Fa turned to ask him. Young master is so spineless. Gao Yuan whispered. It was a pity that the seventh young master did not appear to be beaten. Don't think I can't hear you. The seventh young master raised his head and glared at Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan covered his mouth. The seventh young master frowned and glanced at Gao Yuan for a few times. Young master, I suddenly discovered that you also have some talent for learning talismans. How about we learn together? Don't. Gao Yuan waved his hands quickly. I am not so lucky. The seventh young master looked at the plateau where he was gloating over his misfortune, and then at Zheng Fa who was standing aside, and couldn't help but curse. When a villain succeeds, a nest of snakes and rats will follow. My future life will be dark. The room suddenly became dark. Huh. The seventh young master was stunned and murmured, is it true that I just follow my words? I want to become an immortal immediately, and I want Fu Dao to die. Master, bird. Gao Yuan pointed outside the window. What bird? The seventh young master and Zheng Fa looked towards the sky. A huge bird as big as this yard flew across the sky, its wings spread out, blocking the sunlight in the sky. This giant bird has blue feathers all over its body, with some long red feathers only growing on the very edges of its tail and the back of its wings. When it streaks across the sky, it looks like a green and reddish fireworks. Qingluan. The seventh young master suddenly jumped up. My sister is back. He waved to the sky frantically and shouted, Sister. Sister, save me, come and save me. On King Guan's back, two girls stood one behind the other. The one in front, wearing red clothes, raised his neck and looked at the scenery below, and pointed at the Zhao family courtyard to introduce to the person behind him. This is my home. That's my yard over there. There's also a small fish pond with a lot of fish. I even fell into it when I was a kid. My mother lives in that small building. She likes to listen to those babbling things the most. I didn't like to go there before. The yard I just passed by is my brother's. It seems to have been renovated and a small garden has been built. The girl behind her was wearing a simple blue robe. She looked at her companion who was so excited that he kept talking, and asked softly, "You have been away from home for 10 years, and you still remember it so clearly." The girl in red pursed her lips and smiled sheepishly. "When I first went to King Mu sect, I dreamed every night about how I was at home. Later I drew this place myself and took it out from time to time. Look. Even though it has been 10 years, the general appearance has not changed." The girl in green looked a little embarrassed at her, smiled softly, and asked, "Did someone in the yard wave to us just now? It seemed like they were calling me sister. Is it my brother?" "No." The woman in red said categorically. "At first glance, that man is a slovenly man who has studied hard and is well educated. He is definitely not my brother." Seeing that the girl in green didn't understand, she even explained, "You don't know who my brother is. He has been pretty and lazy since he was a child. I beat him up when I was a child, and I knew how serious I was. The injury would heal in one day, but he lay in bed for 3 months just to avoid going to school. My mother still doted on him, and now she probably even more so. It's out of shape. Maybe after 10 years, people will change. Well, what if he was taken over by some old monster?" The girl in red touched her. The Qingluan in the sky retracted its wings, and the two women on its back landed on the ground. "Senior sister Zhang, let's go see my mother first," said the eldest lady of the Zhao family in red. The senior sister Zhang in her mouth said nothing, but nodded slightly, with a somewhat indifferent expression. The two of them walked towards the two-story building where the lady was. The closer they got to the building, the faster Miss Zhao's footsteps became. Madam, who almost never goes downstairs, was already waiting at the door of the small building. When Miss Zhao saw her mother's figure, she could no longer hold back her excitement and trotted into Madam's arms. "Mother. Mother and daughter have been separated for 10 years, and they should have 1,000 words to say once they meet. But at this time, except for mother, she seemed to be unable to say anything else. When she opened her mouth, sobs burst out from her chest. She could only bury her head in the wife's arms and cry. The lady gently touched her daughter's bun. In her memory, her daughter was still the same little girl she was when she left home. She was still a little girl who had just started to grow her hair, and the braids were all very thin. Now the daughter in her arms is already slim and taller than herself, and her head is already covered with thick black hair. For some reason, her heart was filled with sourness and her eyes began to feel slightly warm. The lady sniffed, held back her tears and scolded, "You have grown up, and you still cry when you see me like you were a child. What does it look like?" But the hoarseness in her voice inevitably revealed the agitation in her heart. Senior sister Zhang stood far away, as if she wanted to give the mother and daughter, who had not seen each other for a long time, some space. The lady raised her eyes to see senior sister Zhang and patted her daughter on the back. "You brought your friends back and just threw them aside without introducing them." Miss Zhao raised her head, her face covered with tears. She rubbed her face embarrassedly against her mother, and then turned around to greet her companion, "Senior sister Zhang, this is my mother." Senior sister Zhang came closer and nodded slightly towards Madam. Her face was polite and distant, but she didn't say a word. Miss Zhao introduced her to the madam again. "Mom, this is Senior Sister Zhang from the Nine Mountains sect, the youngest talented talisman master of the 100 Immortals League, and now she has attained the level of golden elixir cultivation." The wife thought the other party was a bit rude, but after hearing the other party's identity, she felt that this person was qualified. The Nine Mountain sect, like the King Mu sect, is a sect with the nascent soul ancestor as its leader, and the 100 Immortals Alliance is even more extraordinary. It is a closely related alliance formed by many immortal sects. It is extremely powerful and belongs to the 100 Immortals Alliance. There are countless monks. Jushinmen and King Mu sect are also members of the 100 Immortals Alliance. Among such a large force, Senior Sister Zhang can be called the youngest genius talisman master by Miss Zhao. Her cultivation of Talisman Dao is evident, not to mention that she is also a Jindan master. Madame Sarong bowed deeply to Senior Sister Zhang. "I don't know if Master Jindan is in front of me, but I am being rude." Senior Sister Zhang's expression is still cold, but her words are modest and polite. "Madam, you are very polite. Junior Sister Zhao is my good friend, and Uncle Zhao is also my elder. We only talk about friendship, regardless of cultivation." Then, Madam looked at her daughter hesitantly, and when she saw her daughter nodding towards her, she said, "Then I'll call you my virtuous niece. I've asked the maid to prepare tea. Please take a seat." Even so, Madam was still cautious and worried, for fear of offending this genius Zheng Fa Zhenren. The three of them went up to the small building and waited for Miss Zhao to tidy up her appearance before they started chatting while drinking tea. Madam was afraid of offending Senior Sister Zhang, so she couldn't help but pay attention to her expression. Gradually, she discovered that the Senior Sister Zhang was probably not aloof and arrogant, but she didn't talk much. Occasionally she tried to talk to her, but the other person's face would show a slight confusion. If she only talked to her daughter, senior sister Zheng would have a faint look of relief on her face. Madam had a slight understanding of the other party's character, so she simply stopped trying to chat with him. As expected, senior sister Zheng's behavior was much more natural, and she seemed completely uninterested in what the two of them were talking about. She was chatting with her daughter, and senior sister Zheng seemed a little bored. She pointed to the small bookshelf beside her and asked, "Can I take a look?" "You can treat your virtuous niece as your own family," the lady said without losing any intimacy. Senior sister Zheng nodded, rummaged through the bookshelf to find a book and started reading. The two chatted for a while, but Madam was still afraid of neglecting senior sister Zheng. She looked at each other from time to time and found that the other party seemed to be fascinated by the book and didn't care whether they ignored her or not. Niece Xian is interested in this book. Madam looked at what the other person was holding, which was junior high school mathematics, and laughed. "I have a headache looking at this book, but I heard that it is a book passed down by Yuanying." Senior sister Zheng raised her eyes, thought for a moment, nodded and said, "These words are not empty words. Can I take this book and read it?" The madam was slightly startled. Seeing that she had no intention of explaining, it was not easy to ask further questions. She just said generously, "This is a gift from one of my son's book boys. If my niece is interested, she can take it." She thought about it and felt that it was not good for her mother and daughter to talk here and put the guests aside, not to mention that the presence of a real Jindan was really a bit strong. Then senior sister Chao Zhang said, "I'm tired from the journey. I've found someone to clean up the guest room. It's in the small courtyard next to Shanner's courtyard. How about taking a rest first?" Senior sister Zhang nodded and stood up following the maid who led the way. When she walked to the door, she seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned around and asked one more question. "What's the name of the book boy?" "The name is Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa." Senior sister Zhang nodded, as if she remembered the name, and left with the book. When her figure disappeared in the small building, the lady gently stroked her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The daughter beside her asked, "Mother, you are so afraid of senior sister Zhang." The lady said unhappily, "It's you who brought such an ancestor back." Who knew that the daughter ignored her words and asked another question, "That Zheng Fa, is he the book boy you mentioned in your letter?" "That's him. Mother asked me to leave a position for him in the letter. It was possible before, but I'm afraid it's not possible now." The lady was stunned and frowned, saying, "I have promised him." "Mother, you don't know the reason." Miss Zhao explained, "I have two positions for my personal attendants when I enter the inner gate this time. One of them has been agreed with the senior brother in the gate to his family. There is one more person. I want to leave it to my brother just in case." "Your brother? Isn't he going to participate in the Immortal Product Conference?" "When I came back, I heard that the requirements of this Immortal Product Conference are higher. My brother's dual spiritual root qualifications may not be able to be determined as the top grade and enter the King Mu sect." The lady had never heard of this before, and was a little at a loss. "Then what about your brother?" "Don't panic, mother. I asked senior sister Zhang to come back just to ask her to teach my brother's talisman method. Senior sister Zhang is famous for her talisman method in the 100 Immortals Alliance. With her guidance, my brother should have the possibility of becoming a top grade with the help of talismans." The lady then knew why her daughter wanted to bring senior sister Zhang back. Then this position of personal attendant. The eldest lady sighed, "My brother's character, mother also made it very clear in the letter. He is not motivated. I am afraid that even with senior sister Zhang, his talisman method will not make much progress. If the Immortal Product Conference fails, let him become my personal attendant and follow me to the King Mu sect." The lady was still a little hesitant. "Mother, the requirements of the Immortal Products Association are getting higher and higher. If I fail this year, my brother will not be able to go in the future." As she spoke, the eldest lady's voice suddenly became lower. "Mother, do you want your brother to be like father, wasting his life and indulging in wine and sex because he can't go to the Immortal Gate?" The lady finally nodded after hearing this. "No matter what, I must bring my brother into the Immortal sect this time. If my brother successfully passes the Immortal Product Conference and enters the King Mu sect, this position of close attendant will be given to Zheng Fa, as mother said." The lady thought of the behavior of senior sister Zhang just now, and asked hesitantly, "Is senior sister Zhang not easy to get along with?" "With Fanner's personality, I am afraid that not only will I not be able to learn anything, but I am also afraid of offending her. A golden elixir, and a talent for talismans, my Zhao family can't afford to offend her." Senior sister Zhang. The eldest lady's face suddenly looked a little strange. She is just not good at dealing with people. In fact, she is a very good person, and can even be said to be ignorant of worldly affairs. Not good at. To be precise, others are afraid of dealing with her. Over time, she has nothing to say to others. The eldest lady hesitated slightly, and there was some fear on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Her hobbies are a bit special." The lady's face showed a puzzled look. "Mother, don't worry about what kind of person senior sister Zhang is. You just need to know that if our Zhao family hadn't had a history with the elders of senior sister Zhang's family, and if I hadn't had a good relationship with her, she wouldn't have come to visit." At this point, Miss Zhao looked a little proud. There are many people who want to ask senior sister Zhang for advice on talismans, but she is very difficult to invite. Zheng Fa's house. After lunch, Zheng Fa stood in the yard. He has always been diligent. Even though he has mastered the Songhe posture, he still practices every day. A gentle knock on the door sounded. Who would come to find him? He walked to the door and found that the one knocking on the door was a woman in a green Taoist robe with a cold face, holding a book in her hand. Did you write this? She handed the book to Zheng Fa, and Zheng Fa took a look and saw that it was junior high school mathematics. This thing, in addition to the young master's study, only the lady has a copy. Someone else taught me. Zheng Fa knew that this person must have some relationship with the Zhao mansion, and his origin would not be small, so he simply told the truth. Are you good at math? Unexpectedly, the woman's eyes suddenly lit up, and her expression became a little more lively. Not very good, just. I learned more than others. Thinking of his not-so-excellent mathematical talent in the modern world, Zheng Fa was very modest. But compared to the people in this world, he felt that he should be much better. Then do you also do math problems to relieve boredom when you are bored? The woman's eyes became more eager. Also, bored? Doing problems to relieve boredom. Zheng Fa found it difficult to understand the logic of this sentence and repeated it in his mouth. Then, he saw the woman nodding repeatedly, with an eager look, looking at him expectantly, as if looking for a rare kind of person. In the yard, Zheng's mother looked at Zheng Fa, and her expression seemed to ask who this uninvited guest was. Well, it's a pervert. In the lobby of the Zheng family, Zheng Fa looked at the calm and indifferent girl in front of him, and her unique hobby still echoed in his heart for a long time. The last time Zheng Fa heard someone talk about solving math problems to relieve boredom was before a holiday in modern times. The math teacher walked into the classroom with a half-person high test paper and said something like, "If you are tired of memorizing words during the holiday, you can do a set of math tests to relieve boredom." He was sure that no classmate understood the logic of this sentence at that time, or, they were all asking logically in their hearts, if I want to relieve boredom, would I be so depressed as to do math problems? But at this time, in another world, Zheng Fa found the soulmate of the math teacher. He couldn't help but ask the doubts from the bottom of his soul, where is the joy of doing math problems? The blue-clothed woman raised her eyes, as if she had never thought about this question. After a while, she said, maybe, because it is a little difficult. As long as there is something difficult, you will be happy. There are not many difficult things in this world, right? Looking at the other party's sincere face, Zheng Fa had nothing to say, and could only give the other party a smile that was twisted with envy. The woman in green raised her right hand. There was a white jade bracelet on her right hand. A bright light flowed on the surface of the jade bracelet, and then a scroll the length of a forearm appeared in the woman's hand. Storage magic weapon? Zheng Fa thought of the blue phoenix that covered the sky and the sun before, and guessed in his heart that this person should be the companion of the eldest lady. As for why it was not the eldest lady, if it was not for the slander of the seventh young master, then the eldest lady's hobby should not be mathematics, but stick skills. Is this book also used to test your talent for talismans? The woman pointed to junior high school mathematics and said, many talisman masters like to test their disciples' mathematical talents first. Although I have never seen this book, my master also threw me a math book back then, and only accepted me as a disciple after I solved all the problems on it. Someone plagiarized my brain screening method? That's right. Although there is no modern mathematics in this world, it does not mean that they don't know the significance of mathematical talent to talismans. The woman placed the scroll in her hand on the table, and the scroll slowly unfolded, with a blank space on it. But later my master said that this was just a formality, and he would accept me even if I couldn't do it. After finishing the questions in the book, I found it quite interesting. Later, I became his disciple and still liked to solve difficult math problems. The woman pointed her finger, and a question appeared on the scroll. For this reason, I asked someone to create this magic tool to collect interesting questions. There are people who collect this thing? They even made a magic tool specifically to collect it? What a rich pervert. In the past few years, I have read all the math books in the sect, and searched for ancient math books everywhere. To this day, I have read all the math books I can find, and I haven't encountered a problem that can stump me for a long time. The woman looked up at Zheng Fa, her eyes sparkling, and her expression was full of excitement that could not be hidden. The questions in your book are not difficult, but I have never seen them before, and the thinking method is also unique, but I am a little unsatisfied. Do you have more difficult questions? Zheng Fa felt that it was not something that could be said by a human mouth to say that he had read all the math books. He had been thinking that there should be people with extraordinary mathematical talent in the Sunwei world, and this person in front of him was one of them. Modern mathematics is based on a set of axioms. When he wrote junior high school mathematics, he had actually deliberately avoided this aspect. But with his current level of mathematics, it is still inevitable to leave some traces. This is what the woman said was unsatisfactory. As if seeing Zheng Fa's hesitant expression, the woman generously said, I will exchange other difficult questions with you. Who wants to exchange this? Thinking of the other party's obvious identity as a monk, and considering the other party's persistence in coming to him on purpose, more importantly, the other party's unusual hobbies made him very scared. Zheng Fa still said, I do remember some math problems, I don't know if you have seen them. He took out a pen and paper and wrote down a relatively simple fill-in-the-blank question from the previous monthly exam on the paper. This question. The woman looked at the question Zheng Fa had written, frowning slightly and said, it's a lot harder than the one in the book just now. She said it was hard, but Zheng Fa could clearly see that she had the excitement in her eyes, like a tiger or wolf finding its prey. It took nearly an incense stick of time for the girl to figure out the answer. Zheng Fa took a look and found that the method was not standard, but the answer was correct. In other words, the other party used the mathematical knowledge that already existed in this world to think about the answer, and it was really correct. The woman finished the question, squinted her eyes, and seemed to enjoy it very much. She asked Zheng Fa, "Is that right?" "Yes." Zheng Fa nodded. "Another difficult question." Zheng Fa. He still wrote another question. "Are there any more?" "The last question." Question. Facing the girl who was asking for too much, Zheng Fa rubbed his forehead and felt his mind was empty. This was the first time he met an addict who could drain others. After meeting her mother, Miss Zhao rushed to the 7th young master's courtyard. Zhao Jingfen. She pushed open the 7th young master's study and shouted loudly. On the desk, a head with disheveled hair looked up blankly. "Where is Zhao Jingfen?" Miss Zhao asked. "Sister. Who are you?" Zhao Jingfen. The eldest lady opened her eyes wide and looked at the familiar face in front of her. "How did you become like this?" "Sister, you are finally here." The 7th young master rushed over and hugged his sister's arm and wanted to cry. "I called you before, why didn't you respond to me?" The eldest lady stretched out a hand and pushed away the 7th young master's dirty face with tears streaming down his face, as if she was afraid that his tears and snot would get on her clothes. She looked up and down at the 7th young master, frowning as if she didn't dare to recognize him. "Are you really my brother?" "Sister, after so many years, you even forgot my face." The 7th young master was a little hurt. "I can recognize your ugly face." The eldest lady shook her head and looked at the desk full of talismans. "I can't recognize you when you are studying hard." Hearing this, the 7th young master felt even more wronged. "Sister, I shouted for you to save me, but you came only now," he complained. "Zheng Fa took the cane given by mother and forced me to look at these talismans. If you came back 2 days later, your brother would either be dead or crazy. I didn't know you were so miserable now." The eldest lady shook her head with some regret. "If I had known, you would have come back earlier to save me." The 7th young master asked expectantly. "If I had known, I would have stayed in King Musact for a few more days." The eldest lady patted the 7th young master on the shoulder and sighed. "I didn't believe that mother said Zheng Fa was a talent, but now I believe it. He has made great contributions to our Zhao family and deserves a reward." The 7th young master. "Okay, don't worry about Zheng Fa or not. I've invited senior sister Zhang back for you. She is a master of talismans. You should ask her for advice for the next 2 months, okay?" The eldest lady talked about business. Master of talismans. The 7th young master was a little confused, and turned to look at the talismans on the desk that had not been analyzed yet. "What about my talismans?" "Don't worry about these." The eldest lady waved her hand. "I will take you to listen to the teachings of senior sister Zhang. It will definitely be better than what you are doing now. With her guidance, you will definitely improve faster." The 7th young master understood a little, that is to say, "I don't need Zheng Fa to teach me, let that senior sister Zhang teach me." "Yes." The eldest lady asked with a smile, "It can also help you get out of this sea of suffering. Are you happy?" "I won't go." Unexpectedly, the 7th young master, who was still complaining just now, refused flatly at this time. "You're not going." The eldest lady narrowed her eyes, looked at her younger brother, and said word for word, "I worked hard and tried my best to invite senior sister Zhang back to you with the help of my ancestors' friendship, but you said you won't go? I'll give you a chance to answer again." "No." The 7th young master shrank his neck, but still refused. "Zhao, shock, fan." The eldest lady clenched her fists. "Don't force me to beat you as soon as I come back." Listening to this familiar sentence, the 7th young master seemed to think of some painful memories, and his answer was much softer. "Zheng Fa moved a pile of books back home every day and stayed up late to draw these symbols for me." The eldest lady's face was slightly stunned, and the anger on her face slowly froze, as if she didn't expect him to give such a reason. Listening to the 7th young master continue to say, "He has worked so hard. If I don't let him teach me now, won't he feel that all his hard work has been wasted? Will he think that I look down on him? How can I be so unloyal?" "That's what you're doing." The 7th young master nodded, his tone a little depressed. "If I hadn't seen him working so hard, I would have run away. How can a small cane stop me?" The eldest lady looked at her younger brother. The anger on her face gradually faded away, and instead she showed a smile. "We haven't seen you for 10 years, and I was worried that you would grow crooked. Now it seems that you are more sensible than I thought. I'm not stupid, how can I not know who is good to me?" The 7th young master heard his sister praising him and snorted with his nose, feeling quite proud. "Anyway, let Zheng Fa teach me. I think I have made great progress." "Don't, what is that?" "Senior sister Zhang." Seeing him like this, the eldest lady's tone became softer. "It's all his hard work. Don't act like a child. It will be better for you to follow senior sister Zhang's example." "No." "Zhao Jingfen, do you really think that you have grown up and can stop listening to me?" The eldest lady was obviously really angry when she saw that he refused to obey me. She looked around and picked up Zheng Fa Zhenren here is pretending to teach his younger brother a lesson. "Even if you beat me until I stay in bed for another 3 months, I won't go," the 7th young master said, squeezing his neck. Seeing the younger brother who was confronting her, the eldest lady raised the cane, and the 7th young master really closed his eyes and did not dodge. She waved her hand and the cane hit the 7th young master's arm. "It hurts." The 7th young master cried out in pain. His tone was miserable. "Okay, why are you pretending? I've been like this since I was a child. I screamed when the stick didn't hit me. There's no mark on my butt and my voice is hoarse. The eldest lady rolled her eyes. Sister, I know you're not willing to exert force. The seventh young master chuckled. You. The eldest lady threw the cane away, shook her head and said, whether you want to learn this from senior sister Zheng or not is up to you. This is related to whether you can enter the immortal sect through the immortal grade association. Seeing that the seventh young master was still talking, the eldest lady continued, this time the immortal grade fare will be more strict than before, and the double spiritual roots may not be rated as top grade. The seventh young master's expression changed slightly. If you can't enter the King Mu sect through the immortal association, then I can only use my personal attendant quota to take you there. The eldest lady looked at the seventh young master. At that time, my mother promised to give Zheng Fa the personal attendant quota. I can only give it to you but not to him, do you understand? The seventh young master was silent, and the eldest lady knew that he had listened this time. You go and learn from senior sister Zheng and successfully enter the immortal sect. He can also be taken to the King Mu sect by me. It's good for you and good for him. After a long time, she saw her brother nodding. Just when she was about to give him a happy smile, she heard the seventh young master say, but I have to tell Zheng Fa first to prevent him from misunderstanding. Walking on the way to the Zheng family courtyard, the eldest lady frowned slightly and asked the seventh young master, as soon as I came back, when I heard the name Zheng Fa, my ears became calloused, as if there was no one else in the house. Mom also told me that you value him so much. Who is he? Zheng Fa. The seventh young master scratched his head, as if he didn't know how to describe it. He held it in for a long time before speaking. He is very smart. He started learning runes from me. Half a month is worth what I learned in several years. The eldest lady nodded and said, what else? Also, he has a good talent in martial arts. My mother gave him the spiritual crane body and said that no one in the world would be able to master it, and he also mastered it. The eldest lady still had no expression on her face and just said, that's all. Does it make you care so much? He is usually not very respectful to me and doesn't act like a book boy, but he is actually very good to me. The seventh young master pursed his lips and said, my mother has plotted against him and scared him, but in fact it was all for me. He's so smart, he shouldn't be able to see it. But he has never angered me. He still stayed up late to draw talisman diagrams for me and was willing to teach me the secret techniques. The seventh young master turned around and looked at his sister with his big teeth and a smile. Sister, don't worry, your brother is growing up. He's so old, he's really not stupid. The eldest lady sighed, your temperament since childhood has been to love others and desire them to live in evil and to desire them to die. Do you suffer a lot because of this? How can I not worry? The seventh young master curled his lips and wanted to refute. What kind of person is this Zheng Fa? It's up to you. I'll see for myself. The eldest lady didn't say whether she believed what her brother said or not. She just said, it's just good or bad for you, but you have to know, he is just one of the servants of the Zhao family. Sister, Zhao Mansion looks big, but what does it mean compared to King Mu sect? Compared to 100 Immortals Alliance? Compared to the entire world of immortal cultivation? The eldest lady turned to look at her younger brother. His talent may be outstanding in Zhao Mansion, but compared to what about those geniuses in the world of immortality? Apart from anything else, his talents are insignificant in front of senior sister Zheng. The seventh young master looked at her blankly. The world of immortality is vast. Maybe if you go there, you will find that Zheng Fa is nothing more than that. Just like your sister and I, we used to imagine that we had extraordinary talents. As she spoke, she closed her mouth, as if she didn't want to speak anymore. A trace of distress flashed across the face of the seventh young master, and he pursed his lips, as if he was unwilling to refute his sister at this moment. But the eldest lady changed the subject. Remember, it's okay to get close to Zheng Fa, but don't give up such a good opportunity like senior sister Zheng for the sake of loyalty like today. Do you understand? The seventh young master was still a little unconvinced. Zheng Fa is still valued by the true Yuanying? I follow Zheng Fa and I am also the true successor of the Yuanying. Seeing that he was still retorting, the eldest lady sneered, senior sister Zheng, her master is the real Yuanying. She is the most famous talisman genius in the 100 Immortals League. Can she not be compared to Zheng Fa? Zheng Fa and senior sister Zheng, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. Do you understand? No matter how talented the seventh young master felt that Zheng Fa was talented, at this time he did not dare to say that Zheng Fa was better than senior sister Zheng. Also, although senior sister Zheng is not bad-tempered, she doesn't like to talk nonsense with others. She is willing to come to the Zhao family because our ancestors have an old relationship with her elders. She is. The eldest lady hesitated and described, I'm only obsessed with talismans and arithmetic. I'm not interested in anything else. I usually seem aloof. It's not directed at you, sister. Senior sister Zheng, does she like to wear a blue Taoist robe? How do you know? She has big eyes and a straight nose. The eldest lady was even more confused. Have you seen it? When she smiles, does she have a small dimple on the left side of her face? The seventh young master did not answer, but continued to ask. I really didn't notice this. The eldest lady frowned. She doesn't like to smile much. I haven't seen her smile a few times, and I didn't notice whether she has dimples. I saw her smiling quite happily. The seventh young master pointed to the left, and the eldest lady couldn't help but look in the direction he pointed. This is a small courtyard with the door open, facing the lobby. In the lobby, senior sister Zheng, who doesn't like to smile, is holding a pen, with the corners of her mouth raised and a smile like a flower, saying something to the man opposite. Well, there are small dimples, and the smile is quite sweet. Zheng Fa had a headache. He had every reason to suspect that the girl in green in front of him was the reincarnation of the calculator. It's so easy to calculate. In addition to basic arithmetic knowledge, she has also mastered Tianyuan technique, a form of arithmetic similar to solving polynomials. What surprised Zheng Fa even more was that the girl also showed a technique called Zushu, which was very similar to the limit-seeking technique he knew. She can accurately and quickly give answers to any questions that require calculations in the college entrance examination, no matter how complex they are. The other party's only weakness is probably proof reasoning. She couldn't even understand why it was necessary to prove it. From her, Zheng Fa could see a little bit of the arithmetic ethos of the Sunwei world, emphasizing practicality over logic. Is there anything else? The girl put down the question she had just written the answer to and raised her eyes, her face full of joy and satisfaction. Zheng Fa discovered that the more difficult and perverted the question was, and the less he wanted others to solve it, the more excited the woman became. No more. Zheng Fa categorically denied it, otherwise he would think that this perverted game of asking questions could be played by this insatiable girl for a year. Not a single question. Not a single question. The girl stared at his forehead, her eyes full of suspicion. Zheng Fa was very suspicious that the other party wanted to pry open his brain to see if it was really out of stock. Senior sister Zheng? Why are you here? A woman's voice interrupted the silence between the two of them. Zheng Fa turned his head. The seventh young master stood behind a girl in red. It was the girl in red who spoke. Zheng Fa, this is my sister. The seventh young master introduced. Miss. Zheng Fa stood up and saluted, and couldn't help but glance at the woman in green. It turned out that her surname was Zheng. This person didn't announce his name at all when he came, and he didn't even consider whether he would let her into the house. It seems that except for those questions, nothing else is important. I asked your servant for directions. Senior sister Zheng thought for a while and replied. She also glanced at Zheng Fa and explained, Zheng Fa seems to be quite famous in your family. I found him after asking someone. I'm not asking how you got here, I'm asking how you, a golden elixir, can do it yourself. The eldest lady waved her hand and walked to senior sister Zheng with a puzzled expression. When Zheng Fa heard this, he was also surprised. This girl is actually a golden elixir? Although he didn't know much about the world of immortality, judging from the eldest lady's surprise, confusion, and even faint respect, Jin Dan should be very powerful. At least he was a big shot in front of the Zhao family. So much so that the eldest lady would be so surprised to see senior sister Zheng in his yard. Senior sister Zheng seemed to understand this time and nodded, but then asked, if I come in person, will the golden elixir break? Zheng Fa swore that he saw a choked expression on the eldest lady's face. He is my brother's book boy. If you want to see him, just ask him to be summoned. You look like the Zhao family is neglecting you. The seventh young master on the side curled his lips. Zheng Fa understood what the eldest lady meant. There was such a big gap in status between Master Jin Dan and Shu Tong. One word can make him obedient and at his mercy. He wasn't offended, which is probably the view of most people in the world. Didn't I come to your house too? A trace of doubt appeared on the eldest lady's face. Where I go, who I want to see, it's just random. What does it have to do with this person's identity? Senior sister Zheng glanced at the three of them. It makes no difference to me. Among the four people in a small courtyard, three were silent at the same time. The eldest lady blushed. The seventh young master gritted his teeth. Zheng Fa held back his laughter. What does equality mean for all living beings? When the eldest lady said that senior sister Zheng was a golden elixir monk, Zheng Fa thought that this person was quite approachable. Now let's see. In my eyes, the Zhao family is no different from the book boy in the Zhao family. I have the arrogance of never looking at who the other person is when I make friends. There is no one who is more approachable than the woman in front of me. The eldest lady's face turned green and white, and she was speechless. Junior sister Zhao, senior sister Zheng suddenly said to her, as cultivators of immortality, we shouldn't have too many useless things in our hearts. There are too many things that you can't let go of. The eldest lady was stunned when she heard senior sister Zheng continue, with your talent and diligence, it shouldn't take 10 years to build the foundation. If you don't wake up, you will eventually be dragged down. The eldest lady's face was stunned, as if she finally understood why senior sister Zheng was so rude in her words. She showed a mixture of bitter smile and gratitude. Senior sister Zheng, you are a true monk. You can become a golden elixir in 100 years. Senior sister Zheng seemed to just say this just to make a point. When she heard what she said, she just nodded and stopped trying to persuade him. Instead, she looked at young master seventh who was standing aside. In front of the golden elixir monk, the seventh young master could not help but show some nervousness. This is my brother Zhao Jingfen. The eldest lady hurriedly introduced. I originally planned to take him to see senior sister later. I would like to thank senior sister Zheng for your kindness in going to Jingzhou to teach. After saying that, she patted the seventh young master on the back and said, thank you a lot, senior sister Zheng. She is willing to teach you the talismans. You are lucky. So it turns out that senior sister Zheng is here to teach the seventh young master the talismans? No, I don't like these. Senior Sister Zheng pointed at Zheng Fa's head and said, and if you want to thank me, I'm very satisfied to see his thank you gift. Zheng Fa touched the back of his head and felt that Senior Sister Zheng was pointing at the question in his mind. If you think about it more horrifyingly, it's pointing to his brain. Could it be that she is retribution for my love of collecting brains? The eldest lady and the seventh young master looked at Zheng Fa blankly, and the emotions in their eyes made Zheng Fa feel very familiar. Just like that, the look in Wang Chen's eyes when he and Tang Lingmiu went downstairs. Why? If you want me to teach you the Tao of Talisman, then I have to see your current level first. Although Master 7 was welcome, Senior Sister Zheng did not refuse to teach Master 7. On the contrary, she seemed to have a resolute character, and she started to teach the 7th young master in Zheng Court House, and even directly tested the 7th young master. Zheng Fa was also very interested. He didn't mind that the eldest lady invited another teacher, because he was not sure that everything written in Old Man Bai's notebook was correct. The role of modern mathematics, or topology, in Fu Dao has always been his speculation. But he also knew very well that mathematics could be deduced purely theoretically, but talismans did exist in this world after all and had not been practiced. It was difficult for Zheng Fa to say that what he taught the 7th young master would be useful. He has always had a lot of confusion about the talismans of this world. Just like science, the solution of problems still needs to be related to reality. Whether Old Man Bai's method is correct or not, as well as the many confusions about the runes, all require seeing the real runes. When the 7th young master heard that Senior Sister Zheng was going to test himself, he couldn't help but look a little nervous. At this time, the eldest lady on the side spoke. This younger brother of mine used to be playful, uneducated, and incompetent. If his level in the Tao of Talisman is not satisfactory to me, Senior Sister Zheng, please don't dislike me. Zheng Fa sighed secretly. He believed that the eldest lady's belittling in advance was a good intention, even to protect the 7th young master. But Zheng Fa looked at the 7th young master, and sure enough, a hint of darkness flashed across his face, and he bit his lower lip gently, making his whole person look even more tense. Senior Sister Zheng nodded lightly. To understand the Tao of Talisman, you must understand Yuan Fu. The first question is, what exactly is Yuan Fu? Do you know? She asked the 7th young master. The 7th young master shook his head blankly, his face looking very ashamed. Senior Sister Zheng's expression was neither happy nor sad, and she didn't seem disappointed. She stretched out her right index finger and lightly traced it in the void. A golden talisman appeared out of thin air, and suddenly spread into 3 streams of light, which penetrated into the foreheads of the other 3 people. Yuanfu is a kind of talisman. Senior Sister Zheng's cold voice came, and in my eyes, the talisman is the world. The golden light formed by the talisman was a bit dazzling, and when it came close to Zheng Fa's forehead, he closed his eyes unconsciously. When he opens his eyes again, the world in front of me is broken. The appearance of the world in front of Zheng Fa at this moment reminded him of a small pond outside Zhejia's Wangzi. Every spring and summer, there are always countless small fish in the pond. Those fish are really small. If you use your hands to catch them, their slender bodies can slip through the tiny gap between your fingers. When he was a child, Zheng Fa was also a little naughty. He occasionally liked to throw a stone into the pond and then watch the small fish scatter in panic. Now he feels that he has been punished. Because there are so many fish in front of him, he looked around the small courtyard and felt like he had fallen into that small pond. There seemed to be countless small fish swimming in front of him, and their movement trajectories formed one strange pattern after another, which was very similar to the talisman. Or, they should be the source of the talisman. The world in front of him seemed to be covered with layers of spider webs because of these patterns, which cut the world in front of him into pieces. These small fish swam in every corner, in the sky, on the wall, on the ground, and on the grass in the corner. On the bodies and heads of the eldest lady and the 7th young master in front of him, and even in the airflow in and out of their noses when they breathe, there are fish. With this spiritual eye talisman, you can see the world that the talisman master sees when drawing the talisman. The voice of Senior Sister Zheng came. Talismans, some people also call them runes. What exactly are they? Each talisman master has a different understanding. Some people say it is the manifestation of the way of heaven, a kind of text. Senior Sister Zheng continued, but I think that the talisman is the trajectory of the flow of spiritual energy, and the world is transformed by spiritual energy, so the talisman is the world. Zheng Fa was stunned. These small fish are actually the so-called spiritual energy? No matter what the talisman is, there is one thing that is recognized. When we use spiritual power or spiritual ink to outline these trajectories, we will produce the induction of heaven and earth. After speaking, Senior Sister Zheng drew another very complicated talisman with her hands. Zheng Fa saw that some of the small fish began to accelerate and gathered on Senior Sister Zheng's fingers. As her fingers moved, they gradually gathered into a golden talisman on her fingertips. After a moment, the talisman rose into the sky and disappeared. A light green cloud appeared over the courtyard. The land in the courtyard was soaked by a drizzle. The grass and trees in the corner of the wall began to grow wildly as if they had taken a tonic. This is the cloud and rain talisman. Senior Sister Zheng said to the 7th young master, did you see it clearly? What was the trajectory of the spiritual energy that was attracted? They are all talismans corresponding to the cloud and rain talisman Yuan talisman. The seventh young master suddenly realized, is this what the corresponding talisman means? Senior sister Zheng nodded. Yes, you draw a talisman, and you can attract the spiritual energy of those corresponding talismans. So, she drew another pattern with her hand, which was a little more complicated than the previous one. This is also the small cloud and rain talisman. This one is also. This time, even Zheng Fa couldn't see the movement of her fingers clearly. Every time she finished drawing, the small fish in the void would always gather once. There would always be a green cloud in the sky, a drizzle, and the grass and trees in the corner of the wall would always get excited, almost overturning the wall of Zheng Fa's house. They all have the same function, but only this one. Senior sister Zheng simply drew two overlapping circles. It's the Yuan Fu of the little cloud and rain Fu, and our Fu master only draws this one. Since the effects are the same, it doesn't matter which one you draw. The seventh young master was puzzled. The Yuan Fu is the origin of the Fu diagram. The Great Way is simple. How can it be the same as other Fu diagrams? Senior sister Zheng looked at the seventh young master who was still frowning. Don't understand. The seventh young master shook his head. The eldest lady on the side whispered, my brother is a little stupid. Senior sister Zheng, please bear with me. Because the Yuan Fu has the least strokes, it is cheap. Senior sister Zheng was silent for a while and said, to draw a Fu, you need Fu paper and spiritual ink. Even if you can draw Fu in the void like me, do you need spiritual power? Drawing those complicated patterns consumes paper and ink, and you are prone to go astray if you don't have enough spiritual power, so everyone only draws the Yuan Fu. Do you understand now? The seventh young master nodded vigorously. Zheng Fa also nodded secretly. Who doesn't understand if you say it in a human language? 10,000 years ago, you could draw any kind of talisman you wanted, but now the spiritual energy has begun to decline, and spiritual materials are hard to come by. Senior sister Zheng's expression suddenly became a little dangerous. If you dare not draw the Yuan Fu and waste spiritual materials casually, you will be attacked by the Talisman Masters of the 100 Immortals Alliance. Zheng Fa, the spiritual energy is declining? So you dare not use more ink when drawing talismans? What a miserable consumption downgrade. He suddenly felt that it was not easy for disciples of the immortal sect to live. Then I can draw the Yuan Fu. It's so simple. Why do I have to know so many corresponding talisman diagrams? The seventh young master asked, and when he mentioned the word talisman diagram, he felt a little bit gnashing his teeth. Zheng Fa looked at the seventh young master who was tormented by the map C tactics, and understood his indignation. As long as you use the Yuan Fu, you don't need to remember other talismans at all. Because, if you want these spiritual energies to gather in your Yuan Fu, you must recognize it. You recognize it, and it will recognize you? Zheng Fa was stunned. What you said, spiritual energy is like something with consciousness. But senior sister Zheng didn't seem to care much about this, or this world didn't think about this problem. She just said, how many corresponding symbols you can recognize when drawing the talisman, how much spiritual energy you can attract, which determines the power of the talisman you draw. Of course, this also depends on your cultivation. You can only see the symbols within the range of your spiritual consciousness. Do you know why I said that the foundation of Fu Dao is Yuan Fu? The seventh young master nodded. With a tap of senior sister Zheng's finger, the world in front of Zheng Fa returned to normal. So, the talisman talent assessment of the Immortal Pin Club is very simple. Senior sister Zheng moved her hand gently, and the scroll that was originally lying on the table flew to the eyes of the seventh young master. The test is your ability to find similar symbols of a certain basic symbol among a large number of symbols. The seventh young master's eyes widened. Tuhei. What's he? Bitterness, it's nothing. Senior sister Zheng didn't care. She drew a basic talisman in the void and said, this is the basic talisman of the Qingfeng talisman. Now, you have to find its similar talisman among the talismans that appear on the scroll. What do you think? Just click on the correct symbol on the scroll. Zheng Fa nodded secretly. Mock exams are indeed a powerful tool to test students' strength. The seventh young master took a deep breath and looked at the scroll floating in front of him with a straight face. Zheng Fa saw the eldest lady clenching her fists slightly. Start. The runes on the scroll appeared and disappeared one by one quickly. In the blink of an eye, several runes passed by. The seventh young master was at a loss for a while, and after taking a few deep breaths, he stretched out his fingers and quickly tapped on the scroll. Stop. The runes on the scroll slowly disappeared and turned blank again. Senior sister Zheng looked at the seventh young master and frowned. Her expression seemed a little confused. The seventh young master was breathing a little heavily and looked at her with uneasiness in his eyes. Try the diamond talisman. One more. Try this again. Every time a Yuan talisman was tested, senior sister Zheng's brows furrowed. Her expression caused more and more cold sweat to form on young Master Seven's forehead, and his expression became more and more depressed. It also made the eldest lady's fists clenched tighter, and Zheng Fa could see the veins on her hands. Finally, the runes no longer appeared on the scroll, and senior sister Zheng remained silent, just frowning and thinking about something. Senior sister Zheng, the eldest lady asked anxiously, if my brother is unable to be trained and cannot be saved, I will just send you back. I really shouldn't have come. Senior sister Zheng nodded slowly. The seventh young master lowered his head, not daring to look at his sister, let alone Zheng Fa. The accuracy of his several elemental symbols is more than 30%. If the accuracy of the 36 basic elemental symbols exceeds 30%, it will be enough to be rated as a top-grade talent in the Tao of Talisman. I don't need to teach you. Or have the standards of the Immortal Products Association become higher in the past 2 years? Senior Sister Zheng looked at the eldest lady in confusion. I haven't heard of it. The seventh young master suddenly raised his head. Top grade? I already know that I am a talisman genius. A 30% accuracy rate is considered to be a top-grade Dao talent? Is top grade so worthless? Zheng Fa thought of the notebook that claimed to be 89% accurate. Be kind to Bai Yuanying from now on. Senior Sister Zheng, why don't you take the exam again? The eldest lady looked at her silly brother who was grinning and grinning. Do you think he looks like a genius of talisman? If Zheng Fa hadn't seen her narrowed smile, he would have believed the disgust in her tone. The seventh young master heard that his sister said that he was stupid, and his face was a little unconvinced. Sister, your brother, I am a genius. He turned to look at Zheng Fa again and said proudly, Zheng Fa, you go to the King Mu sect with your sister for a few years and wait for me to rise in the King Mu sect. Don't stay with my sister as a follower. There is no future in entering the inner sect after 10 years, so just follow me. The smile on the eldest lady's face slowly disappeared. There was danger in her eyes as she looked at her younger brother. She gritted her teeth and wanted to say something. It was Senior Sister Zheng who spoke first. However, your brother's mastery of the UN Talisman is very different. For example, he has a 40% accuracy rate for the Cloud and Rain Talisman and the Qingfeng Talisman, but he can't recognize 10% of the Diamond Talisman. The seventh young master was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help turning his head to look at Zheng Fa, as if he remembered something. But this situation is normal. Most talisman masters are more talented in some UN talisman. Senior Sister Zheng continued. No. The seventh young master suddenly spoke. It's Tuhei tactics. Senior Sister Zheng and the eldest lady both looked at him, but Master Seventh's eyes were fixed on Zheng Fa. Tuhei. Senior Sister Zheng understood the 2 words this time, but her expression was still confused. It's the secret technique that Zheng Fa used to torture. No, train me. The seventh young master didn't seem to know how to explain it, so he simply ran all the way back to his study, and came back panting with a bunch of runes in his arms. The Cloud and Rain Talisman and the Breeze Talisman are both the ones I practiced a few days ago. The eldest lady raised her eyes and looked at Zheng Fa, her eyes full of surprise. Senior Sister Zheng looked down at the pile of talismans, and then looked up after a long time. She took a deep look at Zheng Fa and then asked, how long have you been practicing like this? Less than 10 days. Senior Sister Zheng's eyes flashed and she nodded slowly. He teaches better than me. Senior Sister Zheng. The eldest lady couldn't help but be a little surprised. You are a talisman genius recognized by the 100 Immortals Alliance. I have also taught junior brothers from the Jushin sect, but the results were not very good in many cases. Senior Sister Zheng frowned rarely, as if she was troubled by something she couldn't understand. They always said that the simple things I said were very. It's difficult, and there's really no need to talk about their problems. What old man buys quotation? Judging from your brother's performance on the Diamond Talisman, his previous foundation was not as good as those of my junior brothers. Zheng Fa looked at the seventh young master and laughed. The seventh young master seemed to understand that Senior Sister Zheng was scolding him for being stupid, and the pride on his face gradually solidified. Zheng Fa can teach him so well, probably. Senior Sister Zheng looked at Zheng Fa carefully and then at the seventh young master. They can understand each other on certain issues and have the same mind. Zheng Fa put away his smile. You are really good at swearing. Moreover, Senior Sister Zheng suddenly looked at Zheng Fa seriously. Just looking at these talisman diagrams, Zheng Faqian's talent for talismans may not be inferior to mine. These words made the eldest lady look at Zheng Fa with wide eyes. The seventh young master couldn't help but look at his sister. The expression on his face was just one sentence. What did I say? Think about what my sister said on the way to Zheng's courtyard. His talent may be outstanding in the Zhao family, but how does it compare to those geniuses in the world of immortality? Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Zheng, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. Do you understand? Now, my sister knows that I know how to judge people. Does she look down on Zheng Fa? I've known for a long time that you are a talent, Zheng Fa, the eldest lady said. Confusion slowly appeared on the seventh young master's face. The eldest lady looked at Zheng Fa with eyes full of sincere appreciation. This stupid brother of mine said that being trained by you was a sea of hardships, and he was crying and asking me to save him. The eldest lady looked at the stunned seventh young master. He is ignorant and has no understanding of your hard work. The seventh young master slowly opened his mouth. Don't worry, you can discipline him in the future. The eldest lady narrowed her eyes and looked at the seventh young master who wanted to speak. If he disobeys, leave it to me and I will beat him to death. After saying these words, the eldest lady narrowed her eyes and looked at her brother. Do you have anything to say? The seventh young master opened his mouth and was speechless. After a long time, he sighed. King Mu sect, is this how to train people? Zheng Fa watched the enthusiastic eldest lady pulling the seventh young master away, then turned to look at Senior Sister Zheng who was still staying in her yard. Zhang Zhenren, there are really no questions at all, he said helplessly. Real. Absolutely true. Do you want to go to the fairy fair? Senior Sister Zheng looked at him quietly and said suddenly. Zheng Fa looked at senior sister Zhang with clear eyes, and suddenly felt that this Jindan master might not be as ignorant of the world as she seemed. You are really talented. These runes imply patterns and cannot be coincidences. She pointed to the runes brought by the 7th young master. You have a very high understanding of Yuan runes. Zheng Fa said nothing. He wanted to know what the person in front of him had to say. You are lucky that your understanding of Yuan Fu is as good as mine, but you are also very unlucky. A trace of doubt appeared on Zheng Fa's face. Do you know why a Fu Dao master tests you but doesn't accept you? I don't know, I haven't made it up yet. Because the spiritual energy is declining. Senior sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa. At least in the 100 Immortals Alliance, the nascent soul master has reached a consensus. Unless approved by half of the 100 Immortals League, every nascent soul master will be you can only accept one disciple directly, and other sects should be similar. Zheng Fa was surprised and asked, it has already reached this point. In fact, it is also because spiritual materials are rare. If you are not a true genius, it will be difficult to grow up even if you enter the sect. Disciples are more valuable than others. Do you know why this immortal product meeting has to be held in advance? Senior sister Zhang talked about some unrelated things. Zheng Fa shook his head. Because there are rumors that in addition to restricting the acceptance of disciples by Daoist Yuanying, the Immortal Order will also have further restrictions, and the number of places may be even smaller. After saying that, Senior sister Zhang smiled and asked, do you know who has the Immortal Order? Who are the people in the quota? A noble family like the Zhao family. Yes, most of them are the descendants of Master Yuanying and Master Jindan. When they heard the news, they were afraid of long nights and dreams, so they decided to hold an immortal fair first. When Zheng Fa listened, he felt that the situation facing the immortal sect might be more difficult than he imagined. There are already restrictions on directly recruiting disciples, and now the Immortal Order will also reduce the number of places. A jade token suddenly appeared in senior sister Zhang's hand. The token was embellished with 9 peaks in gold, and it looked quite precious. This is the Immortal Order. You can participate in the Immortal Association with it. She placed the token on the table. Zhang Zhenren, you. I am also a golden elixir. Of course I have a quota, but I don't have any family, and I am too lazy to use it to make friends. Senior sister Zhang seemed to not value the token very much, and placed it on the table casually. Actually, if my master comes here, with the talent you have shown now, you can probably get an immortal token. Senior sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa, but I don't care about your talent. So, it's not valuable to me, but it's not free. Senior sister Zhang pointed to the instruction sign, then turned to look at Zheng Fa. Do you understand? Zheng Fa tilted his head back. Don't worry, soul searching is expressly prohibited in the 100 Immortals Alliance. Zheng Fa doesn't speak. Except for a few people, he has very little trust in people in this world. Senior sister Zhang didn't believe him. What's more, I don't like to read the answers in advance when I am doing questions. This reason is very credible. Master, tell me the number. 100 questions. Make a deal. I haven't finished yet. 100 questions a month. So you're in it for lasting happiness? Zheng Fa gritted his teeth. Okay, take the 300 questions first. Senior sister Zhang glanced at the confused Zheng Fa and said, how do I know if you can pass the immortal ranking competition? Good. Senior sister Zhang nodded with satisfaction, put away the token and walked out of the small courtyard. Suddenly she stopped at the door of the courtyard and said, in front of me, put away your suspicious thoughts. At least in my opinion, the enemies of our monks are never human beings. These words sound a bit familiar. Modern, classroom. Zheng Fa, you are about to lose me. Zheng Fa, who was studying at his desk, looked up and was stunned for a while, until his mind was freed from the indescribable mathematical symbols, and then he saw clearly that the person talking to him was Wang Chen. The other person's face looked very sad. I tolerated you memorizing textbooks before. I tolerated you being in the top 10 in the 2nd grade of the class. Even you and Tang Lingmuo were flirting with each other. I still tolerated it. Wang Chen's tone became distressed, but look at what you are doing now. Zheng Fa glanced at the full score secret paper in his hand. What's wrong? You are actually memorizing the test paper? Whatever the difficult questions are, you memorize them. Wang Chen sighed. We have known each other for so many years, I thought I knew you very well. But now you are so perverted that I feel strange. Zheng Fa fell into silence, and then said, don't say you, even I feel a little perverted. You don't understand the taste of stuffing these disgusting things into your brain because of life. I feel like vomiting now, I'm leaving first. After speaking, Zheng Fa looked at the sky, shook his head and walked downstairs. Today was the day for him and Tang Lingmu to receive tutoring from the old man by. Watching Zheng Fa leaving, Wang Chen turned around blankly and asked his desk mate, did Zheng Fa scold himself just now? Is he stupid? It seems so. The desk mate nodded, watching Wang Chen take out the textbook from the desk, close his eyes and start to recite, and couldn't help but curiously asked, what are you doing? Reciting. Wang Chen opened his eyes and said impatiently, don't disturb my study. Are you learning from Zheng Fa? Is it not okay? Then why are you scolding him? Wang Chen turned his head to look at his desk mate, with a surprised tone. Don't you want to scold him? Yes. Don't you want to become him? Yes. Then do you have any questions? Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmuo walked side by side on the way to the family building. Tang Lingmuo, have you been preparing for the math competition? Yeah. Tang Lingmuo glanced at him, seemingly not understanding why he asked such an obvious question. Have you ever encountered some questions that are extremely difficult to calculate, extremely disgusting, and extremely torturous? Your questions are extremely incomprehensible to me. If you have encountered such questions, please send them to me. Zheng Fa asked Tang Lingmuo. What do you want them for? I want to memorize them. There is no other way. It is not easy to choose questions for senior sister Zhang. It is not good if they are too simple. It will not bring enough pleasure to senior sister Zhang, and it is easy to lose this thigh. It is not good if they are too difficult. Zheng Fa thinks that senior sister Zhang enjoys the pleasure of conquering difficult problems, not the pleasure of being pressed to the ground by difficult problems. People cannot, at least should not, be so perverted. Proof questions are even worse. Not to mention whether she can do it, but if there are too many such questions, senior sister Zhang will always find the difference between the mathematics he has learned and the Sunwei realm. He never underestimates the IQ of a genius, and a genius in the Jindan stage. According to this requirement, the questions that can be found are those that are extremely complex in calculation, even complex enough to disgust people. Zheng Fa thinks that he needs to accumulate more in his daily life to satisfy senior sister Zhang. Tang Lingyu fell into a long silence, and did not say whether she agreed or not. Why are you silent? Tang Lingmuo pursed her lips and spoke after a long time. If you are under too much pressure, I know a good hospital for this. Grandpa Bai went to the hospital. When they arrived at Old Man Bai's house, they found that Old Man Bai was not at home today. The one who opened the door was a middle-aged woman they had never seen before. It's nothing serious. The old man is old and has to have a physical examination every year. Who are you? You are Tang Lingmuo and Zheng Fa, right? Come in first. The middle-aged woman greeted the two and introduced herself. I am his daughter. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmuo looked at each other. They both knew that Old Man Bai's daughter worked at Qingshui Middle School, and it seemed that she was in the logistics department, but they had never seen her. The three of them sat down on the sofa in the living room. Old Man Bai's daughter looked at the two of them, as if she wanted to say something. After a while, she organized her words. I have heard your names from my father. He said that you are both very hardworking and smart. Zheng Fa and his wife looked at each other and did not speak. They just listened carefully to each other's next words. Generally, such an opening would not be to praise them. I also want to thank you too. I have a job and children at home. I am very busy at home and outside. The Old Man Bai's daughter continued. With you two accompanying my father, I feel relieved that he is around more lively. Zheng Fa looked at Tang Lingmuo, who seemed to be uncomfortable talking to adults, and spoke himself. Professor Bai is willing to teach us, and we should thank him. The Old Man Bai's daughter smiled and spoke. He is just like this. He likes to get along with young people and refuses to admit that he is old. He has a lot of problems after retirement, but he still can't let go of his mathematics and wants to stay in Beijing to write some books. Zheng Fa understood a little bit of the other party's intention to invite them in. I invited my father back because I wanted to be able to take care of him nearby. She smiled helplessly, but the old man doesn't want to live with us. He is afraid of the noise. He only wants to live in this old house. He is afraid of troublesome you. Zheng Fa nodded. Old Man Bai's daughter nodded, and then said, you are not much older than my children, and I regard you as my seniors. I have made it clear that I invited him back because I want him to rest more, take care of his body, and enjoy himself in his later years. Some family happiness. I don't object to him wanting to accept two students, but, these days I heard that he stayed up late drawing some pictures, so I won't agree to it. Zheng Fa thought of the notebook at home. Do you understand what I mean? Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmu nodded. This was to save them from troublesome Old Man Bai, especially since they couldn't let him stay up late anymore. Zheng Fa felt that this sentence mainly focused on himself. I can only say these words if the old man is not here. Otherwise. The door opened, and Old Man Bai walked in carrying a white plastic bag with the words Second Hospital printed on it. Huh? Are you here so early? He saw Zheng Fa and said, then turned to see his daughter and frowned. What did you tell them? Dad, what are the test results? What did the doctor say? Old Man Bai's daughter did not answer his words. The results won't come out until later. They said they can be viewed on the mobile phone. They asked me to come back first. The doctor prescribed some medicines. Just those things. After taking them for more than 10 years, I can prescribe them myself. Old Man Bai answered his daughter's question, but he didn't let go of the question just now. You can't persuade me, so you come to persuade them. Dad, I said I'm in great health. An annoyed look flashed across Old Man Bai's face. Don't I know you? You forgot to eat and drink while writing a book. As a result, you fainted in the library and scared the boss to death. Old Man Bai's daughter didn't like him either. How about I get rid of you? What are you doing back? It's just hypoglycemia. It's an old problem. It's okay anyway. Old Man Bai's voice lowered a little. You are old? Do you understand what it means to be old? Old Man Bai's daughter's voice was louder. Just take a look at the physical examination report later. Which of the problems in your body can be reduced? No one can die. Old Man Bai muttered, obviously without any confidence. He just kept saying, when I was young, my mother took care of me, and when I am old, you take care of me. The phone in his pocket rang, like a software notification. Old Man Bai picked it up and took a look at it. His face changed slightly, and he quickly put down the phone, looking a little guilty. Is the report out? Dad, please take a look. Old Man Bai's daughter turned away and said coldly, just look at it, am I afraid of it? He clicked on the phone and looked at the screen for a while, then suddenly frowned and clicked on the phone with his fingers. What's wrong? Is there a big problem? Seeing him like this, his daughter no longer criticized him, but asked anxiously, how about we go to the capital to check again? They seem to have confused other people's reports with mine. Old Man Bai raised his head and even said with some pride, this man has no disease at all. He is not me at first glance. You are so proud even though you are sick. His daughter laughed angrily. Am I sick? That's a medal for my hard work. Old Man Bai said harshly. Old Man Bai's daughter ignored him, snatched his mobile phone, and looked at it seriously. The second hospital is so unreliable? Can this be all wrong? She looked at it for a while, then raised her head and asked, this man has the same name as you and the same age? How can it be such a coincidence? Maybe the report was mixed up. How can they all be confused? Old Man Bai's daughter frowned. Blood draws, urine tests, and CT scans. How can you get them all wrong? Old Man Bai was stunned and thought for a moment. From a probability perspective, the possibility is not zero. You are healthier than me. Old Man Bai's daughter was too lazy to pay attention to the old man and read the report carefully with a look of surprise on her face. Old Man Bai immediately started shaking and said loudly to his daughter, what am I talking about? I'm in very good health. Yes, I am not happy that you are in good health. His daughter's tone was much gentler, but she was still curious. Have you taken elixir recently? Can you still be young again? Upon hearing this, Old Man Bai and Tang Lingmuo glanced at Zheng Fa at the same time. Old Man Bai stretched out his hand and scratched the curly hair on his head, and after thinking for a while, he said, I went to see a square dance recently and met a nice old lady. His daughter suddenly raised her head and looked at him. At my age, how many stepmothers can there be? No, what I mean is that my body has probably rejuvenated like my love life. If I feel good, my body will be good. His daughter looked at him speechlessly as he made up lies. It's all the power of love, understand? I'm over 40 years old and I can't understand the love affairs of you old men and women. His daughter was expressionless. Okay, nothing happened to me. Old Man Bai couldn't explain clearly and drove his daughter out. You go about your business, I have to give them extra lessons. Dad, I'm in such good health, why are you worried? The old man waved his hand. His daughter saw him like this and remembered the report just now, so she had no choice but to leave. As soon as the door closed, Old Man Bai turned his head sharply and looked at Zheng Fa with bright eyes. Is our martial arts so magical? Tang Lingmu on the side also read Old Man Bai's report curiously. There are not all problems on this physical examination report. Some indicators are marked with a small arrow, indicating that these indicators are not within the normal range. But for an old man in his 60s or 70s, it is indeed very healthy. This has fewer problems than when I checked when I was 40. Old Man Bai sighed, then looked at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa, don't blame me for hiding it for you. You are always good for me. Zheng Fa shook his head. I'm not sure what will happen if this kind of thing is told. Maybe someone will stare at you, and it may bring you great fame and wealth. When the old man said this, he looked at Zheng Fa with a very expression. Seriously, but no matter whether it is good or bad, you are not enough to catch it now. Do you understand? I understand. Who is he? An orphan, a high school student who is still a few months shy of adulthood. Apart from a body that has been trained in martial arts, he has almost nothing. The effectiveness of Song He Zhuang should not be that great. But the spirit crane body is different. Although Old Man Bai is making slow progress and it will take several months to reach the spiritual crane body, this does not mean that his body has not benefited from it. On the contrary, cultivating the spirit crane body seems to be repairing his old body in preparation for rebirth and becoming a Tao body. I just have to let you lie a little and sacrifice your reputation. Zheng Fa was still a little embarrassed. In order to hide it for him, Old Man Bai even fell in love at dusk. What lie? The second spring. Zheng Fa remembered what Old Man Bai had just said to his daughter. Who said I lied to her? Old Man Bai widened his eyes and looked at Zheng Fa in confusion. Why, you young people are allowed to sleep together and fly together, making love to me in front of me. Are you not allowed to be romantic like an old man? After asking Old Man Bai for advice on all the questions he had accumulated in the past few days, Zheng Fa remembered senior sister Zhang's request. I have a friend. Oh, friend. Old Man Bai nodded, with a clear look on his face. As for her, she really likes those questions with complicated calculation processes, which can even be said to be the kind of questions that perverted question makers specifically use to disgust people. Zheng Fa objectively and fairly described senior sister Zhang's hobbies. Do you know, where can I find many questions like this? Do you also have this hobby? Old Man Bai looked surprised. It's really not me. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment. No, what do you mean? You wait. Old Man Bai ran to the bookshelf behind him and took out a few thick folders. I just like to accumulate these difficult and strange questions. Zheng Fa could see that a tall cabinet behind him was filled with similar folders. This is Senior Sister's happy cabinet? You also like to do these questions. Zheng Fa was greatly shocked. How could he be so virtuous and capable that he could meet two such perverts? Oh, I don't like doing it. It's too torture. Old Man Bai waved his hand. Fortunately, this old man is not that scary. I'm the kind of perverted question maker you mentioned who likes disgusting people. Didn't I set Olympiad questions for a while before? These are all questions I collected or thought up by myself. Are they all in the cabinet? Not really. There are all kinds of questions. We who set questions must accumulate these questions. Speaking of which, the group of people in the question setting group always stop me. The old man looked regretful. People will scold me if I set such questions. Sunwei Realm. Zheng Fa walked towards the courtyard where senior sister Zhang was staying in Zhao's mansion. This courtyard was only a few dozen steps away from the eldest lady's courtyard. When he walked into the gate of senior sister Zhang's courtyard, the eldest lady just walked out of her own courtyard. She frowned and looked at Zheng Fa's back, a trace of thought flashed across her face, and walked towards the lady's small building. Mom, I saw Zheng Fa went to find senior sister Zhang, she said to the lady. The lady nodded and said nothing. Mother, senior sister Zhang is a quiet person. If Zheng Fa disturbs her like this, isn't it a bad idea? What if he angers senior sister Zhang? Madam shook her head and said, Zheng Fa is not a reckless person. He went to see Master Zhang, so he must have gotten Master Zhang's approval. The eldest lady frowned, as if she didn't believe her mother's judgment. How is it possible? There are so many people in the 100 Immortals Alliance who want to make friends with senior sister Zhang, but she never refuses. I was able to invite her because my ancestor had an old relationship with senior sister Zhang's master. You said before that Master Zhang said Zheng Fa's talent in the art of talismans is not inferior to hers. Madam suddenly asked. Yes, senior sister Zhang said it herself. The lady fell into silence for a long time. After a while, she suddenly looked at her daughter with a serious expression. Lanor, I have something to discuss with you. Mother, I intend to let Zheng Fa marry into my Zhao family. What do you think? Marry into my family? Mother, you think so highly of him? That's right, with his talent, my Zhao family wants to win his heart. This is also a way. The eldest lady thought and said, Mother, which sister do you plan to let him marry? Is father willing? She frowned, as if calculating which of the many concubines in the front yard is suitable. You. The eldest lady was stunned and pointed at her nose with her finger. Me. The eldest lady stared at her mother blankly, as if asking her if she had said something wrong. You heard it right, let him marry into your family and marry you. The lady said affirmatively. Mother, what is so special about Zheng Fa? Is it just because he was praised by senior sister Zhang for his talent in the way of talismans? The eldest lady's tone was full of confusion. Compared to the fact that her mother asked her to get married, she didn't understand why the lady valued Zheng Fa so much. There is a world of difference between her son-in-law and the son-in-law of the Zhao family's concubine. She is not only the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, but more importantly, she is already an inner disciple of the King Mu sect and a foundation-building cultivator. The lady sighed. Too fast? Too fast. The first time I heard the name Zheng Fa, he was still a farmer without a father, and I couldn't even remember who he was. The lady recalled. Later, he became your brother's bookboy. Your brother treated him differently from others, so I thought about training him for your brother. The eldest lady listened carefully to her mother's memories. If there was anyone who impressed her the most during these days back home, it must be Zheng Fa. I asked Master Su to teach him the spirit crane body, hoping to train him, but he succeeded in a short time. I then realized that he had the guidance of Yuanying Zhenren. This. The eldest lady frowned. He does have some luck. The lady shook her head. I thought at the time that no matter what Yuanying Zhenren wanted to do, he would not really value him, otherwise why would he stay in my Zhao family as a little bookboy? He has this talent, and it would be good to become an assistant to you and your brother in the future. As a result, he is now valued by Zhenren Zhang, who said that his talent in talismans is not inferior to his own. The lady looked at the eldest daughter. Do you know how long it took him to get from a farmer to where he is now? How long? Less than 4 months. If the theory of luck is true, then he is the one. I intend to train him, but he is not obedient enough. I originally wanted to suppress him and use him for my Zhao family. But you also know what talent Master Zhang has in the way of talismans. Her evaluation of Zheng Fa made me know that this person's potential is beyond my expectation. This is not something our Zhao family can control. We can only work hard to win him over, which is beneficial to our Zhao family. The lady looked at her daughter and said, Mother, doesn't my brother have a deep friendship with him? The lady's face showed a burst of disgust. That fool, if you marry him, I will at most lose a daughter. If you rely on your brother, the Zhao family will have to lose it. No matter how good your brother's relationship with him is, it is not as good as in-laws. What's more, only by marrying into the family can you be considered a member of my Zhao family. The lady explained solemnly. Then, why must it be me, your daughter? The eldest lady frowned. He is still in my Zhao family, and being able to be the son-in-law of any concubine's sister is a blessing for him. You still don't understand what I mean by saying too soon. The lady sighed. Now I let him marry into the family, which is still a favor. If I say it later, it may become an insult. Moreover, I really think he is a good match for you. It would be a loss to give him to your concubine sisters. What's more, he thinks it is a blessing now, but what about in the future? The eldest lady didn't say anything, but her expression showed reluctance. I'm not trying to coax you into using you as a tool to win him over. Now that spiritual energy is declining, although my Zhao family has had immortal disciples for generations, there has been no accomplished disciples since the ancestor passed away, and we can't give you much help. Your mother knows how hard it was for you in King Mu sect. The lady's eyes were full of her daughter. You also know your brother's character. Not only can he not help you in the immortal sect, but he also needs your care. I feel bad when I think of you having so much pressure. Zheng Fa is gifted and mature, but he is of a low birth. Now that he is still in a humble position, let you two get married, and my Zhao family will help him become a talisman master. He will be grateful in his heart and will not treat you badly in the future. A grown-up genius talisman master can give you a lot of training resources, so you don't have to work so hard anymore. The lady spoke earnestly, and the eldest lady remained silent. I know that he is still a book boy now. It is a bit unfair for you to let him marry you, but you have to wait and see. You also said in the letter that talent is more important than status in the current 100 Immortals Alliance. After a long time, the eldest lady whispered, Mother, I know you are planning for me, but although my daughter is not as good as senior sister Zheng, who is devoted to Taoism, she has no thoughts of men and women. Seeing her so determined, the lady could only shake her head. The eldest lady thought for a while and said, if mother really values him so much, and is afraid that it will be too late, it is better to ask him to marry into the family as soon as possible and find a sister of the right age to marry him. The lady said helplessly, it can only be done this way, I just hope you don't regret it. Senior sister Zheng flipped through a bound exercise book with a satisfied smile on her face. Zheng Fa looked at the booklet with a listless look, thinking of the dark life of memorizing questions and meditating in the past few days, and a bit of bitterness surged in his heart. Senior sister Zheng glanced at him, as if she could see his mood. She waved her hand, took out the immortal token, and handed it to Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa took the token, and the warm touch of the jade refreshed him. He couldn't help but exert a little force on his fingers. This is the immortal token of my Jushin sect. After you pass the Immortal Token Conference, you will be qualified to join my Jushin sect. Senior sister Zheng looked at his expression and was not surprised. She continued, there is one thing I want to remind you. What? From the moment you get this token, you should stop hiding it. Zheng Fa looked at senior sister Zheng. In today's 100 Immortals Alliance, every resource must be competed for. Senior sister Zheng's eyes were full of warning. It is right to be cautious, but in the 100 Immortals Alliance, you must show your talents and abilities. Thank you, Master Zheng, for your advice. Zheng Fa couldn't help but asked curiously, Master Zheng, I often hear you mention the 100 Immortals Alliance, so what is the relationship between the 9 Mountains sect and the 100 Immortals Alliance? Senior sister Zheng thought for a while and suddenly asked an unrelated question. Do you know how many times the spiritual energy in Sunwei realm has declined? Several times. Zheng Fa was stunned. This kind of thing happening once is enough to kill these immortal cultivators. How many times? There are at least 5 records in the classics, each time ranging from tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Senior sister Zheng extended a palm and said, what happened in the first 3 times is no longer testable, at least I don't know. But the last 2 times, I have read the records. The last time the spiritual energy declined, there was a tyrannical demon sect who thought that there were too many creatures in the world and consumed too much spiritual energy. They launched a boundless killing, and the various factions of the immortal sect fought against each other. After the attack, it can be said that only one creature in the entire Sunwei realm survives. Zheng Fa's expression changed slightly. The development of this spiritual energy after its decline was more terrifying than he thought. Last time, there was a peerless genius who was determined to open up a new path for the Sunwei realm. He cut down mountains and destroyed temples, gathered almost all the skills and resources of the Sunwei realm, and pushed his own cultivation to an unprecedented level of true immortality. He wanted to create the world and break the confinement of this world. Success. Failed. Zheng Fa sighed a little. Although he failed, this person has great courage. He also has a very bad temper. Before he could create a new world, he had already wiped out 90% of the entire sect in Sunwei realm. This sounds a bit miserable. So the idea of our 100 Immortals Alliance is to unite the immortal sects, reduce fighting, and find a new way to fight against the decline of spiritual energy. Zheng Fa couldn't help but admire. It seems that he has learned a lesson from history. This atmosphere sounds much more peaceful than the previous 2 spiritual energy declines, which is very suitable for him to survive. Senior sister Zheng said calmly, I don't know if they have it, but we absorbed it. Us. The 100 Immortals Alliance is an alliance of some small and medium-sized sects. Last time the spiritual energy declined, we were the group of monks who were killed. Last time, we were the sects who were robbed of inheritance resources. You asked me about the origin of the 100 Immortals Alliance. Just 4 words, hug together to keep warm. Zheng Fa held the immortal order and suddenly felt that it felt like his own heart, which was a little cold. Zheng Fa can still tell which is true peace, nuclear peace, or peace. The 100 Immortals Alliance once again appeals for world unification. If it does not have the strength to unify the world, it can only be unified. Senior sister Zheng seemed to have seen what Zheng Fa was thinking, and seemed to want to rectify the name of the 100 Immortals Alliance, and said to him, our 100 Immortals Alliance is not afraid of anyone except the 5 major immortal sects of Sunwei. It is said that Sunwei is the 6th largest force. It's not impossible. Sounds pretty good. He suddenly thought of a question. Master Zheng, dare I ask, how many people in the Sunwei world claim to be the 6th largest force? Got it. Let's not talk about this, you just need to know that although the 100 Immortals Alliance is not as old as the 5 major immortal sects, each sect has learned from each other, supported each other, and developed extremely fast. Now there are 9 Yuanying sects in the alliance, and the ancestor of the transformation god is in charge, and he is considered a powerful force in the immortal sect. Yes. Seeing her somewhat confident look, Zheng Fa also understood that the 100 Immortals Alliance was not as weak as he thought, and the franchise system is really powerful in terms of expansion. Speaking of which, not only our 100 Immortals Alliance, but also the major forces have not had conflicts above the nascent soul level for thousands of years. Senior Sister Zhang suddenly said something that made Zheng Fa a little shocked. Is the immortal sect really so peace-loving? Since you have obtained the immortal order, there is no need to hide these things from you. Over the past 10,000 years, spiritual energy has become increasingly weaker and spiritual materials are scarce. It is becoming more and more difficult to cultivate a nascent soul. Zheng Fa was a little stunned. I can't afford to fight. Yes, for big forces, the cost of losing a nascent soul or even a monk at the level of the golden core is also very high, and it is getting bigger and bigger. Zheng Fa felt a little at ease. No matter what the reason was, it was good for him that the world of immortality was peaceful. Don't be too happy too soon. In my opinion, this situation will not last long. All the major forces are concentrating their resources on supplying geniuses, and I am afraid they are all preparing for the future. Zheng Fa understood what Senior Sister Zhang meant. There would be a day when resources would be exhausted, and by that time there would naturally be no peace. It's like an arms race now. For immortal sects, the gap between different cultivation levels among immortal cultivators is too large. Perhaps one nascent soul is worth more than a small sect, and cultivating a genius is indeed more cost-effective. I'm telling you this just to tell you that time waits for no one, and Senior Sister Zhang said to Zheng Fa again, don't hide it. Thank you, Master Zhang, for the tip. Zheng Fa understood the other party's good intentions. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, Master Zhang, do you know how to test spiritual roots? In fact, this matter has always been on his mind. Madam thought that he was valued by the powerful, but she did not expect that he was not even sure whether he had spiritual roots. He couldn't even ask his wife to see his spiritual qualifications. But Senior Sister Zhang is different. At least he has more trust in Senior Sister Zhang than Madam. Sure enough, Senior Sister Zhang just glanced at him, raised her finger in the air, and a golden spell flew to Zheng Fa. A mixture of cyan and red light emerged from Zheng Fa's chest and abdomen. Fire and wood spiritual roots. Senior Sister Zhang said, then paused. It's not bad. Thank you, Master. Zheng Fa was really moved in his heart. The words okay probably contained the emotional intelligence of Senior Sister Zhang. He was quite satisfied. He had just heard what Senior Sister Zhang said. He had already thought about it. If his spiritual roots were not comparable to those of the 7th young master, he might as well return the immortal order to him. He would not be able to live in the mortal world for 100 years relying on the spirit crane. Have fun. The two fell into silence. Senior Sister Zhang looked at the exercise book in her hand and then at Zheng Fa. The expression on her face clearly stated 4 words. Do you have anything else? He looks like he can't wait to enjoy the game. Zheng Fa was speechless, saluted Senior Sister Zhang and walked out the door. This very fair. Huh. Zheng Fa looked back at Senior Sister Zhang. There was some uncertainty in Senior Sister Zhang's tone. These families have convened the Immortal Products meeting in advance out of selfish motives, and the 100 Immortals Alliance probably won't just sit back and watch, lest something happens. Zheng Fa was a little curious, but Senior Sister Zhang seemed to be just guessing and just said this without saying anything else. Zheng Fa put away the Immortal Order and walked towards the 7th Young Master's study. When he walked to the door of the 7th Young Master's yard, he happened to meet the eldest lady coming out of it. She glanced at Zheng Fa, did not speak to Zheng Fa, and just nodded lightly. Zheng Fa saluted the other party, moved out of the way, and looked at the other party's back with a little confusion. I always feel that the eldest lady looks at me in a weird way. Walking to the study room, the 7th young master inside was not obsessed with Tuhei, but gathered with Gao Yuan to discuss something. The 7th young master's face was full of smiles. The happiness on Gao Yuan's face looked a bit forced. What happened? Zheng Fa walked into the study and asked the two of them. Zheng Fa, you're here. The 7th young master strode towards Zheng Fa, his face more intimate than before. He patted Zheng Fa on the back and said, I told you that we will be relatives from now on. My sister came to me just now and told me that my mother intends to marry you and find a concubine to marry you. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at the 7th young master's face. The happiness on his face didn't look like he was joking. Looking at Gao Yuan again, Gao Yuan also had a smile on his face, and he was arching his hands towards himself, as if to congratulate him. But there was a hint of discomfort in his expression, as if he was a little jealous. It was this little bit of jealousy that made Zheng Fa even more sure that the 7th young master had not tricked him. The 7th young master was still talking excitedly. I think my sisters are not very good, and I still wronged you. But it's okay, I will treat you as my brother in the future. Gao Yuan couldn't help it. How is this wronged? He was a servant before, and now he is the master of the mansion. The 7th young master was speechless and muttered, those people in the front yard are not on the same page with me and my mother. Zheng Fa could guess a little about the past. The family in the 7th young master's heart was probably his sister and his mother, and his father was not the same. Gao Yuan curled his lips. If it doesn't work, I'll be fine if you give it to me. The 7th young master stared at Gao Yuan with disdain. Why do I feel that you are not happy? Is that petty temper coming back? Gao Yuan whispered, there are 3 people in a study, but now there are 2 masters, and I am the only servant. There are more masters than servants. Who can be happy? Zheng Fa patted his shoulder and comforted him. I won't be your master. Gao Yuan laughed. I knew you wouldn't change. No, I changed. Master Zhang gave me a fairy order. The 7th young master on the side stared at Zheng Fa with his eyes wide open. Who did you say, and what did he give you? Master Zhang, a fairy order. Zheng Fa's answer was clear and concise, but it was enough to silence the 7th young master. What is a fairy order? Gao Yuan was puzzled. A place to participate in the Immortal Product Conference. The happiness on the face of the 7th young master gradually solidified into depression. 10 years ago, my great-grandfather took a piece of the Immortal Product Order from my Zhao family because there were too many descendants in the family, so I didn't go to the Immortal Gate and waited for 10 years in vain. As a result, senior sister Zhang gave it to you now. Maybe because she is unmarried and childless. The expression of the 7th young master is difficult to describe. Gao Yuan took out a bronze mirror from somewhere and placed it in front of him. What are you doing? Young master, look at the person in the mirror. Is he quite similar to me? In the Madam's small building, you said that Master Zhang gave Zheng Fa a fairy order. Madam asked the 7th young master. The 7th young master saw that his sister and his mother were both surprised. Well, Zheng Fa told me. He also said that he has no plans to get married now. The 7th young master looked at his mother carefully, relaying Zheng Fa's words, a little afraid that his mother would be angry because of Zheng Fa's refusal. What he didn't expect was that his mother's face was not angry, but a little disappointed. She was silent for a long time before she said, I thought it was still in time, but it was still too late. Hearing this, the 7th young master was even more confused. What's too late? Madam did not answer him, but instead cast her eyes on his sister. The 7th young master followed her gaze and saw that the emotions on his sister's face were 3 times more complicated than his mother's. Seeing that both of them were looking at her, the eldest lady suppressed her complicated emotions, thought for a while and said, it should be the time when he went to senior sister Zhang's courtyard 2 days ago. The lady nodded, and the sigh in her tone had not yet dissipated. Although I have tried my best to overestimate Zheng Fa, I didn't expect that Master Zhang would think so highly of him. After that, she suddenly stood up and walked downstairs. Mom, where are you going? The 7th young master asked. I'm tired of staying here, go out for a walk. Mom, do you think I'm 3 years old? I'm grown up, so it's not easy to fool you. The lady's tone was still a little sighing. The 7th young master pouted. This lie was too perfunctory. Since he could remember, his mother had lived in seclusion in the small building. Even when his sister came back, his mother only waited on the 1st floor and didn't leave the small building. Now she's suddenly going to leave the small building? Are you going to find Zheng Fa? The 7th young master thought about it, and he only talked about Zheng Fa. No. Why? The lady looked back at him with surprise, as if she thought his question was stupid. Even Master Zhang gave him the immortal order. Shouldn't I go and congratulate him? After all, he grew up in my Zhao family. When he goes to the Immortal Gate in the future, he will be considered a member of my Zhao family. As the head of the Zhao family, I will just watch. The 7th young master looked at his mother suspiciously, full of disbelief. It is very powerful that Zheng Fa got the immortal order from senior sister Zhang. But his mother has not left the house for 20 years, and she made an exception just for this matter? Mom, do you want to apologize to Zheng Fa? He suddenly thought of something and said. The lady paused, with disgust and embarrassment on her face, looking at him and said, I said you are always smart at the wrong time. Mom, why is it so? Mom is afraid, otherwise what if he becomes powerful in the Immortal Gate and causes trouble for me? The lady's expression seemed to be really afraid. You know Zheng Fa is not such a person. Can you guarantee it? You believe his mother but not him. The 7th young master grabbed his wife's sleeve and stopped her, saying, Mom, you did those things for me. If you want to apologize, I will go. He knew too well how proud his mother was. Ever since his father indulged in wine and women and took in many beauties, his mother stayed in the small building and did not go to the front yard. Later, after giving birth to him and his sister, she completed the task of carrying on the family line for the Zhao family, and she even did not see her father. She was so proud that she disdained to compete for favor with others. She did what she felt she should do, and just wanted to turn a blind eye. What's wrong with you? You are a fool with good luck. The person you value has such a talent. Mother is very happy. The lady shook her head and said, seeing that he still didn't let go, she simply said with a fierce face, it's mother who did something wrong and offended people. What's wrong? Can't I admit my mistake? The 7th young master didn't say anything, but just grabbed his mother's sleeve tightly. Madam's tone softened a little. You go to apologize on my behalf, which will cost you two's friendship. The more talented he is, the more valuable this friendship is. It's not worth it. If mother goes, it will cost me my face. Mother's face is worthless. Let go. 7th young master didn't let go. Of course he knew that his mother cared about her face the most. Madam pulled the corner of her sleeve away from his hand, and she looked at the 7th young master and smiled. No matter how much I care about my face is still more valuable than the fairy order in Master Zheng's hand. Looking at her two children, she shook her head self-deprecatingly. If my face was so valuable, I wouldn't let my son wait for 10 years for a fairy order. Looking at her figure leaving the small building, the seventh young master turned his head and looked at his sister. Sister, why didn't you stop me? Even if he had a good relationship with Zheng Fa, the seventh young master couldn't bear his mother to bow her head like this. Don't stop her, you have to remember. Remember what? What is the use of the immortal order to mother? The seventh young master was stunned. What does it matter if senior sister Zhang favors me? Can Zheng Fa still make mother an immortal? If she offends Zheng Fa again, can Zheng Fa kill her for your sake? She went to apologize, not because her face is worthless, but because her face is worthless compared to your future. She doesn't want to affect your relationship with Zheng Fa because of what she did, even if it's just a little bit possible. The eldest lady looked at her younger brother. When you go to the immortal sect and feel that the immortal sect is hard, the practice is tiring, and the future is hopeless, think about today. The seventh young master looked at his sister and suddenly realized that she had really changed a lot after 10 years in King Mu sect. Downstairs, Butler Wu looked at the lady who walked out of the small building, and the expression on his face was like the sky falling. Madam. He sounded as if he didn't know the person in front of him. Do you know where Zheng Fa's yard is? Zheng Fa's house. Butler Wu thought for a moment and said, I know. Lead the way. I'll tell someone to prepare the sedan chair. No need, go over there and walk around the Zhao mansion first. Zheng Fa, something big has happened. Outside the Zheng family's yard, Gao Yuan shouted. What's the matter? Seeing that he was talking so seriously, Zheng Fa also walked out of the yard and asked him. Don't you know that today madam actually walked out of her little building? That's it. Zheng Fa felt that this person was making a fuss. You don't understand, madam hasn't come downstairs for 20 years. Think about it, if it wasn't really going to happen, why would she come out? Zheng Fa felt that it made some sense. What happened? How should I know? Maybe some important person is coming to the Zhao mansion, maybe he is looking for trouble with the master's concubines. Gao Yuan curled his lips and said, I know that all the servants in the mansion are working, for fear of being caught by the lady for being lazy. My father is trembling with fear now, and he kicked me out and asked me to pretend in the study of the seventh young master. Then why did you come here? The seventh young master is not in the yard. Gao Yuan explained, but I saw the lady on the way. She is so young. We younger servants have never seen her. When I saw her, I couldn't believe it. If I say, she looks like the seventh young master's sister. I think the lady didn't seem to go to the front yard. She should be going to meet some important person. Who do you think it is? Gao Yuan speculated with a gossipy look on his face. Me. Yes, she is behind you. It was almost evening, and the red sunset hung in the sky, dyeing the clouds in the sky rouge. Under the sunset, there were many more people around the Zheng family courtyard. The lady was followed by only Wu, but there were many servants of the Zhao family behind her. They were smart, probably because they found that the lady not only did not dislike them following her, but also seemed to be quite indulgent. Although they did not dare to get close, they also gathered in groups of 3 or 2 in the distance. Some swept the floor, some pruned the branches, and everyone looked straight ahead, but their ears were erected. Zheng Fa's family was originally located in a relatively remote area of the Zhao family. When had the flowers and trees around it enjoyed so many people serving them? At one time, there were 3 people around a tree, and it was not enough. Gao Yuan in front of Zheng Fa slowly turned his head and glanced at the lady who was less than 3 meters away from him. When he looked back at Zheng Fa, he was so scared that he almost stuttered. Madam, didn't you hear what I said? You don't know. Know what? Madam is a cultivator. Don't cry, you praised her for being young. Gao Yuan's face was pale, and he was not comforted at all. Can he praise Madam's appearance? But Madam walked past Gao Yuan, as if she didn't see him, and her eyes were always on Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa still bowed first. Unexpectedly, Madam also bowed slightly. Gao Yuan on the side opened his mouth wide, and the frustration on his face was replaced by disbelief. He didn't seem to worry that Madam was angry now, but was a little worried that Madam was crazy. The group of servants behind Madam were also in a commotion, and they couldn't help looking over here. Madam, please come in and talk. Zheng Fa saw such a movement and said directly with his body sideways. Madam was stunned, looked at Zheng Fa twice, and didn't say anything but just followed Zheng Fa into the courtyard. Zheng's mother and younger sister stood in the courtyard, bowing to Madam, looking quite restrained. Madam also stopped and returned the greetings to the 2 men seriously. This sudden and solemn respect made Zheng's mother freeze in place. She didn't know where to put her hands. She just whispered, how can this be done? How can this be done? Zheng Fa nodded to his mother to comfort her and invited Madam to the lobby. I still underestimated you. Madam, why do you say that? Zheng Fa was a little puzzled why Madam said this right away. Young men of your age love glory the most. I wanted to please you and deliberately give you this glory in front of so many servants, but you seemed unmoved and invited me in. I don't know whether it was because of Madam's frankness or her intention to please Zheng Fa, so that when she talked about these slightly superficial tricks, it wouldn't be too annoying. Well, actually, I'm a little happy, Zheng Fa said after a silence. It's just that you are the mother of the 7th young master. Just for him? So you don't want me to lose face. Hearing this, the lady finally had a genuine smile in her eyes. Also, when my father passed away, you gave me 10 taels of silver. This matter has always been on Zheng's mother's lips. No matter why the lady gave the silver, the Zheng family was in the most difficult time at that time. Zheng's father's funeral required money, Zheng Fa was not yet grown up, and the family's financial situation plummeted. To exaggerate, these 10 taels of silver saved the lives of a family of 3. The lady's face was quite moved, and her eyes looking at Zheng Fa finally became serious. She understood what Zheng Fa meant by saying this. At the beginning, you thought I was difficult to control, and you thought that scaring me would make me obey, which was underestimated me. Now you think that I have forgotten everything and even ungrateful after gaining power, which is even more underestimated me. After looking at Zheng Fa for a long time, she sighed and said, should I say that you are not surprised by praise or criticism, or that you are more arrogant than I thought? If it is true that fools have good luck, then Zhao Jingfen will be a fool for 8 lifetimes if he meets you. She seemed to have lost the cautious attitude she had before, and clapped her hands. Wu, the housekeeper, took over a box. The box was opened, and there was a stack of deeds. Madam took out the top 3. This is your family's indenture. I have ordered Wu to go to the government tomorrow to cancel your slavery. This is as it should be. Although it is just a fairy order, no servant of the Zhao family has been able to get it for thousands of years. Even the descendants of the Zhao family have to fight for this thing every 10 years. Even Madam herself sometimes cannot decide who owns the fairy order. What's more, in Madam's eyes, with the attention of Master Zheng, Zheng Fa will definitely pass the fairy meeting. It would be a joke to use this contract to control a disciple of the immortal sect. The lady did not seem to focus on this, but pointed to the contracts below. I was originally going to use these properties to make amends. Now that you are no longer members of my Zhao family, you should have some properties to rely on. The lady was silent for a while and said, it seems petty to talk about making amends now. Why not use it as tuition for my stupid son? Property. Zheng's mother, who was standing aside, was already in a trance because her family had suddenly escaped from slavery. Now she heard the word property and became even more panicked. The Gao family has already given us a ready-made clothing store. The lady was politely silent. Zheng Fa read a sentence from her face. You also call it property? For Zheng's mother, that ready-made clothing store was indeed a great property. Zheng Fa planned to give the shop accounts to his younger sister Zheng Shen in the future, also to train her ability. But Zheng Fa was still in charge of it now. He knew that the shop's profit was not much lower after it was transferred from the hands of the senior family to Zheng's mother. There was still a net profit of more than 10 taels a month. This was an astronomical figure for Zheng's mother, who was still a farmer a few months ago. Zheng Fa flipped through the deeds in the box. There was also a surprised expression on his face. The lady was very generous. He saw several shops on the main road of Jingzhou City. Every time he passed by, the business in the shop was very lively. Unexpectedly, they were all the property of the Zhao family, and they were all placed in the box by the lady for Zheng Fa to choose. There were also 8 or 9 deeds of the houses in Jingzhou City, more than half of which were deep houses and courtyards, located in the most prosperous West City mentioned by the old man driving the cart. No wonder the lady had such an expression on her face. Zheng Fa thought for a long time and pushed the box in front of the lady. What? Unsatisfied. Madam frowned slightly, and then said bluntly, these properties are indeed not the most valuable. I still have a few good shops in my dowry. No, Madam is very sincere, but it's too expensive. Zheng Fa shook his head. Expensive. Madam suddenly laughed. You probably don't know that Master Zhang's words you are much more valuable than what she taught you. Huh. Do you know how much it cost Lanner to invite Master Zhang? I don't know. Zheng Fa shook his head. No money. When she said these 3 words, the lady had a look of disappointment on her face. The Yuanying ancestor who founded the Zhao family was indebted to Master Zhang's master, so he got this favor. This favor is too valuable. What are these properties? Zheng Fa shook his head and said to the lady, I said it's too valuable. It's, poor people who suddenly become rich are prone to disasters. The lady stared at him fiercely, and when she spoke again, she gritted her teeth in incomprehension. With your character, that fool can make a friend like you. He is my own son. I also want to ask why. You will flatter one and trample the other. Zheng Fa didn't want his family to live a good life. But these shops and courtyards were not what he could take now. If he could not enter the Immortal Gate when he went to attend the Immortal Products Conference, such a large family fortune would inevitably cause disputes. Not to mention the covetousness of others, even the Zhao mansion might want to rob it. After all, these things were divided from the Zhao mansion's property by the lady. Even if he could successfully enter the Immortal Gate, according to the situation of the eldest lady, at least for the first few years, he would leave his mother and sister in Jingzhou. 2 women, one of whom was less than 10 years old, would find it difficult to keep these family fortunes even with the care of the Zhao mansion. If he developed smoothly in the Immortal Gate in the future, the good days of Zheng's mother and Zheng's mother would still be behind. If not, these riches in front of them would be returned one day. The lady pointed to the box and said, I moved so far, you have to take one, right? The housekeeper Wu behind her looked at the box on the table, then looked at his hands, and fell into deep thought. Since the lady gave them the indenture, it is not appropriate for them to live in the Zhao family. Zheng Fa picked up a land deed. This is a 2-entry courtyard. It is not big, only about half the size of the current Zheng family courtyard. The only advantage is that it is close to the Zhao family. This area is full of wealthy families with many guards, so it is relatively safe. If something happens in the future, it will be convenient for the Zhao family to take care of it. With the shop given by the Gao family, my mother and sister can at least live without worries and will not be envied. The lady frowned slowly when she saw that he took the smallest courtyard. It's already said that it's tuition. Master Zhang said that you teach well. You really embarrass me. She thought for a while, untied a small purple purse from her waist, and a jade box larger than the purse appeared in her hand. Storage bag. Zheng Fa remembered the bracelet of senior sister Zhang. He didn't expect that the lady also had such a magic weapon in her hand. Butler Wu behind the lady looked at the boxes he had moved all the way, then looked down at his hands, and then looked at the storage bag in the lady's hand, and the thoughtful look on his face became more intense. The lady seemed to know what Zheng Fa was thinking, and waved her hand and said, "The cheapest one is not as good as Master Zhang's storage magic weapon." She carefully opened the jade box, revealing 10 transparent, slightly blue minerals. "What is this?" Zheng Fa had some guesses. "Spirit stones." The lady explained, "This is what I accumulated when I was in the Immortal Gate." A trace of pain flashed across her face, and it seemed that compared to those extremely valuable properties, it was more painful for her to take out these spirit stones. Has the lady also been to the Immortal Gate? Of course, otherwise how could I cultivate immortality? Then can the lady tell me what the Immortal Gate looks like? Compared to the spirit stones in front of him, Zheng Fa was still more curious about what the Immortal Gate looked like. Zionman. Madame's eyes flashed with memories, and she said, "If you have outstanding talents, that place is where immortals live. If you have ordinary talents, you will live worse than ordinary people. Like me, I gave up cultivation and returned to the mortal world. You are an immortal drifter who is tired and wants to go back to his hometown to lie down." It seems that the memories of Zionman are not very good. Madame is unwilling to say more, just pointing to the pile of spirit stones and saying, "These are my savings in Zionman for many years. Except for the ones for Fanar and the others, the rest are all here. Nowadays, spirit stones are rarer in Zionman than before. This Zhao family compound may not be worth a few spirit stones." Zheng Fa listened and looked at the pile of stones with awe. According to Madame, this is at least a Zhao family compound. As if she was afraid that Zheng Fa would be dissatisfied, she also explained, "If you become arrogant because of that immortal product and take those properties, I will not give you this spiritual stone." Talent is very important, but without your character, talent may make you die faster. Wouldn't this spiritual stone be wasted on you? It's better to wait until my stupid son goes to the Immortal Gate and starves to death, and I can still support him. It can be seen that spiritual stones are really valuable. The lady who gave away yards and shops without blinking an eye seemed a little bit fussy at this time. Zheng Fa thought about it and picked up the jade box. The lady seemed to be relieved. She looked at Zheng Fa and said seriously, "I came here. You can regard this spiritual stone as an apology or as a way to win over me. I just want to hear one thing." Zheng Fa stood up and bowed to the lady and said, "I regard the young master as a friend." After a few days, the door of Zheng Fa's house became lively again. Today is the day when Zheng Fa's family moved out of the house. Gao Yuan and Gao's family came over to help pack the luggage. Compared to the Zhao family, the ox cart was not full. When moving again, the Zheng family's belongings would have to be loaded onto 4 or 5 horse carriages, in addition to the furniture sent by Gao's family before. Later, the lady sent some daily necessities, saying that they would be used for the first few days after leaving the house. Zheng Fa looked around the empty Zheng family courtyard, and then looked back at Zheng's mother and younger sister beside him. There was more confusion on their faces than joy, as if they didn't know how to live in the future once they were no longer servants of the Zhao family. Especially for Zheng's mother, the outside world was strange and dangerous. "Get in the car." Zheng Fa took Xiaomei's hand and led the two to the first horse carriage. When he saw the driver, he was stunned. "It's you again. What a fate." The driver turned out to be the old man who had always sent him into the house. "This is not fate." The old man laughed, jumped off the car and took a small stool to put next to the shaft, letting Zheng's mother and younger sister Zheng Xin step on it to get on the car, and then said to Zheng Fa, "I almost fought with other drivers to get this job. Rob." These carriages were all arranged by the lady, which can be regarded as the job of the mansion. But Zheng Fa didn't understand the word rob. Everyone knows that the young master is going to become an immortal, and they can't wait to get a taste of immortality. I still remember what I said at the time. I have been working in the Zhao mansion for so many years, and I haven't even seen a hair of an immortal. The old man looked at Zheng Fa with a little awe. "In the future, I can tell people that I have not only seen immortals, but immortals have also sat in my car." Zheng Fa smiled and shook his head, and said nothing. Compared with the lady's subtle reminders and warnings, these people who are farther away from the Immortal Gate seem to have more fantasies about the Immortal Gate. Zheng Fa sat in the carriage, lifted the curtain on the small window and said goodbye to the Gao family father and son who stayed there. The old man driving the carriage cracked his whip, and the wheels rolled, heading out of the mansion. Looking at the carriage going away, Gao Yuan felt complicated. Turning his head, he saw his father's expression was even more complicated. "Dad, are you laughing or crying?" "Of course I'm laughing. Dad has such a good vision. Zheng Fa has become successful so quickly. Then why do I think you look like you are crying? How can Dad have such a good vision?" I haven't even hugged my thighs tightly, and I flew away. In the carriage, Zheng Fa asked the old man driving the carriage, "Isn't this road a bit wrong?" He had entered the mansion from the back door many times and knew the road for a long time. "Madam has ordered it." The old man driving the cart replied with a smile, "Today, we will open the main gate and take you out of the mansion." Amid the sound of the wheels rolling forward on the stone road, the old man's sigh could be heard. "I'm afraid this main gate hasn't been opened for many years. I've been driving in the mansion for 30 years and have never passed through it. I remember when I sent the young master to the Zhao mansion, the young master could only sit in my cart that delivered fruits to the mansion and go through the back door for servants. Now that the young master is going to become an immortal, the main gate of this mansion is opened specifically for the young master." Zheng Fa listened to the old man's sigh and slowly rubbed the immortal product order in his hand. As soon as he left the house, he heard the old man muttering softly, "Why is the Chen family's carriage parked at our door?" "The Chen family? Didn't I tell you, young master, about the 3 major families in Jingzhou City? The Chen family is one of the 3 major families on par with the Zhao family." The old man driving the carriage continued, "Our 2 families used to have a good relationship, but I heard that the 7th young master and several of his young masters have conflicts, and we haven't had much contact in recent years. I didn't expect that someone from the Chen family would come to our house today." "Several? All? It's something that the 7th young master can do. No wonder he didn't come to see him off today." Zheng Fa felt that he should apologize to the 7th young master. Although this person has many enemies with his bad mouth, it is very objective and reasonable to speculate that he will be beaten. But this time Zheng Fa misunderstood. The Chen family really did not come to trouble the 7th young master. The 7th young master obviously also felt that Zheng Fa's misunderstanding was reasonable, and was even a little angry that no one came to trouble him. "I've been waiting for them all day." The 7th young master, who was waiting hard yesterday, looked dissatisfied. "They didn't come to see me. Do they look down on me?" "Master, what's the conflict between you and the Chen family?" Zheng Fa was still a little curious. "There is no conflict. Their family is so fertile. Brothers are like cross-eyed when they meet. Not only do they fight at home, they also want to win me over to get involved." Zheng Fa nodded. Not every young master from a big family is as comfortable as the 7th young master. He has his wife to know everything he does. "No, they are trying to win over you, young master, so how can you have any conflict with them?" What Zheng Fa didn't understand was this. "You are stupid." The 7th young master snorted, "These people don't want to be friends with me, they just want to use me as a gunman." Everyone agreed, and they also wanted to see the excitement, so Zheng Fa looked at the 7th young master whose voice suddenly became softer. "I secretly started the fire." "Secretly, and then discovered." The 7th young master nodded. Speaking of which, the Chen family actually came to see Master Zhang. He seemed to feel that it was a bit embarrassing to have been exposed for sowing discord. The 7th young master quickly changed the topic. "It is said that a disciple of the Jushan sect came to Jingzhou City to find Master Zhang. He is a guest at the Chen family, and the Chen family came to pay their respects to him yesterday." Zhenren Zhang. Zheng Fa had a bad feeling in his heart. "I think they are here to steal your immortal order? Let's go and have a look." The 7th young master also thought of the same thing and pulled Zheng Fa away. "When I walked to the door of Zhang Zhenren's courtyard, I did see a group of people standing outside the door, waiting for Zhang Zhenren to be summoned. The leader was a young man in white clothes. He looked about 24 or 25 years old. He was tall and tall. He was surrounded by the crowd. When he talked to the people around him, there was a faint look of condescension on his face. He was probably a disciple of the immortal sect from the Jushan sect. The people surrounding him didn't look like ordinary people. They all looked very rich and noble, but they seemed to be at odds with each other, especially in front of the immortal sect disciples, who were quite vying for flattery. It seems that these people are the young masters of the Chen family mentioned by the 7th young master. The 7th young master said that the disharmony in their family can be clearly seen from these people. The group of people also noticed Zheng Fa and the other 2, mainly seeing the 7th young master. The moment they recognized the 7th young master, the faces of several Chen family members who were at war with each other suddenly changed. They suddenly became enemies of the same enemy. No matter what unforgivable things the 7th young master did, Zheng Fa also felt that the head of the Chen family should kowtow to the 7th young master. The survival of the next generation of the Chen family depends entirely on the 7th young master. Senior sister Zhang quickly had people usher them in. Even when she saw Zheng Fa and the 7th young master, her expression did not change, as if she had expected it. The disciples of the Jushan sect raised their hands and saluted as soon as they saw senior sister Zhang. Sun Dayu has met senior sister Zhang. Compared with his arrogance in front of the Chen family, Sun Dayu behaved extremely respectfully in front of senior sister Zhang. Junior brother Sun is exempt from the courtesy. Senior sister Zhang raised her hand and asked directly, "Junior brother Sun came to me from Jushan sect. Why did he come to me?" This. Sun Dayu glanced at the other people around him, mainly at Zheng Fa and the 2 of them, as if he felt uncomfortable saying it in front of others. But senior sister Zhang just looked at him and didn't tell the others to step back. Sun Dayu said helplessly, "I heard that senior sister Zhang has an immortal order in her hand, and I came here to get it." Senior sister Zhang nodded, not looking surprised, but she didn't agree. Seeing that she was silent, Sun Deyu raised his hands to the sky and continued, "This is not my personal request, but my master Pang Zhenren asked me to come." Senior sister Zhang's face became more serious and she sat up straight. "Uncle Pang." Obviously, this Master Pang forced her to treat him with caution. "Yes, Master traveled around a while ago and met a good young man who is extremely talented in Talisman. He taught him Talisman for a period of time on a whim, and he was more willing to accept him as a disciple. But Senior Sister Zhang, you should also know that Master Yuanying cannot accept disciples at will now. He heard that Master Zhang should have an extra immortal order in his hand, so he asked me to get it. This person sounds very familiar. Someone stole my character." "No, it's true, it seems like I stole it from him." Zheng Fa felt a little weird in his heart. When he looked up, he saw Senior Sister Zhang looking at him in a weird way, as if asking, "Is it you?" However, Zheng Fa also knew in his heart that this Master Pang was probably really a master of Yuanying. No wonder Senior Sister Zhang became more cautious when she heard his name. Senior Sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa for a long time and couldn't help but ask, "What's this man's name?" Sun Deyu was confused, but he still replied, "This disciple? His name is Zhou Qianyuan." Looking at Senior Sister Zhang's expression, Sun Deyu seemed to have misunderstood and felt that she did not believe what he said. "Senior Sister Zhang, my master said that my uninitiated junior brother not only has extraordinary talent in Talisman Dao, but also possesses the Gang Metal Dao body and the single spiritual root of the metal system. In terms of talent alone, he is not much worse than you, Senior Sister." Hearing this, Zheng Fa understood why Yuanying Zhenren had to ask his disciples to ask for a Zion pin order for this person. Dao body plus single spiritual root. And a good talent for talismans. Senior Sister Zhang also nodded, "It sounds good, but Master Pang himself doesn't have a Zion pin order." Senior Sister Zhang, you don't know, Master not only has his own family, but also many disciples and followers. This Zion pin order has been promised to others long ago. Even other Zhenren, Zion pin orders have been given to others long ago. Only Senior Sister Zhang is devoted to Taoism. Zheng Fa translated it for the senior brother son in his mind. High EQ, devoted to Taoism. Low EQ, no friends. Seeing that Senior Sister Zhang still didn't speak, Sun Deyu gritted his teeth and said, "If Master Zhang has any request, you can directly raise it. I will report it to Master and will definitely satisfy Senior Sister Zhang. It's not that I don't agree." Senior Sister Zhang shook her head and explained, "It's just that my immortal product order has been given to someone." Given to someone? Sun Deyu was stunned. Obviously, he had not expected this situation, and he was a little unbelieving. "May I ask Senior Sister Zhang, who did you give it to?" Senior Sister Zhang was silent for a while, and her cold tone that had not changed for thousands of years actually had a rare stutter. "A person who has a very good talent in the way of talismans and is valued by the Yuanying Master, but due to the rules, the Yuanying Master cannot directly accept him as a disciple." Sun Deyu's expression gradually solidified, his face slowly turned red, and he seemed a little angry. Zheng Fa understood his anger very well. "If you refuse, just refuse. What does it mean to refuse me by stealing my words? I didn't lie to you." Senior Sister Zhang pointed at Zheng Fa and said, "I gave it to him." Sun Deyu looked at Zheng Fa for a long time, then slightly cupped his hands towards Zheng Fa and said, "May I ask, how do you call it?" "Zheng Fa." Zheng Fa returned the courtesy. "Brother Zheng, are you and Senior Sister Zhang old friends?" Sun Deyu said with a little respect on his face. "I am not an old friend of Zhang Zhenren. I have only known Zhang Zhenren for a few days." In front of Senior Sister Zhang, Zheng Fa could only answer honestly. "So Zheng Fa, what's your talent?" "The twin spiritual roots of fire and wood." "Your Excellency, are you from a wealthy family of immortals?" "I come from a humble background, and a few days ago I was still a book boy in this house." When senior brother Sun Deyu heard this, he no longer looked at Zheng Fa. He just turned his head and bowed to Senior Sister Zhang and said, "Senior Sister Zhang, it's not that I am bullying others, but that my junior brother who has not yet started is extremely talented. We don't want to miss out on such talented people." Senior Sister Zhang looked at him without any emotion in her eyes. "Our Jushin sect has always been good at talismans in the 100 Immortals Alliance. Now that my master has met such a talented person, we cannot miss it." Sun Deyu spoke sincerely, as if he was thinking about Senior Sister Zhang. "Let me hand over the immortal order to my little junior brother. One of the reasons is to recruit a good talent for our 9 Mountains sect. Second chapter, Senior Sister can also get a favor from my master. When my junior brother joins the family in the future, he will be even more grateful to you, Senior Sister. Only Senior Sister will follow your lead. It's not a bad thing in public or private matters. Please think carefully, Senior Sister." When Senior Sister Zhang heard this, she still seemed not to be convinced, but asked instead, "Although the immortal order is rare, Master Pang is a nascent soul, so can he only get it from me? The other Daoist Yuanying and Dao Jindan, haven't they already promised the immortal order? I gave it to people too. Those given by real people are all their juniors or disciples." Zheng Fa listened and understood. This man asked himself 3 questions and figured out that he had no origins. He felt that the cost of snatching the immortal order from him was the lowest. He didn't even bother to persuade himself, but instead tried to persuade Senior Sister Zhang. After hearing this, senior sister Zhang just nodded slightly and said, "What you said makes sense." Sunday Yu's face lit up and he heard senior sister Zhang continue to say, "Our Jushin sect is good at talisman techniques, so we cannot miss a talisman Dao genius. Senior sister is right." Sunday Yu agreed. "That junior brother of yours is very talented in talismans. My master said he is extremely talented. How is it better than me?" Senior sister Zhang, you are really good at joking. Who doesn't know that you are known as the talisman talent that is rare to see in 1,000 years in the 100 Immortals Alliance? How can my junior brother compare with you, senior sister? He's better than me. Senior sister Zhang suddenly pointed at Zheng Fa and said, Yu Gong, I have found a disciple for the Jushin sect who is more talented in talisman than me. I think his gratitude is more valuable. Do you have any questions?" Sunday Yu smiled bitterly, cupped his hands towards senior sister Zhang and said, "Senior sister has said so, I have nothing to say." Listening to his tone, he didn't believe senior sister Zhang's evaluation of Zheng Fa, but senior sister Zhang's words sounded like she would rather give up her reputation in Talismanism than give the immortal order to Zheng Fa, which made him unable to persuade him any more. After saying this, Sunday Yu ignored the other people present and turned around to leave, which was considered clean and tidy. Looking at Sunday Yu who walked out of the door in a flash, the others looked at each other and heard senior sister Zhang ask, "Anything else?" Others resigned. "Zheng Fa stays." Zheng Fa looked at the 7th young master and others who were walking out, turned to look at senior sister Zhang and saluted deeply, "Thank you Master Zhang for your protection." He could see clearly that Sunday Yu didn't care about his opinion at all after hearing about his background. "If it weren't for senior sister Zhang's insistence, I'm afraid this immortal order no longer belongs to me at this moment. If it wasn't you, I wouldn't give it to him either." Zheng Fa was stunned. "Uncle Pang and my master have different opinions on talismans and occasionally have frictions." Senior sister Zhang briefly explained, "Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until I left the Nine Mountains sect to come to me. It turns out that there is still a conflict between the two nascent soul masters of the Jushin sect, which does not sound like good news. It's just a dispute over the path. It's not a big deal. But even if my master and Uncle Pang don't have any dispute, I won't give it to him." Zheng Fa Zhenren couldn't understand this contradictory sentence. Senior sister Zhang suddenly changed the subject, "Since you are going to join our Nine Mountains sect in the future, this kind of thing will not be uncommon. Competing for the immortal order, fighting for the spiritual stone, any resource, there may be someone competing with you." "Yes." When Zheng Fa heard this, he still didn't understand what Zhang Zhenren wanted to say. "This is how I grew up." Senior sister Zhang suddenly stared into Zheng Fa's eyes and said, "With our talents, we don't need to be afraid of these. Just go straight on the right path and don't be afraid of trouble. You have me behind you, and I have me behind you." "Master." Zheng Fa was a little confused. He vaguely understood what senior sister Zhang meant. "Senior sister, you mean, you're in my talents? What's wrong? I thought. Master Zhang, you wanted to deceive Master Sunday. I never lie." Zhang Zhenren stared at Zheng Fa's face and said. Zheng Fa finally understood what Zhang Zhenren wanted to say, and even more clearly understood what was wrong. This Zhang Zhenren actually truly feels that his talisman talent is better than hers. "No, why?" Seemingly seeing Zheng Fa's doubts, Master Zhang frowned and said, "Do you really think I gave you the immortal order just for those math problems? Do you think I can't see the secrets hidden in the Sea of Charms, the extremely profound understanding of the Yuan Fu that I have never heard of? I know you are of humble origin, so you are cautious by nature. Now that you have left the Zhao family, you don't have to be afraid of some things. Today, Sunday Yu came at the right time. I want to use this incident to tell you, even in Jushin sect, I will protect you with your talent." Zheng Fa opened his mouth and had nothing to say. He remembered that Master Zhang took out the immortal order after seeing the talismans he drew for the 7th young master. Yes, those talismans really have rules, but these rules are really not what he understood. The senior sister Zhang probably felt that he had to keep a low profile and hide himself in the Zhao mansion because of his low status. Senior sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa, "I never lie, and I can tell you clearly that what I value is your future, do you understand?" Modern, old man Bai's home. Professor Bai. "Why?" Old man Bai frowned and stared at Zheng Fa, with a suspicious look on his face. "When you call me professor, it's not good. I just want to ask, can you program, write a game or something? Why don't you ask me if I can have children?" Old man Bai snorted and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Zheng Fa expressed his thoughts. He wanted to make a small game similar to the rune selection on senior sister Zhang's scroll, give himself a super enhanced version of the Map C strategy mock test. The fact that senior sister Zhang misunderstood him as a top genius has both good and bad sides. The good thing is that he used this appreciation to leave the Zhao family, and he also had the opportunity to participate in the Fairy Products Conference, and even directly hugged senior sister Zhang's thigh. The bad thing is, unless he is really a genius, it would be bad if he was exposed. He even had to show talent that matched Master Zhang's expectations at this Immortal Products Conference. If we can't be a genius in the way of talismans, we can be a genius in doing hard work. The game Zheng Fa wanted was similar to the scroll that senior sister Zhang used to test the 7th young master. It is necessary to be able to display a large number of runes on the screen based on the UN rune for Zheng Fa to click on, and finally judge the accuracy of his selection. Zheng Fa knows very well that his greatest advantage is the topological knowledge of this world. More specifically, it is the notebook that Old Man Bai summarized. This is the reason why Senior Sister Zhang has no doubt about his talisman talent. Something that Senior Sister Zhang values so much makes it easy for him to maintain a genius persona in the fairy fair. What he needs now is to turn the knowledge in this notebook into instinct. After hearing his request, Old Man Bai frowned and thought for a while. I'm an old man who doesn't know much about computers, but it doesn't sound difficult. Zheng Fa nodded. According to him, this thing is probably at the level of a web game. It's those ghost pictures again. Old Man Bai looked at him for a while and said, I don't even ask you why. This game is easy to handle and difficult to handle. What's so difficult to do? You need money. Old Man Bai said to Zheng Fa bluntly, I can help you ask your former colleagues to see which computer students are free to help you get this, but it can't be free. How much? Zheng Fa felt guilty when he heard this. He really didn't understand this aspect. How much can you offer? Old Man Bai knew the situation of his family and asked directly without being secretive. Zheng Fa calculated in his mind that he had savings. His parents' pension plus their lifetime savings totaled over 1 million yuan. Community staff helped him get a large certificate of deposit, and the annual interest was about 50,000 yuan. He was not prepared to use the principal. But coupled with miscellaneous subsidies, Zheng Fa's disposable income is stable at more than 50,000 yuan a year. He lives a very frugal life, rarely going out or socializing. Eating in the cafeteria 5 days a week adds up to less than 30 yuan. He occasionally buys roast chicken or something like that on weekends to supplement nutrition and improve his food. He spends just over 1,000 yuan on food a month. If other miscellaneous expenses are included, his annual expenses are basically controlled within 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. In the 5 years since he came to this world, in addition to the original savings of about 1 million, he actually has more than 100,000 more. 80,000. He thought for a while, but still left part of the living money, and nervously said a number. Old Man Bai stared at him for a long time before he said, I think you have some misunderstandings about college students. Isn't it enough? According to my observation, college students basically have the same characteristics. Old Man Bai said quietly. What? Poverty. Okay, let me ask for you, don't be too stupid. People say the price is what it is. Remember to bargain. Probably seeing that Zheng Fa really didn't understand the market, Old Man Bai also warned him. Old Man Bai moved quickly and quickly pushed Zheng Fa's business card on social software. I asked, this student is the best fit for you. Does he have the best technique? Zheng Fa asked. He is the poorest. What skills do you think you need for that crappy thing? Who would be willing to do it for you if it wasn't for the sake of money? When I told people about it, the teacher laughed at me and said that making this thing is an insult to their computers. Students in the department. This man recently had a girlfriend and is short of money. I understand, love and dignity, sometimes you can only choose one. The person introduced by Old Man Bai has a profile picture of a white cartoon puppy. The rope holding the puppy disappears in the upper right corner of the profile picture. His username is Hanzio Bai. He sent the other party a friend message, and the other party quickly approved it. Boss. Hello, do you know the specific needs? No. Then may I ask, how much does it cost to make such a game? Zheng Fa saw that the top of the dialog box first displayed inputting. Later this line disappeared again. Then the same prompt appeared again, and so on, and it took 3 minutes before I saw the other party's reply. 50,000. Zheng Fa remembered Old Man Bai's reminder and moved his finger to cut according to the fracture value. 5,000. The other party fell into a longer silence. Boss, this is too cruel. Just 5,000. I really can't do it. I'm still a student. Give me more. I'm in my 3rd year of high school, it's cheaper. The other party typed another long paragraph to show off his misfortune. You don't know, this money is really important. I recently got a girlfriend. Thieves can spend money. There are more men than women studying computers. It's not easy to find a girlfriend. All my living expenses have been spent on her. Recently, she saw that a new mobile phone cost several $1,000s, and I was too embarrassed to ask my parents for money, so I took the job. You can spend so much money on games when you are just in high school. Maybe you don't understand my difficulties. Recently, I really can't even afford food in the cafeteria. I really envy you for having parents. Zheng Fa pursed his lips and typed. The other party first put a row of question marks, and then said, fuck. 5,000 is 5,000. In the evening, Zheng Fa saw the other party again and sent him a few words. To be honest, this game is not difficult. You can make it with a free template. The only troublesome thing is the input of those pictures, which is also purely physical work. 5,000 yuan is barely enough. But this game has no future. If you are in the situation you said, I would advise you not to do it. Zheng Fa replied, aren't you short of money when you fall in love? It's still missing. This crappy game is so rubbish. I thought you were a stupid rich man who didn't know the ropes. I just wanted to cheat you out of money. The other party said frankly, but in your situation, I can't see you taking it. Money is wasted. Thank you. Zheng Fa thought for a while, I do this for other purposes. That's good, I'm just reminding you. How much does the mobile phone cost? Let's use that price when the time comes. The boss is awesome. I promise to do the job quickly and well for you. Zheng Fa, what did you do again? Wang Chen asked, looking at Zheng Fa who suddenly became depressed again. Play games. Zheng Fa closed his eyes, and the densely packed runes on his computer last night seemed to still remain in his mind. Playing games. Wang Chen suddenly became excited, patted Zheng Fa on the shoulder and said, you finally got lost on the road of being a top student and separated from the masses? What are you playing? Let's play in double Q. Little games you haven't played before. What little game is so fun? Looking at Zheng Fa who didn't bother to open his eyes, Wang Chen was really curious. Just. Zheng Fa thought about how to describe it. It's equivalent to giving you a human face. You have to find his parents, his grandparents, 7 aunts, 8 aunts, and even ancestors among tens of thousands of faces. 18 generations. What's so fun about this game? You don't understand. I am cultivating my own talent. What kind of talent? Wang Chen frowned and said, the talent of performing paternity testing with the naked eye. Having said this, he suddenly looked at Zheng Fa with sympathy. I know you have low self-esteem and a lot of pressure when you are with Tang Lingmu, but you also have to have some trust in people. At least you can't plan ahead so early. Sunwei Realm, Senior Sister Zhang's courtyard. The rules of the fairy fair have changed this time. The grade will not be determined, but the ranking will be determined. Senior Sister Zhang said to Zheng Fa and the 7th young master, it does not mean that your talent in Talisman Dao is good, but that you are better than others. Hearing this, the 7th young master's expression changed. Why? Didn't you just need to be a top-grade person before to enter the immortal sect? Even though he had always been a little afraid of Zhenren Zhang, the 7th young master couldn't help but complain. Zheng Fa understood his anxiety very well and looked at it from the perspective of the 7th young master. You are a scumbag student with poor grades. For a big exam, you have a headache and a thorn in your buttocks. You are addicted to tuhei and study hard just to pass the exam with a score of 60%. As a result, the invigilator walked into the examination room and announced that the examination rules had changed. This examination does not depend on the scores on the paper, but on rankings. Except for the top 10, everyone behind will fail. Anyone else would be blown up. Senior Sister Zhang also shook her head and said, this time, because the families participating in the Immortal Product Fair are afraid of another accident in the future, they have packed in all their good seedlings. Not only are there a large number of people participating in the Immortal Product Fair, but the quality is also the best. If we follow the fixed order again, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people entering the Immortal Sect this time. Isn't it good to have too many? The 7th young master asked blankly. For you, of course, it's good. For those disciples who have entered the Immortal Sect. Senior Sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa with a meaningful look, you are here to grab food. Even though the people who participated in the Immortal Fair are behind Master Jin Dan or Master Yuanying, this time there was a huge outcry among the bottom disciples of the 100 Immortals Alliance, so they made the provision to limit the number of places. How many places are there? Each sect is uncertain, but in terms of Talismanism, our Jushin sect is a bit more strict, while the Kingmu sect, they are good at refining medicine, and Talismanism is not so demanding. Senior Sister Zhang looked at the 7th young master and said, seeming to comfort him. The 7th young master breathed a sigh of relief. He was holding the Kingmu sect's immortal order. Zheng Fa understood what Senior Sister Zhang meant. The Jushin sect's talisman technique ranks first in the 100 Immortals League, and those who study Talismanism are also willing to enter the Jushin sect, so the admission requirements are naturally high. The Aoki sect's talismans were weak and there was little competition, so the 7th young master had great hopes. On the way back to his new yard, Zheng Fa met 2 acquaintances whom he had not seen for a long time, Huang Yu and his father, the somewhat chubby manager Huang. Behind the 2 of them was a cart filled with food, bedding, and sundries. The big and small bags looked like they were about to move. Brother Huang. Zheng Fa looked at the 2 people in surprise. It seemed that these 2 people were waiting for him here. Master Zheng. Huang Yu cupped his hands and said a little awkwardly. Manager Huang on the side also smiled and saluted, and the smile on his face was more flattering than the usual enthusiasm. What are you? He looked at the 2 people and then at the cart behind them. Huang Yu blushed and seemed embarrassed to speak. Manager Huang patted the back of his son's head and said, my son wants to seek refuge with you. Zheng Fa didn't expect this to happen. Take refuge in me. Yes, my son heard that you got the immortal order, young master, and came out to live in a courtyard by yourself. He has been thinking about being a housekeeper for you. Manager Huang said with a smile. Zheng Fa looked at the expressions of the 2 people and found that Huang Yu's face was not so clear, and he also had a clear understanding in his heart. This was probably Manager Wang's idea. Uncle. No way. Huang Guanxi waved his hands quickly and said, I don't dare to call the young master an uncle. Seeing his frightened look, Zheng Fa could only skip the address and said, if Brother Huang really wants to come to my place, I will welcome him, that is. Manager Huang probably inquired very clearly. The Zheng family really needs a male butler. Especially if Zheng Fa left Jingzhou, even with the protection of the Zhao family, he would really not worry about letting his mother and sister live alone. If Huang Yu is willing to work at Zheng Fa's house, it can be said to solve some of Zheng Fa's hidden worries. He is willing. Tell yourself, do you want to work at the Zheng family? Manager Huang slapped his son on the back of the head, and then Huang Yu said dully, yes. Zheng Fa saw that although he looked a little embarrassed, he didn't show much reluctance. He nodded and reminded, "We are from a small family and we can't afford a high monthly salary. It doesn't matter if you give me money or not." Manager Huang said with a smile, "I have packed the car with everything he needs to eat and use. It's enough for him to live for a year." Zheng Fa felt a little shocked when he looked at the carts piled high behind them. Bringing your own dry food to work, what a noble sentiment. Even in modern times, it would make those black-hearted capitalists cry. As he spoke, Manager Huang also said to Zheng Fa, "I won't hide it from the young master. This boy has a wild temper and can't stay in the farm. I'm afraid that he won't have the right mind to do things in Zhao's house. I know that the young master is a good person, and I can't live with him. I know him, so he shamelessly came to ask for a way out. As for my son, he is stupid and has a weak mind. His only advantage is that he is honest. I am not afraid that the young master will dislike you. To tell you the truth, if you want a well-rounded butler, he will not be able to do it, but you want him to guard the door." He dared to fight tooth and nail to protect his wife and young lady. Zheng Fa couldn't help but nod. Guanxi Huang was really a good person. The person he needed didn't need to run the Zheng family well. Reliability was the most important thing. Then Brother Wang's body contract. "Young master, you are so proud." Huang Guanxi said with a smile, "I asked someone to ask Madam what she meant. As soon as Madam heard that I would be your housekeeper, she gave us the deed without saying a word. Okay, I have to give you this monthly money. So, can you give me 1 tael of silver a month?" That's the young master's flattery. 1 tael of silver a month is too little for Wu Guanjia, the housekeeper of the Zhao mansion. This price is equivalent to an insult. But for Huang Yu, an inexperienced person, it is a bit high. This is also Zheng Fa's way of buying his loyalty. If he really doesn't pay, he may not feel resentful in the short term, but who wouldn't feel wronged in the long run? It's too far away from home, so Zheng Fa is willing to spend some money to buy peace of mind. The new courtyard of the Zheng family is a 2-entry courtyard. Zheng's mother and younger sister live in the backyard. Huang Yu and his son moved their things to the front yard. In the future, Huang Yu will also live next to the gatehouse in the front yard, which is almost like guarding the gate. After putting the things away, Huang Yu sent his father out of the city. Steward Huang saw his son's unhappy expression and said calmly, "Why, do you feel wronged as a steward?" "No, I just feel awkward. Last time we met, we were still brothers." "Are you stupid? Don't you see that Zheng Fa is about to ascend to heaven? In the future, you will be more prosperous than the current Wu steward of the Zhao family, and it is more valuable than the empty reputation of a friend. Then I had a good relationship with Zheng Fa before. Do you know what you have to do first if you want to ascend to heaven? You have to be a steward first." Steward Huang slapped his son's head in disappointment. "If you hadn't met Zheng Fa first, would you have the position of steward?" Huang Yu heard something wrong and looked up at his father. If Dad had known him earlier, Dad would have done it himself. Huang Yu remained silent, and heard his father continue, "Zheng Fa is easy to serve, and has a bright future. Even if he can't become rich, you can still have a stable life. Dad is incompetent, and he can only find this good way out for you after asking around. Work hard." "Yes, brother, if you want to become an immortal, our family will have its own housekeeper," said the younger sister Zheng Xin excitedly. Zheng Fa, on the other hand, looked calm. "These things are all empty. Whether it's this courtyard, senior sister Zhang, Huang Yu, or even the goodwill of the lady, they are all borrowed. If he fails to become an immortal in the Immortal Product Association, then these will probably leave him." "Mother said so too," the younger sister suddenly said. Mother said that life is good now, but she is afraid that you are too tired." The younger sister frowned and said, "Brother, are you tired?" She held Zheng Fa's index finger with both hands and looked up at her brother. "If you are tired, don't be an immortal. Pig grass leaves are actually delicious." When she said this, the younger sister had a heroic expression on her face. "The immortal item will come slowly and quickly. When waiting for it, I feel that every day is torture, but when this day really comes, I feel caught off guard and even doubt whether I am not prepared for something." This morning, the sun just illuminated the window frame, and Zheng Fa was awakened by a slight vibration. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that the immortal item order in his arms was shaking restlessly, as if urging him to get up. Zheng Fa took out the immortal item order, and before he could figure out what the thing was doing, the immortal item order flashed twice and actually broke into powder. A golden spell fell from the powder, and turned into 2 streams of light, sprinkled on Zheng Fa's calves. 2 gentle winds surged out of his feet, lifting Zheng Fa, who had not even washed his face, up and rushed out of the door and flew into the sky. Zheng's mother, who had gotten up early and was cleaning the house, watched him fly out of the yard, dropped the rag in her hand and chased after him at the gate, but she couldn't catch up with him, so she could only stretch her neck and watch him go away. 2 people also flew out of the Zhao family compound a street away. One was the 7th young master, and the other was a woman Zheng Fa did not know. In the small building where the lady lived, a figure was clinging to the railing, looking at them from afar, and it was unknown how long he had been waiting. Several people also flew out from several other nearby compounds. Zheng Fa was getting higher and higher, and Jingzhou City was getting smaller and smaller. When he looked up, he found that there was a seemingly endless colorful cloud covering his head. His head went straight into a cloud. When he emerged from the colorful cloud, what caught his eyes was a wide square. The colorful sea of clouds looked like undulating waves, but it was very solid to step on it. There was a hall in the center of the square, and there were 5 buildings of different shapes behind the hall. My sister told me that this is the Dengzi Antai. The 7th young master came over and muttered, Zheng Fa, just this one trip to the sky, I think it's worth it. I thought I didn't see your face turn pale because of your fear of heights just now? Zheng Fa noticed that there was a boy who looked younger than him. When he heard the 7th young master call him Zheng Fa, he suddenly turned his head to look at him. This boy looked familiar, as if he was one of the people who flew up from Jingzhou City. Zhao Mansion, Sister Zheng's courtyard. The invited mother Zheng held her daughter Zheng Shen's hand tightly and looked at the people in the hall a little restrainedly. In addition to Sister Zhang, the owner of the courtyard, there were also the wife and the eldest daughter in the room. Madam Zheng, don't be afraid. Zheng Fa and my son are both going to participate in the Fairy Products Conference. Master Zhang asked you to come here just now because he was afraid that Madam Zheng would worry. Although it was Sister Zhang who invited Mother Zheng, her expression when she looked at Mother Zheng was still very indifferent. She didn't talk to Mother Zheng, but just nodded gently to her. Mother Zheng took 2 deep breaths, put away the worried expression on her face, straightened her waist and bowed to Sister Zhang. Thank you Master Zhang. Sister Zheng's face became gentler. With her personality, she looked down on Zheng's mother's weak character, but Zheng's mother's performance just now showed that although this mother felt weak, she didn't want to lose face for her son in front of them. This made her respect her a little, and she took the initiative to explain to Zheng's mother, the colorful cloud is the magic platform for selecting immortals created by the 100 Immortals Alliance 10,000 years ago. As long as you hold the immortal order, you will fly to the immortal platform. It's not a bad thing. Zheng's mother nodded gratefully. Sister Zhang pointed her finger, and a golden spell appeared in the air. The space in front of everyone was like a water surface with ripples. A transparent cloth the size of half a wall appeared in front of them, showing the scene of Zheng Fa and others on the immortal platform. Brother! Zheng Shen cheered. Until she saw Zheng Fa's safe and sound figure, Zheng's mother held Zheng Shen's hand tightly and let go. Sister Zhang. A man's voice came from outside the door. Sister Zhang looked up and saw that it was Sunday Yu who came to ask for the immortal order the day before. Sunday Yu saw the curtain formed by the talisman of Senior Sister Zhang and couldn't help but admire. Senior Sister Zhang's shadow-chasing talisman is not inferior to the mirror flower and water moon art of the nascent soul. No wonder she is called the number 1 talisman below the nascent soul. Not even close, only this immortal stage is close. Senior Sister Zhang didn't think this person was here to praise her, and her face was very calm. What are you doing here, junior brother son? Sunday Yu smiled awkwardly. This Immortal Products Conference is a grand event of our 100 Immortals Alliance, and I wanted to come to Senior Sister Zhang to see the excitement. Senior Sister Zhang stared at him, with 2 words on her face, disbelief. Ahem, my master said that since Senior Sister Zhang said that junior brother Zheng has a higher talent than my junior brother, why not have a bet based on their performance at the Immortal Products Conference? Betting. Senior Sister Zhang frowned. What do you want? Senior Sister Zheng's method of building a foundation in the way of the talisman. It seems that Master Pang is really optimistic about that junior brother. Senior Sister Zhang suddenly realized, he has been planning a foundation building method for him before he even got started. Sunday Yu looked embarrassed. Obviously she had revealed the truth, and could only nod and say, Senior Sister Zhang set the fastest foundation building record in our 100 Immortals League with the method of building a foundation in the way of the talisman. Since my junior brother has a good talent in the way of the talisman, my master certainly wants to find him a most suitable foundation building method. Senior Sister Zhang looked at Sunday Yu, and she also understood Master Pang's thoughts in her heart. The 2 masters had always been at odds, but they were both in the nascent soul stage and neither could do anything to the other, so they were evenly matched. But among the next generation, she is the leader, and no one in Uncle Pang's line can compare. Even if she doesn't care about face, she has taken away a lot of resources. When Uncle Pang found a good youngster, he naturally wanted to cultivate it with all his efforts, and even went so far as to ask her for a suitable foundation building method in the name of gambling. Sunday Yu seemed to see that she understood the meaning, and his face was apprehensive, as if he thought she would refuse. Yes. Unexpectedly, Senior Sister Zhang suddenly said, I want Uncle Pang's void spirit eye. At this time, Sunday Yu was stunned. He looked at Senior Sister Zhang, as if he didn't expect her to agree so simply. Senior Sister actually has so much confidence in that junior brother. Senior Sister Zhang smiled and did not answer, but her eyes fell on that curtain. In the picture, Zheng Fa and others were already walking towards the main hall. When they reached the entrance of the hall, the young man who had been looking at Zheng Fa suddenly walked up to him and the 7th young master. What do you want to do? The 7th young master asked, seeing the unkind look on his face. This man didn't even look at the 7th young master, but said to Zheng Fa, I am Zhou Qian Yuan. He seemed to think that just saying a name was enough, and without doing anything else, he just walked past the 2 of them. What are you proud of? The 7th young master muttered. Shenlingen, Zhengjin Taoist body, talisman Tao talent valued by Master Yuanying. Wouldn't you be proud of me? Zheng Fa chuckled. He also knew why this person kept looking at him. With this young man's talent and opportunities, he had probably never encountered any setbacks since he was born. This time, Senior Sister Zhang's refusal to give him the immortal order was probably something he had kept in mind. Is he targeting you? Hearing this, the 7th young master was a little nervous. Target me? He probably doesn't take me seriously. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, he thinks I took the immortal order that belongs to him, just to demonstrate. Is there anyone more unreasonable than me? The seventh young master's eyes widened, obviously unable to understand Zhou Qianyuan's mind. Zheng Fa didn't pay attention to this person. They followed everyone into the hall. A half-person high mirror was erected in the center of the hall facing them. This is an immortal mirror. It can determine the first grade for you based on your spiritual roots and Taoist body. The seventh young master continued to talk about the information he had learned from his sister. Zheng Fa saw that when every person passed by the mirror, a light flashed out from the mirror and fell at the person's feet to form a circle of light. There are 3 types of aperture: purple, cyan and white. White is the most common, cyan is less, and purple is rare. This is probably the so-called first product. The meaning of Zi Aishao is, 2 people, one of them is Zhou Qianyuan. This time, the selection of fairy mirrors is more strict than before. Those with dual spiritual roots will be white in the first grade. Those with single spiritual roots or both spiritual roots and Dao body will be green in the first grade. Those with single spiritual roots and Dao body will be first grade. For purple, looking at the purple halo under Zhou Qianyuan's feet, Sun Dayu explained proudly to the others. Zhou Qianyuan is indeed worthy of his pride. There are more than 1,000 participants in this immortal product fair. Half of them have been certified by the immortal product mirror, and only 2 of them are purple in the first grade. According to this ratio, the first grade is purple. There is no one who is purple. This is after major families sent their most talented children to participate in the immortal fair. In the picture, the 7th young master and Zheng Fa walked past the immortal mirror one after the other. The halo of light under the 7th young master's feet is white. As for Zheng Fa, the white halo under his feet actually had a hint of cyan, but it was extremely inconspicuous. This junior brother has actually mastered Taoist martial arts. Sun Dayu, as a disciple of Yuanying, is well informed. It's just that the gap between Taoist martial arts and Taoist body cannot be measured in Dao, and this junior brother's first grade is only can be seen as white. What does the first product mean? Zheng Fa's little sister Zheng Shan couldn't help but ask. The first grade is your cultivation talent. Those who are purple in the first grade can enter the immortal gate directly without the need for the next step of assessment. They are the geniuses that our 100 Immortals Alliance really needs, and they will definitely become the pillars of the 100 Immortals Alliance in the future. As for the others, King Bai first-level disciples can actually only enter the 100 Immortals League by relying on their skills. Sun Dayu had a proud and troubled smile on his face, but my junior brother, he wants to be our senior sister Zhang. For the goal. He turned to look at senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang, our gambling game has begun. Zheng Fa looked at the white circle of light under his feet and was not surprised. What surprised him was Zhou Qianyuan's choice. After everyone walked through the immortal mirror, a voice that did not sound like a human sounded in the hall. Purple level people can enter the immortal gate directly, and those below Qing level can choose a door to enter for the next step of the assessment. Zheng Fa and others looked into the hall and found that there were 5 small doors standing behind the fairy mirror, with the words, "There are 5 characters, Fu, Dan, Qi, Array, and miscellaneous." Zhou Qianyuan, who was vaguely regarded as the leader by everyone and stood in front of everyone, actually walked directly to the door with the word Fu written on it. "Aren't you Zippin?" Someone behind him asked. "I'm not just Zippin." Without looking back, he walked through the door. Zheng Fa and the 7th young master looked at each other and felt that this man was really arrogant. The 7th young master whispered, "I've never seen anyone who deserves a beating more than me." The 2 of them followed the crowd into the Talisman gate. After a short passage, they came to 9 consecutive palaces, one of the 5 buildings behind the main hall. There is a man in white waiting for them here. He was stunned when he saw the purple halo under Zhou Qianyuan's feet, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded to everyone without saying a word. Instead, he turned around and held his hand toward the palace. A piece of talisman paper in his hand spontaneously ignited without wind. "Respectfully invite the Patriarch of 9 Mountains." The Patriarch of 9 Mountains? Zheng Fa watched helplessly as the 9 palaces in front of him suddenly rose from the ground, the roof ridges grew out of the mountains, and the palace walls turned into cliffs. In the blink of an eye, 9 towering mountains stretching upward stood in front of everyone. A continuous silver belt appeared in front of everyone, winding around the 9 peaks and reaching the top of the 9th highest peak, which were actually transparent plank roads. This Taoist talisman test is set by our 9 mountains sect. The requirement is to climb the 9 mountains. Each mountain has 999 steps on the plank road, and the one with the furthest steps is the best. To join our 9 mountains sect, you need to rank in the top 20 in terms of steps. Compared to the first grade white person, the first grade green person's final steps at 999 steps, and the first grade purple person. The man looked at Zhou Qianyuan and seemed to not know how to arrange it. "I will travel all over the 9 mountains." Zheng Fa understood what he meant. "I want full marks in the exam without any extra points." After Zhou Qianyuan finished speaking, he stepped directly onto the first level plank road. A basic elemental talisman suddenly appeared on the transparent plank road under his feet, and various talismans began to flash quickly on the next level plank road in front of him. Zheng Fa somewhat understood the intention of this assessment. They should seize the opportunity to jump to the next level plank road when the corresponding talisman diagram is displayed on the next level plank road based on the basic elements under their feet. Zheng Fa watched the unlucky guy next to him. When he stepped onto the next level of the plank road, the talisman diagram on it was wrong. The transparent plank road shattered into powder. The man fell from midair, and the trajectory of his fall passed through the colorful clouds and disappeared in front of everyone. I don't even know whether I am alive or dead. There are also people who dare not take a step after jumping on the first level of the plank road. As a result, after the basic talisman on the transparent plank road under their feet lit up for a few times, the talisman and the plank road disappeared directly. This man was caught off guard and fell even more awkwardly than the man before. It turns out that waiting there all the time is not enough. This thing has a time limit. You must take steps within a certain period of time, and you must ensure that when you step, the runes on the next step correspond to the runes under your feet. There is a time limit, and it requires a deep understanding of Fudao. This assessment does not seem simple. While he was observing, he suddenly felt that the silence around him was too much. When he turned around, he found that the seventh young master was 3 steps away from him, looking at the plank road in front of him with a pale face. Only then did Zheng Fa remember a piece of trivia he had just learned. The seventh young master was afraid of heights. This kind of transparent plank road is simply poking at the seventh young master's weakness. Seeing Zheng Fa looking at him, the seventh young master smiled a little stiffly. I suddenly realized that there is nothing good about the immortal sect. Want to give up? What does giving up mean? Don't you remember what my yard is called? I don't envy the immortals. I don't want to go to the immortal gate. If you go back like this, your mother will scold you. The seventh young master hesitated for a moment, then said indifferently, My mother? I've gotten used to it after so many years. Your sister will beat you. The seventh young master's face was entangled, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, my sister shouldn't be able to kill me. Really decide to go back? Yes. The seventh young master nodded firmly. Okay, Gao Yuan has always wanted to be Gao Lao Er, and this time he got his wish. Huh? What dick? You don't know Gao Yuan yet? He likes to compete. The seventh young master nodded. Zheng Fa said calmly, among the 3 of us, I can't compare to him after I went to the immortal sect, but compared to you, he is good at studying and has practiced martial arts. He can be said to be both civilized and martial. I always thought he should be the second oldest. In the past, young master, your talismans were stronger than his, and you could even enter the immortal sect, but he didn't dare to be too arrogant. But now you go back like this. Before Zheng Fa finished speaking, the seventh young master stood up in anger. Does he have such ambitions? Think about him. I will become the 3rd child when I go back. I think that's what he thinks. Can't even compare to the plateau. He would think so even if he didn't say it. The 7th young master gritted his teeth and walked towards the transparent plank road in front of him. Zheng Fa smiled behind him. You may be able to tolerate your parents calling you 10,000 scolds, but you certainly can't tolerate your friends calling you trash, especially friends who were not as good as you in the past. A young man on the side who had listened to the conversation between the 2 looked at Zheng Fa and sighed, that Gao Yuan has a close relationship with this brother, right? The young man said, you tell this brother that he was unmoved by your mother's reprimands and the beatings by your eldest sister. Only when you mention the plateau, he actually has such courage. Watching the 7th young master's buttocks trembling, he used his hands and feet to climb up with gritted teeth. The moment Zheng Fa stepped on the plank road, he realized that this thing was just a piece of mind. It would actually shake when he stepped on it. The shaking is not large, but this feeling of instability can bring a great sense of uneasiness to people. While standing on it, waves of sharp and turbulent mountain wind blew in his face, blowing his clothes with a roar. Looking down a little, the valleys ahead seemed bottomless. Taking part in the talisman assessment in such an environment will make everyone nervous, regardless of whether you are afraid of heights or not. If coupled with the time limit on the plank road at your feet, this assessment turns out to be so deceptive. There are evil people in the Jushin sect. Zheng Fa took 2 deep breaths, trying to forget the surrounding environment and focus on the runes on the next level of the plank road. Zhao Mansion, senior sister Zhang's courtyard. Looking at the trembling people standing on the plank road in the picture, nostalgia flashed in Sun Daiyu's eyes. He smiled and said to senior sister Zhang, seeing them really reminds me of myself back then. Senior sister Zhang glanced at him. What? I want to do it again. Sun Daiyu laughed dryly. That doesn't mean. Junior brother, my legs were weak when I was on top, and I didn't understand why you were torturing me like this. Do you understand now? Sun Daiyu nodded, then sighed, and said, if you are unable to calm down and concentrate on drawing the talisman in the face of such false dangers and difficulties, this kind of mentality may not be able to bear it in the immortal sect, but it is better not to understand. The slight vicissitudes in these words made senior sister Zhang look up at him. Sun Daiyu seemed to sigh twice, and then praised senior sister Zhang. Based on the past results of the 100 Immortals League, crossing 2 mountains is normal, and walking 4 mountains is excellent. But this time I want to enter my 9 mountains zone. I'm afraid 6 mountains are the lowest standard. Of course, if you can go straight to the 9th peak like you, senior sister, and break the record of beginner disciples for thousands of years, you naturally don't need to worry about this. Senior sister Zhang, your shadow still remains here, above the 9 peaks. Hearing his words, the lady and others on the side couldn't help but cast their eyes on senior sister Zhang. They had always heard about senior sister Zhang's genius, and only now did they have an intuitive feeling. I heard that your junior brother is targeting me. Who knows? Sun Dayu shook his head and said, he is still young, and it is a good thing to have ambition. But to be honest, I'm afraid even Master doesn't think he can really match your talent, Senior Sister Zheng. Senior Sister, your talent in Talisman Dao is infinite. It's rare to see it every year, let alone this time. I'm afraid no one will break your record in 1,000 years. Senior Sister Zheng shook her head, with a look of disapproval, but her eyes fell on the curtain in the air, looking at Zheng Fa who was still climbing up. Zheng Fa had already entered the state of drawing pictures at this time, or in other words, although this assessment may have been designed to assess the character of the entry-level disciples, but it suits Zheng Fa very well. After so many days of training, Zheng Fa has almost turned the recognition of talismans into an instinct. Once it becomes instinctive, you can give the correct solution and find the answer to a situation without even thinking or fearing it. He almost forgot that he was in midair, and all he could think about was the runes on the plank road. The difficulty of the assessment gradually increases. In the first 2 mountains, the probability of corresponding symbols appearing is very high. In every 10 symbols, 1 or 2 corresponding symbols will appear. This is not difficult for Zheng Fa, nor is it difficult for most people who can be here. He could see in the corner of his eye that more than half of the people could reach the 3rd mountain. But starting from the 3rd mountain, the difficulty of this assessment suddenly seemed to be out of control, and there was a big jump. The corresponding symbol appears less frequently, probably only once in every 20 symbols. The plank road disappeared much faster underfoot. According to Zheng Fa's estimation, the time was shortened by about 1/3. After about 40 talismans appear on the next level plank road, if you don't take a step forward, the talismans on the plank road under your feet will disappear. This sudden increase in difficulty caught many people by surprise. Desperate faces were falling from the sky like dumplings, accompanied by screams that echoed in the valley. This situation inevitably affects other people, causing more and more people to fail. Zheng Fa saw the 7th young master, who had just reached the 3rd mountain. The 7th young master originally did not look at the valley below. Instead, he raised his chin and used his hands and feet to crawl forward awkwardly but hard. However, when he heard the screams around him, he couldn't help but glance down, and then he froze. Zhao Lao-san. Zheng Fa called him. You're the 3rd child. The 7th young master gritted his teeth and responded, but his hands and feet were obviously still a little weak, and he stopped in place and refused to move. Zhao Jingfen. Zheng Fa looked back at him and suddenly asked, after 10 years of waiting and 10 years of scolding, are you willing to go back like this? Zheng Fa only said this, and seemed unwilling to persuade him anymore, so he just continued to move forward. Looking at his back, the 7th young master's eyes gradually turned red. He was very familiar with Zheng Fa's state, a kind of numb addiction when applying Tuhei tactics. He exhaled and set his sights on the next plank road. There seemed to be nothing else in his red eyes, only these symbols that made him familiar, made him sick, made him curse but also made him devote 10 years of his life. The two walked one behind the other, walking and climbing, numbly but steadily heading towards the 9th peak. Gradually, most people were left behind by them. Zhou Qianyuan, who was leading the way, seemed to have noticed something. He looked back and saw Zheng Fa closing the distance between him and him at a rapid speed. He was originally resentful of Zheng Fa and had some comparisons. Seeing Zheng Fa catching up with him, he showed some nervousness and panic on his face. Zheng Fa didn't seem to see him. His eyes were fixed on those runes. He didn't seem to care who was next to him. The pace of others was getting slower and slower, but Zheng Fa seemed to be getting into the state more and more. He moved forward only by instinct and his movements were getting faster and faster. When he passed Zhou Qianyuan, Zheng Fa didn't even look at him. Zhou Qianyuan looked at Zheng Fa who left him behind and didn't even look back, and his steps paused. Then, he saw a figure behind Zheng Fa who was rolling and crawling, but also moving at a fast speed, surpassing him. This person seemed to see him, but stopped and even raised his legs to stand up. Zhou Qianyuan recognized the other person. This person had been standing beside Zheng Fa and muttering, which was annoying. He was even too lazy to talk to him. This person made an expression that he was very familiar with, the arrogant look that had always appeared on his face before. I am Zhao Jingfen. Such a familiar sentence structure and tone made Zhou Qianyuan more and more sure that this person was deliberately imitating him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. After saying this, the 7th young master was ready to move forward, but then he seemed to think of something and stopped again, pointing at Zheng Fa and said, "Oh, my talisman, he taught me." Zhou Qianyuan looked at his leaving figure, his expression cracked inch by inch. He understood what this person meant. You are still going to Zheng Fa to demonstrate. I am his disciple, you can't win. Zhou Qianyuan clenched his fists, quickened his pace and began to chase the two people. In the courtyard of Senior Sister Zheng, Sun Dayu sighed as he watched his movements. My junior fellow apprentice is upset. On the side, the wife and the eldest daughter looked at each other, both with guilty expressions on their faces. Both the madam and the eldest lady saw the same words on each other's faces. It must be that evil mouth. Everyone saw the 7th young master talking to Zhou Qianyuan just now, but no one heard what was said. Sun Dayu didn't understand the 7th young master and thought that his junior brother was distracted just because he was surpassed by Zheng Fa and the 7th young master. But the madam and the eldest lady know very well how much this guy deserves a beating. The two of them have long understood that with Zhou Qianyuan's talent and the degree to which he is valued by Master Yuanying, he will definitely be a figure in the 100 Immortals League in the future. This idiot of my own has offended such a person before he even entered the 100 Immortals League. Sun Dayu on the side also praised the 7th young master. I didn't expect that the young master of your house has such a talent. I was wrong before. When he said this, he looked very polite to the madam and the eldest lady. Seeing that their expressions did not look happy, Sun Dayu was also a little confused and could only say to senior sister Zheng on the side, but what surprised me the most was senior sister's eyes, that Zheng Fa was so outstanding. In the picture, Zheng Fa's speed is indeed very fast, and it is getting faster and faster, gradually leaving everyone far behind. On the transparent plank roads, everyone can see him walking up the plank roads without stopping as soon as they look up. This speed is almost beyond the reach of others, and the Taoist heart is broken. Among them was Zhou Qianyuan, who was getting more and more anxious and kept telling himself to go faster, faster, but helplessly found that he was getting farther and farther away from Zheng Fa. He knew that he should focus on the plank road in front of him, but he couldn't help but look up at Zheng Fa's figure from time to time. I was anxious and distracted, and finally on the last few steps of the plank road on the 6th mountain, I accidentally took a step too late and fell off the plank road. Sun Dayu in senior sister Zhang's room couldn't help but patted his palms. My junior brother, at least has the talent of the 7th mountain or even the 8th mountain. He is really messed up today. Senior sister Zhang also gave a rare nod. She could also tell that Zhou Qianyuan probably didn't have talisman talent that could only reach the 6th mountain, but his character could only reach this point. Did you forget something? Sun Dayu was stunned, then took out a jade tube from his arms and handed it to senior sister Zhang. This is the method of piercing the void spiritual eye. Are you ready? Seeing his prepared look, even senior sister Zhang was a little surprised. It's not me, it's Master. Sun Dayu said with respect on his face. Master said, if you need anything, senior sister Zhang, it must be the hollow spiritual eye that can perfect your Yuanfa golden pill. Uncle Pang has long thought that he would lose. Senior sister Zhang asked. Master likes gambling and fighting with others the most, but he has never lost. Sun Dayu shook his head. Before coming here, Master once told me that if I win the bet, it would be great for my junior brother to get the Talisman Dao foundation building technique. If we don't win the bet, then if the void spiritual eye of the gate can help senior sister perfect her path, even if the ideas are different, wouldn't it be a great joy for our 9 Mountains sect to produce another nascent soul? Senior sister Zhang was slightly moved, but she didn't seem to really believe it. What's more, although my junior brother has high eyesight, he has just been used to flattery since he was a child. Now let him know that there are people outside the world and there are principles in the sky, and he will work hard in the future, which may be more valuable to him than a foundation building method. Important. Senior sister Zhang sighed. Uncle Pang is so dedicated and heartwarming. My master also said that after my senior sister obtains the void spiritual eye, she may turn to agree with his concept of infinite talismans. Unexpectedly, Sun Dayu suddenly said something again. Senior sister Zhang's eyes opened slightly, and the way she looked at the jade tube was different. The bet that Uncle Pang wants is actually me. Compared to the fact that my senior sister agrees with my master's ideas, what is a foundation building method? Sun Dayu looked at senior sister Zhang and said, my master, I will win every bet. Be it Zheng Fa or junior brother Zhou, they have never been the most valued by my master. How can they compare to you, senior sister? He pointed at Zheng Fa in the screen and said. Zheng Fa's pace was getting faster and faster, almost making the people behind him lose the confidence to catch up with him, but he didn't mean to do this. On this 9-mountain plank road, there will be a leap in difficulty every 2 mountains. By the time we reach the 7th mountain, only one of the corresponding talisman pictures will appear in almost 30 pictures. The plank road underfoot almost disappeared after 30 runes. In other words, Zheng Fa only had one chance to take a step forward. If he missed it, he would miss it, which also prevented him from slowing down at all. There was a very long distance behind him from the others. There are only a few people who can even cross the 6th mountain. Just after passing the 7th mountain, when the difficulty suddenly increased again, the 7th young master also fell down. Zheng Fa felt that there was only a plank road in front of him and the gradually clear white mountain top. There was no one else in front of him or behind him, and there was no human sound in his ears except his own breathing, until he was almost at the end of the 8th mountain, and a figure turned its back to him on the 9th mountain. Senior sister Zhang. Zheng Fa was shocked. He almost stepped on the wrong talisman and failed. This tall, slender figure with graceful curves was very familiar to him. Who could it be if it wasn't senior sister Zhang? But why is senior sister Zhang here? When he reached the last step of the 8th mountain, the figure slowly turned around, and it was senior sister Zhang's face. But at this moment, Zheng Fa immediately confirmed that this person was definitely not senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang would not have such a vulgar smile on her face. He is better than me. Senior sister Zhang suddenly spoke while holding the jade tube. Huh. Sun Dayu was puzzled, and saw that Zheng Fa had already stepped onto the 9th peak on the screen. Junior brother Zheng has also stepped onto the 9th peak? The second person in 10,000 years. Sun Dayu sighed, and in his words he had quietly called Zheng Fa his junior brother, and there was a sense of intimacy, as if the two of them were very familiar with each other before. But he still shook his head and said, I admire Senior Sister Zhang's vision. But this person only has 2 spiritual roots and no Taoist body. I am afraid he is still not as good as you, Senior Sister Zhang. Do you know who you will meet on the 9th peak? Senior Sister Zhang suddenly asked. Who? The founder of Jushan Mountain. The founder? Didn't he pass away long ago? A wisp of remnant soul is still there, and it has regenerated its spiritual wisdom. Where do you think I got the method of building the foundation of the Talisman path? Senior Sister Zhang looked up at Zheng Fa in the picture, with a faint smile on her face. Uncle Peng underestimated me too much. He wanted me to mess up my path with a cave eye. I have a big heart. I want more than just a cave eye, but a fellow Taoist. Senior Sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa and said, I failed to pass the test of the founder. Then the method of building the foundation of the Talisman path. A small reward. Senior Sister Zhang glanced at Sunday Yu lightly, staring at Zheng Fa with expectation. Zheng Fa looked at Senior Sister Zhang in front of him with a strange expression. I didn't expect that after only 100 years of waiting, someone would come to the 9th peak again. Senior Sister Zhang in front of him smiled warmly and obscenely, and even had a sense of resentment about why the young master had come so late. Who are you? I am the founder of Jushan. Senior Sister Zhang raised her head and said, the plank road you just walked on was designed by me? Oh, yes, the female disciple who came before also had some good suggestions, but I didn't treat her badly and gave her a small reward. He looked a little proud. So it was you, the old thief. No, it turned out that you are this kind of Senior Sister Zhang? Disciple thinks this test is still too simple. Zheng Fa showed a pure smile and decided to learn from Senior Sister Zhang, an excellent example. In the courtyard of Senior Sister Zhang. Small reward. Sunday Yu looked at Senior Sister Zhang and murmured the word small reward. Senior Sister's Fu Dao foundation building method is known as the fastest foundation building method in the 100 Immortals Alliance. Is this only a small reward? Senior Sister Zhang glanced at him and said, this ancestor is moody and has a special status. Even Yuan Zhenren can only coax him. If he is unhappy, you can't even see the real treasure of the 9th mountain. What is a foundation building method? Then junior brother Zhang. I don't think he is a good person. The 9 Mountain Patriarch likes this kind of people the most. Too simple. When the 9 Mountain Patriarch heard what Zheng Fa said, his eyes became unconvinced. Zheng Fa never thought that Senior Sister Zhang's face could have such a look that seemed to jump up and down. Do you know that this is something I worked hard and spent 1,000 years to come up with? He said angrily, you said it's too simple. He said as if Zheng Fa was insulting him. I'm not saying that this plank road has no creativity, but there is still room for improvement. Zheng Fa said calmly. Tell me. Jushan Patriarch looked at Zheng Fa suspiciously, as if he didn't believe he could have any good suggestions. Patriarch, may I ask what the small reward that disciple got at the time was? Zheng Fa decided to see the price of his conscience. She is quite ambitious and asked for a talisman foundation building method. Thinking of Senior Sister Zhang, Jushan Patriarch couldn't help showing a hint of admiration on his face. The foundation building method was created by me in my early years, but it is not perfect. Zheng Fa believed in Senior Sister Zhang's vision. The foundation building method she liked was definitely not an ordinary thing. Zheng Fa quickly betrayed his conscience. I think that plank road is still too stable. Stable. Jushan Patriarch looked at the plank road behind Zheng Fa in confusion. When the mountain wind blew, the plank road was still shaking. I mean, why can't you move? Move. You can move yourself, such as shaking up and down from time to time, swinging left and right. Well, it would be better to add a countdown to remind these disciples how long it will take for the plank road under their feet to disappear. Who can't adjust their mentality? Well, that makes sense. Is there anything else? Jushan Patriarch began to think. I think this mountain wind is too monotonous. A little rain, a little thunder, a little snow and hail, or even a landslide, isn't it in line with the laws of nature? Jushan Patriarch glanced at him and said nothing, just said, anything else? Seeing his cold look, Zheng Fa gritted his teeth and sincerely apologized to the latecomer. I think the biggest problem with this plank road is that it is not realistic enough. Realistic? Where does the biggest danger come from? Disciples of the immortal sect. What? People. Zheng Fa pointed to the plank road behind him. Why separate each plank road? It's better to let several plank roads intersect. Let them fight. Jushan Patriarch's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly urged, tell me in detail, expand on it. Zheng Fa didn't speak, and pursed his lips tightly, as if he had a cramp. The Patriarch of Jushan was obviously a sensible person. He took out a jade tube and placed it in front of Zheng Fa. Talisman foundation building method. Zheng Fa's mouth disease was cured immediately. For example, let the 2 disciples find the same talisman, but there is only the same plank road in front of them. Keep going. It's better to specify a range, draw a circle or something. If you don't reach the circle within the specified time, all will be eliminated. This is good. This is good. They dare not grab it. It will be too late if they don't grab it. The Patriarch of Jushan clapped his hands, obviously thinking that this model is very much in line with his mind. You are such a bad person. I like it. It sounds weird. The Patriarch of Jushan smiled and suddenly turned into Zheng Fa's appearance. Before, the female disciple told me that the plank road should be transparent, and I thought she was a talent. The patriarch of Jushan praised, I turned into her appearance, so that later generations will know that it was her ingenuity that made the plank road more perfect. Now I think that this opportunity to be passed down through the ages should be given to you. No, you stole the portrait rights. Does senior sister Zheng know? Celebrate the past through the ages? Let people in the future know that he came up with these bad ideas? What about being infamous for eternity? Zheng Fa hurriedly waved his hands. I just made a few small suggestions. I dare not take credit for it. I dare not take credit for it. Jushan Patriarch looked at him deeply, and suddenly said, with your temper, you should be a member of my Jushan sect. Zheng Fa felt a little bad. Are there many people like me in Jushan sect? Then can this sect stay? Not many, most of them were beaten to death. Jushan Patriarch said enthusiastically, come on, let me show you something good. Zheng Fa followed Jushan Patriarch up the mountain, and was a little curious about where to go. As a result, the two did not walk far, and stopped on the side of the hillside facing away from the crowd on the 9th peak. Look up. Seeing Zheng Fa's confused look, Jushan Patriarch pointed to the top of the mountain above. The top of the mountain was covered with snow, shining with golden light in the sun. Golden light? Zheng Fa looked up and found 4 patterns written on the top of the mountain that looked like words but not words, and like symbols but not symbols. This is my original body. The 9 Mountain Patriarch said, the true shape symbol of mountains and rivers. Can runes lead to enlightenment? This is really beyond Zheng Fa's cognition. Do you know the origin of the Jushan sect? Unexpectedly, the founder of the Jushan sect suddenly mentioned something else. 9 mountains, are they 9 mountains? Yes and no, I am originally a spiritual vein, but by nature, the flow path of the spiritual energy in my spiritual vein actually formed a mysterious rune, which is the true shape of the mountain and river. Over time, I actually developed some spiritual wisdom by relying on these runes. Later, I understood the true shape of the mountains and rivers from them, and turned them into 9 spiritual mountains. So the 9 mountains of the 9 mountains sect are not only the 9 mountains, but also the 9 spiritual mountains. Pointing to me, even I don't know what I am, a spiritual vein, this rune, or the 9 mountains. The founder of Jushan shook his head and said, what I can know is that this rune hides the world that's right, otherwise I might just have an ordinary spiritual vein for the rest of my life. Zheng Fa looked at the 4 mysterious patterns above his head and felt a little amazed. He had long been aware of the mystery of the Sunwei world, but it was beyond his imagination that this rune could actually make a spiritual vein generate spiritual wisdom, and even allow it to create a nascent soul sect. Throughout my life, I have been using the true form talisman of mountains and rivers only by instinct. It is like my companion's spiritual treasure. Until I passed away, I may not have understood even 10% of its secrets. Who are you, the patriarch? Me? I said, I am Jushan, I am a spiritual vein, but I am no longer the true form of this mountain and river. Patriarch Jushan said something that Zheng Fa couldn't understand, but said, the old man, crazy. The patriarch of the 9 mountains waved his hand, pointed at the true shape talisman of mountains and rivers and said, his time is approaching, and he is unwilling to sit down and die, so he divides himself into 2 halves. The smaller half is me, the 9 mountains and the spiritual veins, and the other half is me, the 9 mountains and the spiritual veins. Most of it is sleeping in this true mountain and river talisman, absorbing the future. The disciple of the 9 mountains sect comprehended this true form talisman and completely integrated himself with the true form talisman. He felt that compared to this mysterious true form talisman, the 9 mountains and spiritual veins were a burden. Now that he has abandoned me, I want to rely on this true mountain and river talisman to rebuild my feet and regain my life. In this true form talisman, the old man's treasure is hidden, and his magical powers are even hidden in himself. As long as you can understand it, you can get them. The 9 mountains patriarch waved his hand gently, and 4 dazzling golden lights shot out from the 4 runes on the mountain, forming 4 light beams that converged on Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa unconsciously crossed his legs on the ground, and with his eyes slightly closed, he seemed to see the mountains and rivers flowing, the sun and the moon rising and setting, and the years withering and flourishing. When he came back to his senses, there was no snow-white mountain in front of him, and no 9 mountains patriarch. Only 4 golden runes remained, supporting the sky and the earth, filling the world in front of him. With just one glance, Zheng Fa felt dizzy. He understood a little bit why the 9 mountains patriarch had not been able to comprehend this mountain and river true shape talisman. This thing and the talisman he had seen before, in terms of complexity, are completely not on the same level. Whether it is the talismans in the study of the 7th young master or the talismans drawn by senior sister Zheng, they are actually isolated figures. But the mountain and river true shape talisman in front of him can even be said to be a talisman conference. They were next to each other, holding hands and hearts, connected to each other, dancing together, as if they were participating in an extremely cheerful bonfire party. When Zheng Fa saw it from a distance, he thought it was 4 runes. But when he got closer, he found that it was actually a combination of countless runes, and it was even difficult for him to judge which runes were combined to form the 4 runes in front of him, because most of the runes were not the runes corresponding to the basic Yuanfu at all. This is a bit like the joke Zheng Fa saw before. I just learned 1 + 1, and you are taking calculus in the final exam? It's beyond the syllabus. The people of Sunwei realm may feel more at a loss than him. There are 2 problems here. First, why can the originally isolated runes be combined, even so harmonious, and look like they are originally one, and what is the purpose of the combination of runes? This is also something Zheng Fa can't understand. His understanding of the rune method is not enough for him to figure out this problem. But the other problem is easier for him. Facing unfamiliar runes, most Sunwei realm cultivators have no way to deal with it. Judging from the current analysis of the Yuanfu by the Sunwei realm, they are more likely to draw the talisman first to see what the effect is. Then classify the talismans with the same effect into one category, and finally find the simplest figure among them as the basic Yuanfu. This method is basically equivalent to Shenning tasting hundreds of herbs. I don't know what this is, just take a bite and see. They have not yet summed up a universal method. Before the development of topology, almost no one regarded polyhedrons and spheres as the same thing. When there is no standard for classification, there is no way to talk about classification. By yuanying, it depends on you. Zheng Fa looked at the thousands of talismans above his head, trying to apply the rules in the notebook to these unprecedented talismans. There is also a wide square among the colorful clouds at the bottom of the mountain, where people who fell from the plank road are gathering. The seventh young master is depressed. He feels that he could have gone further, but his fear of heights still affects his performance. While he was complaining about himself, a figure suddenly walked in front of him and interrupted his worries. The seventh young master looked up and saw that it was Zhou Qianyuan. Zhou Qianyuan looked at him with a dark face, and he looked like he was coming with bad intentions. He was obviously not here to make friends. The seventh young master was indeed a little guilty. He was too arrogant at the top, and it seemed that he really affected the other party's assessment. Thinking of the other party's talent of the first grade purple, he panicked even more. What's wrong with you? Adhering to the principle of losing the battle, the seventh young master asked coldly. You said before that he taught you the way of talismans. Is it true? Unexpectedly, Zhou Qianyuan seemed to care more about this. A small half. The seventh young master straightened his chest. Most of it is my extraordinary talent. Zhou Qianyuan looked at him suspiciously, as if wondering if what he said was true. Just as the two looked at each other, a golden light suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up and found that the light came from the ninth peak. In the golden light, a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground was extremely conspicuous. The complex and dazzling runes in front of him were also exposed to everyone. Zheng Fa. The seventh young master recognized the man sitting cross-legged on the ground. Zhou Qianyuan looked at the runes, frowning, as if trying to analyze them. More people were curious about what the cross-legged man was doing, and then they knew it. Some runes seemed to be attracted by Zheng Fa, flew out from the four runes, landed beside him, danced around him, and illuminated his figure. Slowly, these complex runes gradually stretched, twisted, and deformed in the air, and finally turned into some seemingly simple figures. Yuanfu. Zhou Qianyuan murmured, his eyes staring at the Yuanfu flying around Zheng Fa, a little surprised. He is analyzing the runes? I have never seen these Yuanfu, and he actually has a way to analyze them. The seventh young master came back to his senses, looked at him, and then looked at the others. He found that they looked at the Yuanfu with a bit of confusion. Probably because they had never seen them before. You said you learned from Zheng Fa, so what are his requirements? Zhou Qianyuan looked at the seventh young master, pursed his lips, and suddenly asked. Requirements. The seventh young master was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Does he teach everyone? Or does he need to look at something else? Spirit stones? Talent? Character? Zhou Qianyuan explained. The seventh young master understood a little bit. This is competing with him for a teacher? He felt quite anxious. No, a genius like you, why would you want to become a disciple as soon as you are hit? Then how can we live? Wouldn't it be better if you were a little more unruly? Ahem. He has high requirements. The seventh young master coughed lightly and said, for example, I have given a lot of spirit stones to become a disciple, but these are all trivial matters. He first looks at talent. Even someone as talented as me can barely get into the class. But what he values most is character. The seventh young master threatened Zhou Qianyuan, being upright and kind is the basic requirement. After getting into the class, you must serve tea and water, work like a cow or a horse, be humble, and suffer all kinds of grievances, so that you can show respect for the teacher. A genius like you can't stand this grievance. Zhou Qianyuan looked at the seventh young master and nodded slowly, as if he understood. You accept all of them, so it seems that he is not very picky about people. He suddenly said. On the 9 mountains, Zheng Fa was a little depressed. It seemed that the old man Bai was slightly defeated this time. The number of Yuanfu he could analyze was actually no more than 10%. He could also understand that the quick learning method also had its limitations, not to mention that this was originally a rule summarized for those basic runes. Even in the eyes of senior sister Zhang, this method had already pointed directly to the essence. But Zheng Fa knew in his heart that this was just a test-taking method. It was better than choosing the shortest of 3 long and 1 short, but it was essentially a gamble on probability. Looking at the Yuanfu flying around, Zheng Fa shook his head and prepared to get up. I actually let the old man wait. The 9 mountain patriarch suddenly appeared and praised him, a rare talent in the way of Fu in the ages. Ah, the old man has analyzed as many Yuanfu as you do now. Is Bai Yuanying so strong? Zheng Fa turned his head and looked at the 4 runes. His admiration and yearning for the original 9 mountain patriarch suddenly faded a lot. Let me think. With a talent like yours, you can choose two things from the things left by the old man. The respect I, Zheng Fa, have for the patriarch is evident to all the world. The patriarch of 9 mountains pointed at the 4 runes. As the runes flashed, 2 vermilion doors appeared on the mountainside. The 2 doors in front of him were vermilion red and seemed to be made of an unknown hardwood. They were 3 to 4 feet high, which made Zheng Fa, who was standing in front of the door, feel a little small. He took 2 steps closer, and the door opened without any wind and without any sound. There are no traces of artificial decoration inside the door, but a stalactite cave with jagged rocks. Walking in the cave feels like being in a somewhat magical rainforest. Dozens of mountain rocks that look like mountain bamboo shoots rise from the ground, with various colors of light floating at the tips of the bamboo shoots. They are obviously the treasures left by the previous ancestor of the 9 mountains. There are not many treasures, and compared to the exaggeratedly large 2 doors, they seem a bit shabby. Ancestor Jushin also entered the door, looked at the streamers and sighed, I haven't seen these old things left by the old man for a long time. Zheng Fa sounded a little confused and couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster, can't you come in yourself? Me. Patriarch Jushan pointed at himself, I'm not him. I am the spiritual vein, I am Jushan, but not him. All I have is all his memories. Zheng Fa suddenly realized. He thought it was strange when he saw the 9 mountains patriarch before. He is obviously the founder of the sect, but his mind is like that of a child. If you really want to say who I am, Jushin Patriarch smiled strangely. I am just a substitute who cannot be separated from Jushin sect. I am even like a magic weapon created by him. He wanted to fuse this true form talisman, but he couldn't let go of the Jushin sect, so he created me. When the Jushin Patriarch talked about the original patriarch, his expression was complicated. Sometimes, I don't know what to think. He is my father and the owner who puts the dog leash around my neck. Let's not talk about this anymore. Jushin Patriarch seemed to sigh and said to Zheng Fa, you have such a talent. According to what the old man left for me, you can get 2 treasures here. How to get it? Zheng Fa tried to see clearly the treasures in the flowing light, but the light obscured the shapes of the treasures. It depends on fate. Zheng Fa was stunned. Wasn't this a bit hasty? Or maybe it's luck. Patriarch Jushin rolled his eyes. The old man doesn't have any clever plans. He doesn't know who will come, let alone what you need. His treasures may not be suitable for you, but the treasures have spirits. Self-induction, just go around and if something makes you feel special, it may be useful to you. When Zheng Fa heard this, he walked towards the cave, trying to find the special feeling mentioned by the founder of Jushin. But most of the treasures were very cold. When he walked in front of these flowing lights, he felt nothing but dazzling eyes. This was the case after walking through most of the cave. Zheng Fa even doubted whether the 9 mountains patriarch was cheating on him, until he came to a treasure with green gold light. The energy in his body belonging to Ling He's body suddenly became excited and ran wildly in his body, seeming to be venting an instinctive desire. The shadow of a spiritual crane appeared behind him. The crane's wings spread out, as if it wanted to plunge into the green gold stream of light. Patriarch Jushin understood what was going on at a glance. Have you ever practiced spiritual crane body? Yes. Double spiritual roots of wood and fire, spiritual crane body. No wonder this green yang energy will make you feel something. Grandmaster Jushin pointed his finger, and the green gold light gradually dissipated, leaving only a ball of green with a little gold. The airflow of flames flowed slowly in front of Zheng Fa. Qing Yang Qi. Well, back then the old man transformed into the 9 mountains, and all the trees in the mountains came alive. He interacted with the spiritual energy of the Great Sun, and gave birth to this Qing Yang energy, which he collected as a treasure. The patriarch of the 9 mountains explained, no, it's quite suitable to think of meeting you. Suitable. You have the dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. The green yang energy was born from the interaction between the sun and the vegetation, which corresponds to your spiritual root talent. What's more, you have also cultivated the spiritual crane body. Zheng Fa somewhat understood why Qing Yang Qi corresponded to his spiritual roots, but the spiritual crane body? He looked at Jushin Patriarch in confusion. Everything in the world corresponds to the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The crane is white in color and extremely pure and yang. Some monks call it the yang bird and regard it as a symbol of longevity. The spiritual crane body is created based on the pure yang Taoist body. The patriarch of Jushin moved his finger, and the Qing Yang Qi fell in front of Zheng Fa. This Qing Yang Qi is extremely rare, otherwise the old man would not keep it in his hand until his death. If you can practice a pure yang body refining before the foundation period, by combining this Qing Yang Qi with this technique, I am afraid that you will be able to achieve the Qing Yang Dao body one day after tomorrow, which will be of great benefit to you in the future. Zheng Fa stretched out his hand, and the green yang energy flew into Zheng Fa's palm like a swallow in the forest, and entered his danshan along his meridians. This Qing Yang Qi is extremely domineering. After entering the danshan, it seems to regard this place as its own home. It squeezes the Linghe Shenkai that Zheng Fa had trained to have nowhere to go, and can only cling to the edge of the danshan aggrievedly. Walk. But Zheng Fa also had a vague feeling that the qi in his body seemed to be slowly penetrated by the Qing Yang Qi, and there were some different changes, as if he was a little more lively. After getting Qing Yang Qi, Zheng Fa no longer had such good luck. The other treasures ignored him, and his body didn't react at all. There was an awkward tacit understanding that they didn't like each other. Well, Patriarch Jushin frowned and said, "These treasures are not destined for you, so you can only look at the skills left by this old man." He waved his hand, and a pile of jade tubes appeared in front of Zheng Fa. "Take your pick." Zheng Fa was confused. No, this one looked even more mysterious than the one before. How should he choose? In fact, compared with treasures, the skills are less helpful to you. That old man is a different kind of person who has achieved enlightenment, and there are not many people who can practice his skills. This is why I let you choose treasures first. The 9 Mountains Patriarch explained. Zheng Fa nodded. Many treasures can be used right away, but the skills are selective. Especially for the outrageous background of the 9 Mountains Patriarch, his way of cultivation is definitely different from that of normal people. But there are some formations or talismans here that should be quite suitable for you. The 9 Mountains Patriarch pointed to the pile of jade tubes and said, "The female disciple before was quite clever. She chose an incomplete foundation building method, which may be suitable for her cultivation." Incomplete. Zheng Fa was refreshed and understood what senior sister Zhang was thinking. Since I can't practice it, why don't I just take a semi-finished product and modify it? He was willing to continue learning from senior sister Zhang. Don't think about it. That old man doesn't have so much time to spare. That foundation building method was created by that old man when he was comprehending the true form talisman. Jushin Patriarch seemed to remember something. Speaking of which, I was actually created at that time. That old man also created a Lingshan method at that time. He was originally a spiritual vein that became a Taoist body. Later, he created the Lingshan method in the opposite way of his own cultivation process. The purpose of the Lingshan method is that the Taoist body is the Lingshan, the meridians are the spiritual veins, and the human body is used to replace the heaven and earth to supply the Jushin sect for cultivation. That's how I came into being. This Lingshan method is useless to you. This is a method that is all for others to do. You, disciple, wants this Lingshan method. Zheng Fa suddenly said. Jushin Patriarch looked at him with a complicated look in his eyes. I actually misjudged you. Zheng Fa didn't understand why the other party said that. I thought you were a complicated person, secretly evil. The atmosphere of my Jushin sect is already impetuous enough. If you join Jushin sect, then my Jushin sect will. You scolded a lot of people, but I was wrong. When the old man created this Lingshan method, he said that this is a method that only people with selfless hearts and great virtues would choose to practice. Even no one in the world might choose this method to practice. Jushin Patriarch looked at Zheng Fa with some admiration. I now feel that my Jushin sect is not worthy of you. Zheng Fa felt that there was some beautiful misunderstanding here. For him, there was only one reason for choosing Lingshan method. This method solved a big problem for him, how to produce spiritual energy safely and controllably in the modern world. Creating an aura environment in modern times has always been Zheng Fa's idea. This idea is based on an extremely realistic need. He can't stand it anymore. In order to let the old man analyze the talismans, Zheng Fa feels that he has become a scanner and printer. As a scanner in the Sunwei world, he memorizes those disgusting talismans day and night. As a printer in modern times, he draws them day and night. It can be said that the notebook is written with wisdom and sweat. The old man is responsible for wisdom, and Zheng Fa is responsible for sweat. Not to mention whether this method is sustainable, it is also very time-consuming. In modern times, he has to take the college entrance examination and study. In this world, he also has to learn literature and martial arts, and practice in the future. Even if he can master topology in the future and no longer rely on the old man this method is really inefficient. Modern knowledge is endless. Can he learn them one by one? Zheng Fa has always had a clear understanding of himself. His confidence has never come from his own talent, but from the entire modern knowledge reserve and talent reserve. Since he realized that he wanted to borrow brains, Zheng Fa had an idea. Just like the ecosystem experiments he had seen, he wanted to build a laboratory for cultivating immortals in modern times in an environment with spiritual energy. It would be best to find talents from various disciplines and use their knowledge and wisdom to study the various mysteries of cultivating immortals, so that he could truly give full play to his own advantages. Maybe the old man never said that he was his student, and Zheng Fa never called the old man a teacher. But the old man would seriously tell him that if he wanted to go far, he had to go together. And Zheng Fa would always keep it in mind. This is of course just an idea, and there are all kinds of problems. How to find and attract reliable and capable people, how to build an organization, these are areas that Zheng Fa has never touched. But the biggest obstacle is that there is no spiritual energy in modern times. This Lingshan law gave him hope. Watching Zheng Fa put the jade tube of Lingshan law into his arms, the 9 Mountain Patriarch waved his hand, and Zheng Fa only felt a breeze wrapping his whole body and falling towards the 9 mountains. When he looked up again, the towering and boundless 9 mountains had disappeared. He had some understanding in his heart. These 9 mountains were probably transformed by the ancestors of the 9 mountains, not the 9 mountains of the real 9 mountains sect. Zheng Fa. The voice of the 7th young master came from his ears. Zheng Fa turned around and saw that those who fell from the plank road were standing on the square of the immortal stage. What are you doing? Waiting for the results. The 7th young master was concise, which was really unlike his character. As soon as he saw the 7th young master's face, Zheng Fa understood. This guy was nervous. The atmosphere around him now was exactly the same as the legendary college entrance examination score check. There were many people in the square, but there were not many voices. Only some whispers made people feel the anxiety in their hearts. Zheng Fa didn't know how long he had waited. In the hall where the immortal mirror was placed, the voice that was not human came again. The results of the immortal qualification conference have been announced. As the voice fell, Zheng Fa found that most people suddenly disappeared in the colorful clouds, and the light circles under the feet of the people who stayed behind, which symbolized the initial grade, began to rise slowly, condensing into tokens similar to the immortal qualification order in the air. The token in front of Zheng Fa still had the pattern of the 9 mountains engraved on it, but the texture had changed from jade to an unknown black metal, and it felt cold to the touch. He turned to look at the 7th young master. The token in front of the 7th young master was made of bamboo, with a large tree painted on it, probably the token of the King Mu sect. The 7th young master had a blank expression, looking at the token in front of him. He seemed to be afraid to reach out, as if he would burst this dream if he reached out. Why, don't you want it because it's ugly? Zheng Fa asked with a smile. It's a bit ugly. The 7th young master grabbed the token in his hand, but he still said in disgust, it's too shabby to use bamboo. Zheng Fa looked at the blue veins on his left hand that was bulging with force and smiled. He looked around and found that there were not too many people who could enter the 100 Immortals Alliance this time. There were about 200 people with tokens in total. There were at least 1,000 people who participated in the Talisman test alone. By this calculation, the probability of passing the Immortal Product Conference might be 1 in 10, or even less. Among them, the Jushin sect and King Mu sect recruited more people, about 20 or 30 people. It's understandable if you think about it. No matter how tight the resources of the big sects are, they are more confident than those small sects. When he was observing these people, the colorful clouds under his feet suddenly began to surge and undulate and scattered and fell in front of them. A white cloud fell in front of Zheng Fa, and with a neigh, it turned into a snow-white horse. It rubbed Zheng Fa's shoulder with its head, and its warm breath hit his neck, as if it was calling him to get on the horse. Every person who passed the Zion Pin Association has such a horse beside him. The one next to the 7th young master was a golden-haired horse. Get on the horse. The 7th young master shouted excitedly to Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa climbed on the horse, and the white horse under his crotch whistled softly, stepped lightly with its hooves, and began to gallop with him. In front of him was the sky and the land, and in his ears was the wind and the clouds. He rode his horse across the sky and galloped in the air. The sun shone on his and his horse's figures, casting circles of golden light, just like the legends of immortals descending from the earth in the storybooks. Zheng Fa, the 7th young master, and Zhou Qinyuan's horses were almost moving forward in unison, heading towards Jingzhou City on the ground. Zheng Fa, I found that I am not afraid of heights anymore. The 7th young master laughed in the air. If I go back like this, everyone in the city will see how glorious I am. Zheng Fa also looked at the Jingzhou city that was getting closer and closer. Those who said I was a waste can now see that I have entered the King Mu sect. I wonder if they dare to look down on me in the future. The 7th young master kept chattering, and it seemed that he was holding it back, so Zheng Fa continued to listen. My mother might be crying now. The 7th young master fantasized. I made her proud today. I tell you, as soon as I get home, my mother will definitely run over and praise me desperately. Compared to the smugness when he vented just now, Zheng Fa saw that the expectation on the 7th young master's face was actually stronger now. Zhou Qianyuan on the side also looked at the 7th young master and muttered, and his eyes seemed to confirm something more. They soon arrived above Jingzhou City, and the horses they were sitting on were even galloping close to the eaves of some wealthy families. As soon as Zhou Qianyuan entered the city, he said goodbye to the two and headed for the large courtyard where he came from. Zheng Fa and the others headed for the Zhao mansion. As they approached, they both saw their relatives gathered in the courtyard of senior sister Zhang, looking up and waiting for them. As soon as the two landed, the horses carrying them turned into a ball of colorful clouds and drifted slowly into the sky. The 7th young master saw his mother and sister walking towards him quickly, with faster steps than he had imagined and happier faces than he had imagined. He looked forward to his mother's praise, and then, he saw his mother quickly run past him and ran to Zheng Fa's side. The 7th young master slowly turned his head and looked at his mother's ruthless back as she left. Mom, I'm here. He couldn't help but shout, a little suspecting that his mother was too excited and even recognized the wrong person. The lady waved to him, without turning her head, and walked to Zheng Fa's side. The 7th young master heard his mother exclaiming, I have always thought that Zheng Fa, you have some talent, but I didn't expect your talent to be so amazing. The eldest lady beside him also nodded, and she seemed very happy for Zheng Fa. This plot is exactly the same as the 7th young master imagined, but the characters seem a little wrong. Zheng Fa, who was facing his wife, found that the corners of her eyes were red. The 7th young master guessed half of it right. The lady did cry. He looked at the 7th young master with dim eyes in the distance and sighed in his heart, and whispered to his wife, why do you have to do this? These two people were so awkward that even Zheng Fa felt entangled. A man entered the King Mu sect and was blaming the sky and the earth. In fact, what he was most happy about was the sentence I gave my mother some credit. What he looked forward to the most was his mother praising him. One of them had been crying for an unknown amount of time carrying his son on his back. His eyes were all red now, but he didn't dare to face his son when he arrived. It can be seen that it is biological. The lady was stunned, smiled sheepishly, and said softly, "It's so embarrassing for a mother to cry in front of her son." Perhaps it was because Zheng Fa's identity was different after he entered the Jushin sect, or maybe he had already figured it out, so the lady said frankly, "I held it back at first, but when I saw that silly boy, I wanted to cry again." No matter how well Zheng Fa performed at the fairy fair, he would not let his wife rush to please her at this time. It's just that the relationship between the two mother and son is awkward, so Madam found an excuse to avoid the unbearable revelation of her true feelings. "But I want to curry favor with you, and it's not a lie." It seemed that the most embarrassing thing had been said, and the lady became more relaxed and relaxed. "Even Master Zhang said that you are the most talented in 10,000 years of talismans. In the future, you will enter the 100 Immortals League. This silly boy might even need to lend you some leverage. The 7th young master is smart and sincere in his treatment of others. He has a good life in the King Mu sect. He is a little smart, but he is too stupid in his behavior." When she complained about her son, her wife spoke more sincerely. "If he was evil-minded, I would be more at ease. But this man is soft-hearted and has a bad mouth. He is considered a villain. If you don't have the guts and the brains to be a good person, how will you live in the 100 Immortals League in the future?" Zheng Fa really couldn't refute this. "Some words, just think of me as a shameless mother. I don't ask you for anything else. I just ask that when he offends someone in the future and encounters a life or death crisis, you remember today's kindness. I am willing to die in return." Zheng Fa could feel that with the end of the fairy fair, Madam's posture in front of him had become extremely low, and her eyes when she said this were extremely uneasy. He thought for a moment and said, "I have a request. I know that as long as my Zhao family is here in the future, as long as I am still here, your mother and sister will not lose a hair." The lady promised. "Oh, those are 2 requirements. Turn around and praise the 7th young master," Zheng Fa said. Sun Dayu frowned as he left Zhao Mansion, feeling a little depressed. It doesn't really matter whether you lose the bet or not. How often has their department lost to senior sister Zhang? But the appearance of Zheng Fa really made him worried. Senior sister Zhang is already difficult enough. Another one, Zheng Fa, who is the most talented in talismans for thousands of years. It is difficult for Sun Dayu not to worry about the future of his department. It wasn't until he returned to Chen's house and saw Zhou Qianyuan waiting for him that he felt a little relieved. Although Zheng Fa was very talented in Fu Dao, Zhou Qianyuan was not bad either. Apart from anything else, the single spiritual root plus the Zhengjin Taoist body is considered a top talent in the 100 Immortals Alliance. After joining the 9 Mountains sect, with a little training, you can establish a portal for your master and support the overall situation for these senior brothers. Junior brother, don't be depressed. Today you just lost to Zheng Fa in the Talisman Dao test. If you enter the 9 Mountains sect in the future, your Talisman Dao talent will not be as substantial as your spiritual root body." He looked at Zhou Qianyuan frowning, thinking that he was still unconvinced because of losing to Zheng Fa, and hurriedly comforted Zhou Qianyuan. "I'm not depressed." Zhou Qianyuan glanced at him and said, "If you lose, you lose. I, Zhou Qianyuan, am not someone who cannot afford to lose." "Okay." Hearing what he said, Sun Dayu immediately became happy. "Master and I were originally afraid that you would be too successful and not understand the truth that there are people outside the world. I didn't expect you, junior brother, to be so capable. It's so easy to put down and it's impressive." He was really happy in his heart. Just like Master said, junior brother Zhou has such a character, which is much more important than a foundation building method. Zhou Qianyuan's temperament and talent made Sun Dayu's expectations for him even greater. "Don't worry, after you enter the 9 Mountains sect, your master will definitely teach you everything you can, and even our senior brothers will do our best to help you. In the future, let alone Zheng Fa, even senior sister Zhang, you will definitely be able to keep up with me. Do your best to help me." Zhou Qianyuan's eyes lit up. Junior brother is having a difficult problem. "What's the matter?" Sun Dayu patted his chest and said, "Senior brother, if I can help you, I will definitely help you." When junior brother met senior brother Zheng for the first time, his attitude was a little rude. Zhou Qianyuan smiled. "Senior brother, does he know what senior brother Zheng likes? I can go and make amends." "Who is senior brother Zheng?" "Senior brother Zheng Fa Zheng? I heard from people that he is not only amazingly talented in Talismanism, but also good at teaching people. Senior brother, you also know that I love Talismanism, and I yearn for senior brother Zheng." Sun Dayu's face turned green. He knew that this junior brother was a little obsessed with Fu Dao and valued it even more than cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have decided to take the first grade and take the Fu Dao assessment. "You don't know that Zheng Fa is senior sister Zheng's." "I know. Don't you know that senior sister Zheng's master doesn't deal with our master?" "No. Then you have to go." Sun Dayu felt a little broken in his heart. "Master and I both expected you to be a peerless genius and proud of the disciples of our lineage, but you ended up going to apologize to your opponent?" Zhou Qianyuan frowned. "Senior brother, didn't you say that if I can afford it, I can let it go? Shouldn't I let go of this sectarian view?" "Junior brother, you don't have to listen to all the teachings of senior brother." Zheng Fa didn't know that Sun Dayu was having a headache trying to straighten his junior brother who was a little out of line. He was now receiving instruction from senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang said to him, "Take out the token." Zheng Fa took out the black token and handed it to senior sister Zhang. She held the token and nodded. "Do you know how to use this thing?" Zheng Fa shook his head blankly. It is a sign. In 3 days' time you will be initiated, and a ship will come to pick you up, but you have to light this thing first, and then the ship will come to you. How to light it? Want money? This simple and unexpected answer left Zheng Fa speechless. 100 taels of silver, or 10 taels of gold, it will light up automatically. Senior Sister Zhang glanced at him lightly, with a smile in her eyes. That's a lot of money. Is the Jushin sect so short of money? Zheng Fa couldn't help but ask. He found it difficult to understand why the Immortal sect needed gold and silver. This money is not for the Jushin sect, but for the disciples who come to pick you up. It is equivalent to errand fees. Well, the lower-level disciples also use gold and silver. After all, most monks have relatives and families. Maybe in the future they all have to go back to the secular world. A little bit disillusioned, Senior Sister Zhang continued, let me remind you again, bring more money if you can. Zheng Fa personally initiated. Zheng Fa was sitting in his study room, looking at the envelope in his hand, hesitating for a moment before opening it. He has not seen Gao Yuan since he came back from the Immortal Products Association. Last night, Master 7 suddenly handed him a letter, saying that Gao Yuan had left it for him. When you read this letter, I will probably have already embarked on my way to study at Jingyang Academy. A smart person like you never expected that among the three of us, I would be the first to leave. Zheng Fa was stunned. He didn't expect Gao Yuan to have left the Zhao family. He had also heard of Jingyang Academy. It was very famous but also far away. You once said that the young master is a good man. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. I begged the young master, but I didn't expect that he not only asked for my body deed from the madam, but also asked Mr. Shen to write me a letter to recommendation letter from the dean of the academy. Zheng Fa smiled and continued reading. I asked the young master to hide it from you. I don't want you and the young master to come back in the future. I have gray hair and you still have green hair. I also don't want to bend my knees, bend my spine, and speak like an immortal master to the person I regard as a close friend today. In fact, I was willing, and I don't know why, but I don't want to do it after I get to know you. I have thought that among the three of us, I am probably the most unbearable one. The young master has a pure nature and your heart is like a mirror, but I have been working hard and obsessed with comparison. Now that you have gone to the Immortal sect, but I can only stay in this world alone. Zheng Fa pressed his fingers slightly and continued reading after a while. Zheng Fa, if I were you, I should be very proud and happy. But you are not. You seem to always feel that this world should not be like this. So I want to go to college, continue my studies, and become a clerk to see what I can do for the world. If you really become a big shot in the Immortal sect and haven't changed anything in this world, then I will laugh at you when I see you in the future. Putting down the letter gently, Zheng Fa walked to the window and looked into the distance. Even he himself didn't know what he was feeling. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside the door, interrupting his thoughts. Huang Yu from the outer courtyard also heard the sound. He first looked at Zheng Fa, and when he saw Zheng Fa nodding towards him, he walked out curiously. It was a mess outside the door. There were shacks surrounded by red cloth all along the street. Dozens of wooden tables crowded the entire street. There were several large pots on the street, and 3 big and round chefs were waving spatulas vigorously. Huang Yu understood clearly. This was probably a banquet held by a restaurant next door. The banquet was so loud that it blocked a street. Several young men who looked like restaurant waiters were walking among the tables and chairs, seeming to be making the final arrangements. Huang Yu grabbed a man and asked, "Are you hosting a banquet?" "Yes, flowing water mat. It won't stop for 3 days. You can come and eat anytime you want." The man was quite enthusiastic. Huang Yu scratched his head. Whose family is this? So generous. Zheng family. Which Zheng family? Huang Yu was stunned. You haven't seen it, haven't you? Apart from Zheng Fa and Zheng Zhen's family, is there any other Zheng family on this street that is so luxurious? When Huang Yu heard this, he looked at the Zheng family courtyard behind him in confusion, and then pointed at himself. But I belong to the Zheng family. The two parties looked at each other, but without understanding the situation, Huang Yu ran into the Zheng family courtyard. Zheng Fa was also a little confused, and he finally understood it once he went out. This was probably Madam's handiwork. Because Butler Wu next to Madam was standing at the door, giving instructions to the waiters. Butler Wu, what are you doing? Butler Wu turned around and saw Zheng Fa calling him. He trotted over quickly, his shoulders slightly hunched and his head lower than when they met before. Zheng Zhenren, you can't be a real person. Zheng Fa waved his hand. Sooner or later, it's okay to call early. Butler Wu smiled and said, what's wrong with you? This is... Oh, Madam ordered it to celebrate your ascension to the Immortal sect. Zheng Fa frowned slightly after hearing this. This is neither in line with his wishes nor his wife's style. Butler Wu lowered his voice a little and said, actually, it was the 7th young master's idea. That's right, it's what this guy can do. Ma'am, didn't you stop me? 7th young master said, Master, you are from a humble background after all. I'm afraid your money will be tight after you go to the Immortal sect. I wanted to give you some gold and silver. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. My wife stopped him and said that there is no need for our family to send this money. Someone will do it. Zheng Fa was even more confused. My wife asked me to host this banquet. Don't worry, my dear, I will never ruin your reputation in the slightest. No matter who comes, whether rich or poor, a beggar or a low-income person, just say congratulations and you'll have a feast. Well, that's for giving money to real people. Butler Wu seemed to notice his doubts and pointed to the street. There was a small table there, and behind the small table sat a person dressed as an accountant. If someone gave money as a gift, he would make 2 entries in the account book in front of him. A few familiar people were handing over banknotes in front of the small table. Aren't these all the young masters of the Chen family? There were some people behind them, who were also dressed extremely luxuriously. They all seemed to come from wealthy families. Now Zheng Fa understood. Are you asking me to make money through the banquet? What is collecting money? This is obviously an opportunity for me, Mr. Jingzhou, to show your respect for the real person. Butler Wu said righteously. Zheng Fa frowned. He didn't want to be so ostentatious by nature. Butler Wu seemed to see his displeasure and even complained, Master, you don't know that after the Immortal Products Conference, I don't know how many big families are targeting you. They have no way to get to your door, and they all found Madam. Zheng Fa didn't expect this to happen. If Madam stops them again, they will think that our Zhao family eats alone and don't want you to contact them. The bitterness on Butler Wu's face didn't seem fake, so Madam thought, it's better to hold a party so that they can come to visit once, and you will have peace in the future. Zheng Fa nodded, knowing that this was a helpless solution. Madam has another idea. After you leave, Madam Zheng and Miss will stay in Jingzhou City, just in case some blind people provoke them. This time, it is also to let the big and small forces recognize the door. Zheng Fa was silent for a while, walked towards the street, and bowed to those who came to give gifts. Those people didn't seem to expect Zheng Fa to come to thank them in person, and they were a little terrified. Looking at these uninvited people, he thought of Gao Yuan who left without saying goodbye. I still prefer the latter. Seeing Zheng Fa go to entertain the guests, Wu Butler suddenly pulled Huang Yu's sleeve. Huang Yu lowered his head and saw Wu Butler put an exquisite jade pendant into his hand. This is? Huang Yu asked in confusion. Butler Wu's gift money. Do I deserve it? Wu Butler choked. For you? For me? Huang Yu lowered his head to look at the jade pendant, which was of good quality. At least his father didn't have it. What are you going to do? Nothing, just to make a good relationship. Butler Wu saw that he thought the jade pendant was hot, smiled and said, their young master is trying to curry favor with your son, so naturally I can only curry favor with you. Take it, you can tell your son later. Huang Yu carefully put the jade pendant into his arms, and heard Butler Wu say, this is just the beginning. Your father, he really found a good position for you. Touching the jade pendant in his arms, he felt the joy of being a chicken and dog for the first time. The ship arrived on the 3rd day. Zheng Fa didn't gain much from a flowing feast. After hearing the news, many forces came to Jingzhou City. But if the gift given by someone came too much and was too generous, he would refuse it. On the other hand, Zheng Fa also paid the money for the running banquet to Butler Wu. The 7th young master said something to him about not being acquainted with others, but Madam took it very happily. Zheng Fa and she both understand that sometimes they can only stay together for a long time if they are separated a little bit. Leaving some money for his mother and sister for emergencies, the money Zheng Fa brought with him would be about 50 taels if converted into gold. If this money were kept in Jingzhou City, I should be considered a middle-class person. But a ticket to the Jushan sect cost 10 taels of gold. This price made Zheng Fa wake up instantly. That token is really very realistic. Ever since I got it, it has been cold, with a dark face, and doesn't pay much attention to Zheng Fa. But when Zheng Fa placed 10 taels of gold in front of him, the token showed Zheng Fa a blind eye at the sight of money. It really cracked. The token splits into neatly symmetrical halves, revealing a pocket-sized space. Zheng Fa put 10 taels of gold into it, and it closed tightly without any gaps. If one sticks out, the money will not be refunded. The originally black and cold token emits a little bit of fluorescence and is slightly warm. Compared to its previous appearance, it looks inexplicably warm. This should be the guideline that senior sister Zhang mentioned. 3 hours after the token was lit up, a dark shadow covered the scorching sun in the sky. When Zheng Fa looked up, he saw a small mountain-like boat hovering over his courtyard. Those who hold my Jushan sect's token should get on the boat quickly. A man's voice sounded like he was impatient. Zheng Fa walked out of the courtyard carrying the package and the token. Before he could say goodbye to his mother and sister, a huge hand made of yellow light suddenly stretched out from the building and roughly grabbed the token in his palm along with him, into the air. When Zheng Fa came back to his senses, he realized that he had landed on the deck of the building ship. There were 3 men standing on the deck wearing yellow Taoist robes. They all had a small 9 mountains pattern embroidered on the corners of their clothes. It was obvious that these were the 9 mountains disciples who came to pick him up. None of the 3 looked at him. The token originally in his hand had been taken by the fat male disciple in the middle. Didn't even ask him what he thought. He looked back and saw that his little sister Zheng Shan was sobbing in Mother Zheng's arms. When he turned around, he found that his brother was gone. She had forgotten to cry. She searched for a long time with her little mouth open. She didn't seem to see the man on the deck. Zheng Fa heard his little sister's cry coming up again. It seemed that the sound was louder because he couldn't see his brother, which made his heart twitch. But the 3 disciples of the Jushan sect seemed not to hear the reluctance in the cries. The fat male disciple took out a waist card and put his finger on the waist card. The building under Zheng Fa's feet shook slightly. broke through the clouds in front of him, and began to move forward. Zheng Fa could only stretch out half of his body outside the deck in vain and wave to his mother and sister. When the Zheng family courtyard gradually disappeared from the skyline, he turned around and realized that the 3 disciples who came to pick him up had disappeared. It seemed that they came just for the token. There was only one acquaintance left on the deck that he had not expected, Zhou Qianyuan. Seeing Zheng Fa looking back at him, Zhou Qianyuan said with a smile on his face, "Those senior brothers are not very enthusiastic about us. I'm afraid, brother Zheng, you won't find a place." Zheng Fa bowed his hand to the other party, feeling quite grateful in his heart. Those senior brothers treat everyone like this. Zhou Qianyuan shook his head and whispered, "Senior brother Sun told me that we new disciples are not welcome by the original senior brothers." Zheng Fa suddenly remembered what senior sister Zhang had mentioned before. The reason why the Immortal Ranking Conference is so strict this time is because the bottom disciples of the 100 Immortals Alliance have strong opinions. Zhou Qianyuan led the way and said as he walked, "This building has 3 floors. The first floor is the lobby, where we have meals or discuss Taoism. The second floor is our room, and the third floor is where the senior brothers live place." Zheng Fa followed him up the wooden stairs to the second floor. There were about 30 rooms on the second floor, half of which were occupied. Zheng Fa chose a room near the corner. He put down the package, looked back at Zhou Qianyuan, and thanked him sincerely, "Thank you, brother Zhou, for the tip." Zhou Qianyuan waved his hand and couldn't help but smile on his face. He thought for a moment and then said, "I still have some dignity in front of those senior brothers. If brother Zheng needs anything, tell me, I will mention it to them." Zheng Fa was a little confused, those people were so indifferent to him. When senior brother Sun sent me to the ship, he gave a few words of entrustment to those senior brothers. Do you, senior brother Sun, still lack a junior brother? Senior sister Zhang, look at my senior brother. Thinking of senior sister Zhang who ran away a few days ago, Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel envious. This boat not only picked up Zheng Fa, but also 3 days had passed by the time it picked up all the new disciples of the 9 Mountain sect. Zheng Fa lived in seclusion on the ship, only squatting in his room to practice the spiritual crane body, and rarely interacted with others. On this day, there was a sudden knock on Zheng Fa's door. When he opened the door, he saw that it was Zhou Qianyuan. "Brother Zheng, those 3 senior brothers invited us to discuss Taoism. What's the point?" Zheng Fa was confused. "I haven't learned anything yet. My little brother doesn't know either, but everyone went." Zheng Fa nodded and followed Zhou Qianyuan downstairs. Sure enough, there were dozens of cushions in the lobby on the first floor, and men and women were sitting on the cushions, with some puzzled expressions. The 3 brothers who led them sat at the top, looking at them with a smile, and their expressions were much more enthusiastic than before. Zhou Qianyuan brought Zheng Fa in, and the 3 nodded to Zhou Qianyuan affectionately. The slightly fat brother pointed to the cushion in the front, and it was obvious that they valued Zhou Qianyuan more than others. Looking at Zhou Qianyuan sitting on that cushion, Zheng Fa found a cushion in the back and sat down. "My fellow brothers and sisters, it is fate that we are responsible for leading you. Now that you are going to join my Jushin sect, we are also a family." The slightly fat brother spoke. Zheng Fa felt that their previous behavior was not like the attitude towards family members. "As senior brothers, the 3 of us see you as if we were just starting out. At that time, we were just like you, we knew nothing, and after we started, we took a lot of detours, and we were looking forward to having a senior brother or sister to guide us. Now that we are senior brothers, we think of the past and want to help you." Everyone in the seat listened quietly. Zheng Fa looked at the new disciples sitting around him, and then looked at the closed cabin, and suddenly felt a little familiar. "You will understand when you enter Jushin sect that only by mastering the Talisman method in our Jushin sect can you have a foothold. But the Talisman method is not so easy to learn." The senior brother smiled bitterly. "The way of Talismans is profound and profound. It can be said that without the guidance of a famous teacher, it is difficult for ordinary people to get started. But how can a famous teacher be so easy to find? When I first entered the sect, I wasted 10 years and failed to become a yellow-grade Talisman master. At that time, it was difficult to even make a living." When he said this, the 2 senior brothers beside him also showed expressions of sympathy. "But now you junior brothers are blessed," the slightly fat senior brother said excitedly, and took out a pile of books from behind. "I am the genius of the 9 Mountains sect, Master Zhang, and I pity you, the beginners, for learning talismans. I have specially revised a book, Master Zhang's discussion on talismans. It can be said that it is the best help for you newcomers to learn talismans. Who? Now the 3 of us have a connection with you. The original price is 20 taels of gold per book. Now we only want 10 taels of gold from you. 10 taels of gold can buy the painstaking work of a genius talisman master. After today, you will never have such a good opportunity again." "Yes, no more," a senior brother next to him echoed. Another one even advised, "Senior brother, why not 20 taels per book? We are not well off." Zheng Fa finally knew why he was so familiar with it. "Are you the legendary black tour guide?" An enclosed cabin. A group of ignorant new disciples in the world of immortality. 3 not-so-kind senior brothers. Zheng Fa was very suspicious of the intentions of these 3 people. Not just him, the new disciples here looked at these 3 senior brothers with expressions that were a bit doubtful. They are not stupid, the attitude of these 3 people before was not like this. The fat senior brother wasn't angry when he saw their expressions. He just waved his hand, and the pile of books in front of him flew to Zheng Fa and others. There is no basis for what you say. To be able to join our 9 mountains sect, most of you should have learned talismans. I believe you have some discernment. He said quite confidently, you will know what I am talking about after reading the book. Not empty. Seeing that he was so confident, Zheng Fa became a little interested in Zhang Zhenren Lunfu. He picked up the book that had fallen on his knees and flipped through it. As he read, he was really surprised, and he began to understand why this senior brother seemed so confident. The quality of this book far exceeded his expectations. The book Zhang Zhenren's Theory of Talisman should really be written for beginners of Talismanism. The whole book is roughly divided into 2 parts, the Yuanfu chapter and the Fu-making chapter. There is not much to say about the Yuanfu chapter. Zheng Fa felt that the things in this book were of little benefit to him, but the content was also very accurate. At least Zheng Fa did not find any faults. The talisman making part was more novel and valuable to him. There is a lot of content in the chapter on making talismans, from how to choose good talisman pens and talisman paper, to the movements and postures before drawing the talisman and even the adjustment of the mentality, to how to summarize and improve after drawing the talisman. Everything is written in detail and extremely complete. Very simple but very practical. This is not so simple. In Zheng Fa's view, the simpler it is, the deeper the foundation sometimes is required. The person who wrote this book is very accomplished in Fufa. After reading it briefly, Zheng Fa actually felt a little guilty. Had he misunderstood these 3 senior brothers? They really regarded us as family members? Can't you sell this book well? Although this book is definitely considered as introductory knowledge in the Immortal sect, it is absolutely genuine. Think about the spiritual crane body that made Professor Su waste 20 years, and then look at the Zhang Zhenren Lunfu in front of you. The price of this book at 10 taels of gold is not high at all. It even seems a bit cheap. As soon as he raised his head, he realized that something was wrong. After the new disciples got the books, they all turned to look at him. Zheng Fa was a little confused. Why are you looking at me? The fat senior brother was even more confused. I asked you to inspect the goods, you read the book, we are not selling him? He also saw some clues that these new disciples were probably waiting for this person's opinion. It seems that these junior brothers and sisters believe this unknown junior brother more than their words. Junior brother, how do you like this book? The fat senior brother simply asked Zheng Fa. The smile on his face was profound and seemed to be a bit threatening. Zheng Fa put down the book and thought for a while. Although his sense of the 3 senior brothers was not very good, he still said objectively, I don't know the price of goods in Xianmen, but in my opinion, this book is worth the price. I want one. Zhou Qianyuan spoke first, and the other new disciples actually followed suit. For a while, most of the new disciples donated their money generously. The fat senior brother found it even more confusing. You haven't read the book yet? Just one word from him and you guys bought it? Seeing that the books he prepared were sold out, the fat senior brother looked at Zheng Fa with a somewhat tangled expression, as if he was hesitating whether to find out in his conscience and give this junior brother some money for his hard work. Zheng Fa also bought a copy. He took the book and walked back, ready to go back and study the talisman making chapter. The fat senior brother looked at Zheng Fa's leaving figure, frowned and pulled Zhou Qianyuan. Junior brother Zhou, I saw that you were all looking at that junior brother just now. Why? Senior brother, don't you know? Zhou Qianyuan was stunned. Know what? In this immortal fair, Brother Zheng climbed the 9 mountains and claimed to be the best in talisman talent in 10,000 years. We new disciples have all seen it, and we are all convinced of his talisman talent. He said that the book, then of course it's good. Zhou Qianyuan explained. Only then did the fat senior brother understand the reason. His cheeks twitched, but he was quite depressed. How could these little people like us hear the news about the Immortal Order Association so quickly? The number 1 in 1's talisman technique? No wonder you guys everyone listens to him. Judging from his expression, he doesn't care much about this so-called talent. He also smiled and joked to Zhou Qianyuan, I heard from senior brother son that your talent is amazing, junior brother, and I thought you were the leader of our Immortal Product Association. They all said that the new disciples of this Immortal Product Association are of high quality. It's true that there are so many talented people, no wonder some of the brothers and sisters in the sect are not happy. When he said these words, although he was a little unhappy, he was more calm as if he were watching a show. This made Zhou Qianyuan couldn't help but ask, senior brother, you, me? Of course I don't like the fact that Jushin sect has new disciples like you. Fat senior brother was honest, with more people, I can naturally take less. If I didn't want to sell books, I wouldn't even bother to talk to you. But I'm not too afraid. It seems that no matter how talented these new disciples are, he has his own confidence. He pointed at the book in Zhou Qianyuan's hand and said with some pride, you don't really think that the 3 characters Zhang Zhenren in this book are fake, do you? Zhou Qianyuan looked at the book in his hand, feeling a little confused. I'm waiting for senior sister Zhang. No matter how powerful you are, you can't step on us. Fat senior brother straightened his chest. These junior brothers, including the junior brother Zheng you mentioned, want to overwhelm senior sister Zhang in the door. Then it's the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Zhou Qianyuan frowned and asked in confusion, Brother Zheng, why does he have to overpower his senior sister? He is a talisman genius who was personally trained by Zhang Zhenren. The fat senior brother looked at him blankly, the arrogance on his face gradually solidified, and his lips trembled slightly. Zheng Fa Zhenren was sitting in his room studying Zhang Zhenren Lunfu when the door was knocked again. Thinking it was Zhou Qianyuan again, he opened the door and found in front of him the three senior brothers who had been rude to him before. It's just that these three people smiled a little brightly, and their three faces wrinkled into three chrysanthemums, so flattering that even Zheng Fa didn't dare to recognize them. Junior brother. The fat senior brother grabbed Zheng Fa's forearm and said enthusiastically, "The flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple? We are really a family. Senior brothers, what are you doing here?" Zheng Fa was also stunned. How could these people change their faces so quickly? I heard that junior brother was recruited by senior sister Zheng personally. Isn't this a coincidence? We are also the disciples of senior sister Zheng. Hearing this, Zheng Fa looked at these people with suspicion. He felt that senior sister Zheng should have a higher vision. The fat senior brother's tone gradually became lower. "My disciple. So where does your arrogance come from?" Zheng Fa put down the book in his hand and looked at the three senior brothers in front of him quietly. "How about, let's turn the boat around and say goodbye to your sister properly," the fat senior brother said with a sad face. It seemed that the little sister's cry had spread thousands of miles and finally aroused some compassion in his heart. "Senior brother, are you joking?" Although the fat senior brother's expression was humble and warm, Zheng Fa's response was very cold. It was impossible to go back, the ship was really going to turn around, and he could offend a whole bunch of people. The senior brother's words seemed very insincere. The fat senior brother smiled slightly awkwardly and winked at the other senior brother next to him. The senior brother immediately handed over a small, square box. "This is..." Zheng Fa had some expectations. Sure enough, when I opened it, there were piles of gold. At a rough glance, there are about 50 or 60 taels. Thanks to junior brother, our book sales are very good. I originally wanted to split up with junior brother, but now that we are both members of senior sister Zheng and have become a family, let alone that. Zheng Fa was silent for a moment and asked, "Senior brother, how much would that book cost in the Jushin sect?" "It sells for 8 taels in the market." The fat senior brother whispered, "It costs 4 taels to purchase the goods, and we earn 6 taels of gold from one book." Zheng Fa nodded. These three senior brothers were more measured than he thought. Then there are almost 60 taels of gold in this box. The extra 20 taels of gold earned by these three people are all here. Zheng Fa thought for a while, took out 2 taels of gold from it, and then closed the box again. "I'll just keep this money." The fat senior brother had a smile on his face. Then I heard Zheng Fa say again, "Please also ask 3 senior brothers to return the remaining money in this box, 2 taels each." Isn't it okay? If you give this money to junior brother, you will naturally dispose of it, but, give it back. Give it back. Junior brother, you are really good. The fat senior brother looked at him for a while, and the smile on his face seemed to fade a little. He actually stopped talking to him about his family, and simply walked out of the room with the box in his arms. After walking a few steps, a senior brother next to him asked, "Why are we leaving?" "Still not leaving?" This junior brother Zheng is not easy to fool. The smile on fat senior brother's face gradually disappeared and he said solemnly, "Why do we give him money?" "Apologize." The fat senior brother shook his head, "It's just a big hug. We talk about senior sister Zheng every day. Does senior sister Zheng recognize us?" This junior brother has really been taught by senior sister Zheng. If we give him money, aren't we the same as doing things for him? The junior brother suddenly realized, let him join us in the same trap. Bah. Fat senior brother kicked him, that's called helping each other in the same boat. Then why are we leaving? This junior brother is so proud. He is not willing to hang out with us for this little money. He is not the same as us. I understand, he wants to be a good person. No, he is taking our money and trying to be a good person. After finishing speaking, the fat senior brother looked at the box in his hand and gritted his teeth. Are we really going to pay it back? I'll pay it back first this time. I want to see if senior sister Zheng really values him. Fatty senior brother sneered. Who doesn't understand senior sister Zheng's temperament? Who has she been close to? I'll wait for me to figure out the money. Let's find out the details of this person. Jushin sect has arrived. There was a burst of cheers in the corridor, and Zheng Fa couldn't help opening the door and walking downstairs. There were people on the deck. Several new disciples greeted Zheng Fa one after another. Because of fat senior brother's repayment of money, Zheng Fa has become a bit more popular among this group of people recently. Zheng Fa. Zhou Qianyuan waved to him from the end of the deck. Look, Jushin sect. 9 continuous towering peaks appeared in front. The one in the middle is particularly high, much like the 9th mountain that Zheng Fa climbed. The remaining 8 are divided into 2 sides, like its 2 outstretched arms, surrounding a valley. There is a valley mouth surrounded by the 2 arms, and there is a turbulent river outside the valley mouth. Zheng Fa always felt a little familiar looking at it. If these 9 peaks are regarded as city walls, then this river is equivalent to a moat. If we guard the entrance of the valley, this place will be easy to defend but difficult to attack, but I don't know how Jushin sect can defend against those monks who can fly into the sky and escape from the earth. Zheng Fa and others' boat shook slightly and slowly landed in the river at the mouth of the valley. This is a pier. There are so many boats on the pier and it is extremely lively. Even the shore is bustling with people coming and going. There was only one place that was a bit empty. A figure that looked familiar to Zheng Fa stood there. It was Senior Sister Zheng. Senior Sister Zheng saw Zheng Fa and nodded towards him, as if beckoning him to come over. Behind him, Fat Senior Brother stared blankly at Zheng Fa walking towards Senior Sister Zheng. "That's Senior Sister Zheng," his companion shouted. "I've seen it." "Then have you ever seen Senior Sister Zheng smile so happily? Then let's touch his bottom. Don't reveal my name before you die." The Fat Senior Brother walked away. Zheng Fa looked at Senior Sister Zheng's flowery smile and then at her outstretched palm, feeling speechless. "This person is not here to pick him up. I'm here to push for manuscripts." Zheng Fa handed over the exercise book he had written. Senior Sister Zheng tiptoed in her hand, nodded with satisfaction and said, "I'll take you to where you live." The two of them left our pier side by side. Senior Sister Zheng suddenly asked, "What did you buy on the way?" Zheng Fa looked up at Senior Sister Zheng. Senior Sister Zheng glanced at him and said, "Why do you think I asked you to bring more money?" "Sister, do you know this?" Zheng Fa took out Zhang Zhenren Lunfu. "This is a compilation of my lectures at Fufa Pavilion." Senior Sister Zheng said, "If you sell a copy, I will get a tael of gold." "Are you really the protective umbrella of those three criminals? Only if I take the money according to the rules can they dare to make money according to the rules." Senior Sister Zheng seemed to know what he was thinking and said calmly, "Senior Sister also knows about what happened on the ship. What's going on?" "I don't know, I can guess it. I first scared you when I got on the ship, and then locked you in the cabin to sell things. The new disciples didn't dare to offend these people, and they thought they were not easy to mess with, so they bought them all. Don't you think that the decline of spiritual energy is something that happened in the past few years?" Senior Sister Zheng glanced at him. "Old disciples have bullied new disciples and squeezed oil from people like you who don't understand anything for a long time." Only then did Zheng Fa understand. He had always wondered before, 100 or 200 taels of gold was a lot, but it was nothing to a cultivator. How could it be worth the risk for the three senior brothers? It turned out to be a routine. What kind of style does this Jushin sect have? There are rules. They won't do anything. As long as you bite the bullet and don't buy it, they won't really do anything to you. Senior Sister Zheng seemed to have seen his thoughts. Zheng Fa thought about it. Although those senior brothers were rough, they did not seem to do anything harmful to anyone. If their cold faces at the beginning were excluded, this group of people actually seemed to be quite law-abiding. Why is this so? He still couldn't understand. After the spiritual power faded, the lower-class disciples became more and more resentful. Compared to killing people and seizing treasures, the sect can tolerate asking for money. Zheng Fa was silent. Senior Sister Zheng turned to look at Zheng Fa and suddenly said, "I was also deceived by senior brother." What happened next? "Later, those senior brothers went to sell books for me," Senior Sister Zheng said calmly. She walked to a small courtyard and stopped. "As long as you are strong enough, you can ignore these." When Senior Sister Zheng left, she said to Zheng Fa, "With the decline of spiritual power, the immortal sect is by no means a good place. If you can't deal with these people and things, I have misjudged you. Now, these are just for you. A little bit of practice." The next day, when Zheng Fa opened the door, he found the fat senior brother squatting at the door of his courtyard with a bitter look on his face. "Senior brother, what are you?" Senior Sister Zheng said, "Junior brother, you are new to Jushin sect and you want me to guide you for a few days." Fat senior brother said in a sad tone, not like he was willing to do so. "Today we will go to register your life tablet and receive your skills." Why do you feel that the person that Senior Sister Zheng wants to sharpen is this senior brother? Zheng Fa felt like he had entered an unhappy arranged marriage. He and the fat senior brother looked at each other in silence. "What's your name, senior brother?" Zheng Fa took the initiative to break the silence. "Han Qi." The fat senior brother also adjusted his expression, exhaled, stood up, and said to Zheng Fa, "I'll take you to get the life card." Zheng Fa followed him out. Yesterday's journey was tiring, and he only had a glimpse of Jushin sect, and he didn't have time to observe carefully. Today, after looking around, he felt a little confused. He lives at the entrance of the valley, which is also the most prosperous place in Jushin sect. From the dock, there has been a constant flow of people. The west side of the valley entrance seems to be a residential area, and Zheng Fa lives here. He lives in a small courtyard, which is considered a high-end building in this area. Half of the buildings in this residential area are bungalows that can see the back door from the front door at a glance. The distance between the houses is very small, and the architectural styles are also different, making the entire residential area look crowded and messy. The east side of the valley entrance is probably the market, where 6 rows of similar small houses are arranged neatly. The sounds of hawking, talking, and arguing bargaining came from the market. Zheng Fa felt a little familiar when he looked at it, and familiarity means that this place does not look like a fairy gate, but has too much worldly air. What he couldn't understand was why all these buildings were piled up at the valley entrance. Looking from the valley entrance into the valley, the building density in the valley was much lower, and it even looked sparsely populated. As if seeing his doubts, Han Qi laughed and said, "Junior brother, you probably don't know that outer disciples like me and those ordinary followers can only live at the valley entrance, and most of the houses can only be built by ourselves." Zheng Fa understood it. "Oh, the village in the city. Only inner disciples who have built their foundation can live in the valley, here." He pointed to the dozens of small courtyards closest to the valley entrance and said, "Those are the residences of inner disciples." high-end residential area. As for the true disciples or elders in the Jindan period, such as senior sister Zheng, they can live at the foot of the mountain. Villa area. As for the Yuanying Zhenren, they can live on the mountain. Mountaintop garden. But what's the point of this division? Zheng Fa still couldn't understand it. After all, apart from face, there was not much difference. Spiritual veins. Han Qi's tone was a little cold. The closer to the inner side of our Jushan sex formation, the richer the spiritual energy. We, the lower-level disciples, don't even have the qualifications to breathe more spiritual energy. Zheng Fa really understood why senior sister Zheng said that the lower-level disciples were resentful. Seemingly realizing that the dissatisfaction in his 2 sentences just now was a bit explicit, Han Qi didn't say much, but took Zheng Fa to the valley. Today we will go to the General Affairs Hall to receive your life card, and then go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a practice for you. Yes. Zheng Fa was grateful in his heart, mainly to senior sister Zheng. It was really convenient to have a senior brother leading the way. When they passed the valley entrance, Zheng Fa found something different. There are a dozen small buildings standing behind the valley entrance, some of which have signs hanging on them. Obviously they are shops. Compared with the small houses in the market, these small buildings are extremely superior in both scale and location. Brother, that is Wanfu Pavilion, which is opened by our Jushan sect and specializes in selling talismans. That is Juzwan Pavilion, which is opened by King Mu sect and specializes in selling elixirs. That is Bai Baolu, which is opened by Konggayu sect and specializes in selling magic tools. After Han Qi's introduction, Zheng Fa understood a little bit. The market is probably full of self-employed people, but these 10 small buildings are all well-known chains of Baixian League. Each store basically represents a sect, and the things inside are all high-end boutiques. What puzzled Zheng Fa was that this place was actually very deserted. Brother Han, since the things here are good, why is there no business? Han Qi glanced at him and smiled. You know that spiritual energy is declining, right? I know. In the past 10,000 years, the price of spiritual ink has increased, the price of spiritual grain has increased, the price of spiritual tools has increased, the price of spiritual talismans has increased. As long as it is something with spiritual energy, it is getting more and more expensive. Everyone can't afford it. Zheng Fa understood. But, there is one thing that has been reduced in price. Han Qi pointed to a shop in the corner of the square with a strange look on his face. The business there is the best among the 10 or so shops, and people come in and out from time to time. People. That's Sunfang Pavilion, opened by the Sunu sect. Well, I heard that the appearance and style of the fairies in it have improved a lot recently. Not to mention anything else, I heard that 10,000 years ago, you could get spiritual stones for guiding new disciples. Now this living General Affairs Hall only gives gold. Hearing this, Zheng Fa once again deepened his understanding of the current situation of the Immortal Gate. Prices have risen and wages have fallen. In short, 2 words, pills. The General Affairs Hall is at the foot of a mountain near the valley entrance. This is a main hall with 2 side halls. Master Fang, who is in charge of the fate cards, is arrogant and has some background. He never pays much attention to others. Junior brother, don't be reckless. Just follow me. Zheng Fa knew that he meant well and nodded gently. Han Qi took Zheng Fa into the side hall on the right. There was a middle-aged man with 3 long beards sitting on a cushion, cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating and practicing. He was fishing openly. Han Qi's attitude was very humble. He didn't call this person, but pulled Zheng Fa and stood in the hall quietly waiting. It was not until nearly half an hour later that the middle-aged man gently opened his eyes. Seeing the 2 people, he did not seem to be surprised, but just said coldly, "New disciple. Yes, please ask Uncle Fang to register this junior brother's life card. What's his name?" The middle-aged man glanced at Zheng Fa and asked casually, "Zheng Fa, Zheng Fa." The middle-aged man was stunned. His legs jumped up from the cushion, and jumped directly to the ground. "Zheng Fa brought back by junior brother Zheng. Yes. Hey, isn't this neglectful?" The middle-aged man patted Zheng Fa's shoulder, looking very enthusiastic. "Junior brother Zheng told me a long time ago that he was waiting for you. Why didn't you call me earlier?" Zheng Fa slowly turned his head and looked at Han Qi beside him. The middle-aged man also looked at Han Qi following his gaze. Han Qi opened his mouth and finally squeezed out a sentence from his throat. "Blame me. Junior brother Zheng has explained to me that since you just entered the sect, you are considered an outer disciple, and your monthly allowance for the first 10 years is 1 spirit stone. This cannot be changed. 10 years. After 10 years, if you can't build a foundation and become an inner disciple, then you will have no spirit stones." The middle-aged man paused and said, "With junior brother Zheng's appreciation for you, it won't be like this." Han Qi's face darkened. "But junior brother Zheng said that you are the best in talisman magic, so I asked you to give you an extra 100 talisman papers and 2 spiritual inks every month. This is also limited, and it will be gone after half a year. Me, the best in 10,000 years. Come to receive a scholarship? That's it." Zheng Fa glanced at Han Qi on the side, and there were 3 words written on this man's face: a lot of money. Zheng Fa received the life card and followed Han Qi out of the General Affairs Hall and walked towards the Sutra Library. He looked at Han Qi, whose expression was still complicated, with a puzzled look on his face. Ever since he heard that Zheng Fa had 100 pieces of talisman paper and 2 pieces of spiritual ink every month, this man has been acting strange. He seemed to think that this extra reward was too generous. Junior brother Zheng, you probably don't really realize what I mean when I say that spiritual materials are expensive. Han Qi explained, as if he understood what he wanted to ask. Zheng Fa nodded. In my Jushin sect, a piece of spiritual ink costs at least 1 spiritual stone, and 100 pieces of talisman paper is almost 1 spiritual stone. Zheng Fa calculated that the materials he took every month were 3 spiritual stones, 3 times his monthly salary. How much gold is that spiritual stone worth? Zheng Fa asked. The General Affairs Hall purchases spiritual stones at a rate of 200 taels of gold for 1 spiritual stone. Zheng Fa quickly calculated. What he took a month was worth about 4 spiritual stones, 800 taels of gold. He was so rich. The General Affairs Hall is deceiving fools? 200 taels of gold was the price 1,000 years ago. Now in the market, whether you can exchange one piece for 400 taels of gold depends on luck. Han Qi sneered. Is it so expensive? Zheng Fa, who was born in poverty, admitted that he was shocked by the price. It will only be more expensive? Spirit stones are always in short supply in the market. Han Qi explained, any slightly higher-end spiritual materials and spiritual treasures can almost only be purchased with spirit stones. Gold is just a helpless choice for low-level cultivators like us because there are not enough spirit stones. Zheng Fa understood what Han Qi meant. The prices of this Zionman sound like a dual currency system. Zionman probably used to trade only with spirit stones, but because of the decline of spiritual energy, spirit stones could not be produced in large quantities, resulting in a shortage of currency in the market, and gold could only be used to make up for it. But there is also a shortage of spiritual materials. Isn't this a coincidence? So the prices of spirit stones and spiritual materials took off hand in hand, and as for whether the disciples of the Zionman could afford it, they didn't care. Nowadays, the high-end spiritual materials in the Zionman still only recognize spirit stones. Gold can only buy a limited amount of things, and because spirit stones are becoming less and less, the exchange rate between the two is getting more and more outrageous. The Sutra Pavilion is not far from the General Affairs Hall, and the two arrived in half an incense stick. This place is more simple than Zheng Fa thought. It is a 3-story building, not tall, not gorgeous, and gray. However, there are many people coming and going. Take out your life card. Han Qi told Zheng Fa, with the life card of an outer disciple, you can get a Qi refining period technique for free. Zheng Fa was refreshed and followed Han Qi into the small building. At the entrance of the first floor, there was a wooden table. Behind the wooden table sat a man in his 20s or 30s. Seeing the two people coming in, he was quite enthusiastic. New disciple. He walked out from behind the wooden table and said, are you here to get the technique? Yes. Zheng Fa replied. I can see at a glance that you are gifted and have excellent physique. If you have a good technique, you will become the backbone of our Jushin sect in the future. The senior brother looked at Zheng Fa with admiration in his eyes. You are too kind, senior brother. Zheng Fa always felt that this person looked at him as if he was looking at a fat sheep. That's right. The senior brother frowned, as if he was worried about Zheng Fa. There are so many techniques in our Jushin sect. If you can't find a suitable technique, it may affect your path. So what does senior brother mean? I have been working in this sutra library for more than 3 years, and I know the characteristics of the techniques here very well. As long as you are willing to make friends with me, I will definitely find the most suitable technique for you. Zheng Fa glanced at Han Qi, who was looking at a white cloud in the sky outside the building. It seemed that the shape of the cloud was full of Taoism, which made him suddenly realize something. I understand, it's a routine? So how much is this friendship worth, brother? 50 taels of gold. Bah. Before Zheng Fa could say anything, Han Qi, who was just trying to understand the truth, jumped up and said, do you have any moral principles? 50 taels, you can even say that. Who is this? I thought I had never worked in the sutra library. Originally, it only cost 10 taels of gold, but now you want 50 taels? I thought I was a black-hearted person for asking for 15 taels before, but I didn't expect there would be someone more black-hearted than me. Zheng Fa glanced at him. So it's you, brother. As soon as he said this, the brother in the sutra library understood, and the smile on his face faded. 10 taels is a thing of the past, and you are familiar with the current prices. Okay, let's choose. Han Qi waved his hand and directly pulled Zheng Fa into the sutra library. Thank you, brother Han. Zheng Fa also understood just now that this person was unwilling to offend anyone, until the other party opened his mouth. Senior sister Zhang asked me to take care of you. How could I see you suffer this? Han Qi snorted, these newcomers are too greedy and broke the rules. The atmosphere in the sect is getting worse day by day. No, isn't this atmosphere your contribution? To Zheng Fa's surprise, the first floor of the sutra library was full of paper books, not jade tubes. He soon realized that people like him couldn't read jade tubes. The Fu Dao Foundation building method and Lingshan method given to him by Jushin Patriarch were both recorded in the jade tube. He tried them all, but there was no reaction. What spiritual roots do you have? Dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. Then come here. Han Qi took him to a row of bookshelves and said, except for special spiritual roots, the Qi refining stage generally practices the 5 elements. You have dual spiritual roots of fire and wood produces fire, which is considered the best among dual spiritual roots. It is best to practice a fire Qi refining method. Does senior brother have any recommendations? There are many fire methods in my Jushin sect, it depends on what type you want. Han Qi seemed to be really familiar with this sutra library. The most suitable one for alchemy is Yenyangju, the most suitable one for refining tools is Fire Refining Sutra, and the most suitable one for fighting is True Fire Refining Magic. This method has the greatest power, and many people choose it. He talked about 5 or 6 books, and Zheng Fa was also dizzy. Senior brother, I don't care about the power. Is there a kind that is fast and safe to practice? Han Qi looked at him in silence. What's wrong? Your personality is a world away from senior sister Zheng. Han Qi looked puzzled. How can she like you? Zheng Fa understood, and he scolded himself for being a coward in a not-so-euphemistic way. Is there? The Red Sky Secret. Zheng Fa thought for a moment, took the books that senior brother Han had just mentioned and read them, and found that he had indeed explained them in detail. These fire-attributed exercises do have their own characteristics. Only the Red Sky Secret is the most moderate and peaceful among the fire-attributed exercises. Although there is no additional bonus, it highlights a low chance of going astray. The speed of cultivation is also considered medium to high. This is it. Zheng Fa put away the Red Sky Secret with satisfaction. He took out 10 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Han Qi beside him. What is this? As usual. Junior brother, you are really lovable. Han Q senior sister Zhang sat in front of the hall, and Han Qi stood at the bottom. Han Qi buried his head and stared at the ground, not daring to look at senior sister Zhang at all. It seemed that as soon as he entered here, the courage he had gained along the way disappeared from him. What do you want from me? But senior sister Zhang was not a person willing to waste time, so she asked directly. Senior sister, according to your instructions, I took junior brother Zheng to receive the life tablets and skills today. Senior sister Zhang nodded slightly and listened to him continue. Junior brother Zheng chose the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya in the Sutra Pavilion. Hearing this, senior sister Zhang was silent for a while, and then suddenly said, You came here just to tell me this. Yes. Han Qi lowered his head and whispered a little, although the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya is mysterious, no one has mastered it for thousands of years. I just want me to advise junior brother Zheng. Yes, it would be great if junior brother Zheng is sure, but I'm afraid that he is young and energetic. Senior sister Zhang stared at Han Qi for a long time, seeming to be thinking about something. Junior brother Han, she suddenly called junior brother and said, You are not such a person. Sister, you joined our 9 Mountains sect 50 years ago. You have dual spiritual roots and average talent in talismans. You come from a small family. You often hang out in the market and do some small business of deception. Han Qi raised his head with surprise on his face, obviously not expecting senior sister Zhang to know him so well. Senior sister Zhang continued, You went around trying to make camps, and then you joined junior brother Yuan. Well, you don't have a good reputation. Yes. Junior brother Han, you don't care so much about a new junior brother. He gave me 10 taels of gold. Senior sister Zhang had a rare look of confusion on her face. Senior sister Zhang is extremely talented and doesn't know the hard work of low-level monks like us. All the people I met in the Immortal sect were bullies who used their power to bully others and were like pluckers. Just for this. Senior sister Zhang asked with a frown. Senior sister Zhang may not know something. I am already preparing to leave the Immortal sect and go to the mortal world to spend my life. Han Qi lowered his head and said, Senior sister Zhang only knows that I was born in a small family. She doesn't know that my parents have passed away long ago and there is no one left in the clan. Close relatives. It's funny to say that I had a very unhappy life in the Jushin sect. It can be said that I stayed there for decades and was scolded for decades. In the end, I found that the place I could call home was this place. Han Qi's eyes looked directly at senior sister Zhang for the first time. Since junior brother Zheng is so valued by senior sister, he will definitely become a great asset in the future. Han Qi looked at the 12 taels of gold in his hand and suddenly smiled. I just thought that if there were more big figures like junior brother Zheng in the Jushin sect in the future, will I not work so hard in the past few decades? Senior sister Zhang looked at his somewhat embarrassed face, and her eyes suddenly softened. I guess I'm about to leave, and then I realized that I still hope for the best for the Jushin sect. Senior sister Zhang nodded slightly and said after a long time, I already know about this, you don't need to worry too much. Han Qi arched his hands and said goodbye respectfully. When his figure gradually disappeared outside the door, a girl's voice suddenly sounded, Tisk, tisk, this junior brother Zheng may be able to win people's hearts. He is obviously mine, but in the past few days, I have been worried about him. Worry about this? As the voice fell, a 15 or 16-year-old woman walked out from the side door at the back of the hall, rubbed senior sister Zheng's arm and leaned against him. Your person? He has never seen you. Senior sister Zhang said lightly, I don't even know whether you are a boy or a girl. The girl shook her head and snorted, Senior sister, you don't really believe him, do you? I don't believe it all. Senior sister Zheng's eyes wandered and looked at the night sky outside, but this person is not so stupid as to dare to lie in front of me. Well, part of it is sincere, and part of it is probably because I value Zheng Fa and come to me to sell him a good deal. This person is used to playing tricks. Senior sister Zhang gently opened the girl's hand that was reaching for her shoulder and said, This person actually came for you, senior sister. The girl was stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood, who cares about junior brother Zheng if he can show his face in front of senior sister Zheng? As long as his words are half sincere, I can tolerate him. Senior sister, you value Zheng Fa too much. Is there anyone unconvinced? Of course, for a new disciple, senior sister, please provide 2 spiritual ink and 100 talisman papers as a monthly subsidy. This is the treatment that only lecturers of the Talisman Pavilion can get. The girl murmured, we have so many people in the 9 Mountains sect. Which talisman master doesn't lack these? I think Zheng Fa is having a hard time in the section. Senior sister Zheng's expression did not change. Senior sister, I know that you value the talent of Talisman Deo so much because of the shortage of talisman and golden elixir. But others don't know, and they don't know whether Zheng Fa can handle it. I told him. This is tempering. Senior sister Zhang said. Are you sure you really made it clear? The girl looked at her suspiciously. Senior sister, you need to change your habit of talking too little. Zheng Fa didn't know what happened in senior sister Zhang's yard. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Who cares about senior sister Zhang and senior brother Han? He sat in the room with his heart turned to the sky, closed his eyes and meditated, adjusting his consciousness and breathing according to the content of the first level of Qi training in Red Skyju. The reason why Red Skyju is safe, apart from the peaceful spiritual power it produces, is because it speaks human language. The notes are detailed and illustrated, so there is little ambiguity. Compared with Ling Hishan, it seems to be very friendly to newcomers. Although he just got this book, Zheng Fa can probably understand the first level of training. As he breathed, there seemed to be a strange power in the air entering his meridians, turning into an airflow with a warm touch. This is different from the Qi Jin of spiritual crane body. Qi Jin is actually self-generated in his body, but this power comes completely from the outside world. This is probably what the Sunwei world calls spiritual energy. The spiritual energy gradually circulated steadily in his meridians along the path of the Great Zhoutian. Zheng Fa was overjoyed. This was a sign of success in getting started with the Xiaoju. Just when he couldn't help but open his eyes, spiritual energy suddenly rushed into his Nuan palace. He only felt his head shake slightly, and his consciousness seemed to have entered a grey and chaotic space. There is a yin-yang Pisces jade pendant in the space. The yin-fish and yang-fish on the jade pendant intersect and flow together. In the yin-fish's eyes, a young man with short hair and a face exactly like him is holding his knees and sleeping like a baby. As if noticing his gaze, the young man opened his eyes slightly and looked at him. Then a memory that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him appeared in Zheng Fa's mind, a memory from before his parents died in the modern world. Among them, those elementary and junior high school knowledge made Zheng Fa want to curse. You didn't come when I took the single-digit test in junior high school. You didn't come when I stayed up late every day to recite. You didn't come when I was starving to death on Zhuangzi. Now that I have become a top student, I have entered the Immortal sect, and when my studies of cultivating immortals blossomed, you came. It's strange that you know how to pick. Grabbed 10 tails of gold. I am impressed by senior sister Zhang's vision. After putting away the Qi Xiaoju, Zheng Fa asked Han Qi, brother, how much does it cost to choose another technique? The Jushan patriarch told him that he still needed to practice a pure yang body refining technique before he could cultivate into a Qingyang Dao body. That's hard to say. Han Qi frowned and said, brother, what technique do you need? The pure yang body refining technique that can be practiced before building the foundation. There are many choices, and most of the body refining techniques are pure yang. Han Qi nodded and said, a few dozen spirit stones. So expensive. This price exceeded Zheng Fa's estimate. He thought the price of the technique secret book would be very low. This is still low. If you don't have hundreds of spirit stones, you can't buy these skills hundreds of years ago. That's what senior sister Zhang meant by Zhang Zhenren Lunfu. This is what senior sister Zhang meant. The classics of cultivating immortals are much cheaper than the secret books of skills. One consumes spirit stones to learn, and the other earns spirit stones. The difference is huge. Han Qi explained. What's more, senior sister Zhang stipulated that Zhang Zhenren Lunfu can only be sold for 8 taels of gold. What about you? Zheng Fa remembered the original price of 10 taels of gold for these people. So I'm here. Zheng Fa could probably understand why the price of the skills books dropped so much. What is lacking now is not the skills, but the spiritual materials. It can be seen that the Immortal sect has very strict control over spiritual energy, spiritual materials, and spiritual stones, but is relatively tolerant of the skills. This small building is not valued at first glance. But he doesn't have dozens of spirit stones. If he didn't sell the talisman paper and spiritual ink in his hand, he would have 11 spiritual stones and 30 taels of gold. Is there anything cheaper? Yes, there are cheaper ones than 1 spiritual stone. Han Qi answered straightforwardly. Then you didn't finish. These body refining techniques are either incomplete or can't be practiced. Han Qi pulled Zheng Fa to a bookshelf in a remote corner. The classics on it were all over the place, and no one came to sort them out. This one, Earth Fire Refining Body, is most suitable for people like you who practice fire-based techniques. After practicing it, it may even help you break through the bottleneck, but it requires earth fire veins. Our Jushan sect used to have this thing, but it collapsed now. This one, Bodhi Deo Body, can improve enlightenment. It requires Bodhi fruit, and it is said that it is extinct in the entire cultivation world. Zheng Fa was silent for a while. It is said that cheap goods are not good. But these are not futures, these are expired products. Seeing his somewhat frustrated expression, Han Chi picked up a book with a joking look on his face. This is actually the book I recommend the most, 5 Thunder Dharma Body, which is the most suitable body training method for our Jushin sect disciples. Why? My Jushin sect is best at talismans, and among the talismans, the Thunder Talisman is the most powerful. 5 Thunder Dharma Body was created by the great predecessors of my Jushin sect. I heard that practicing this method will not only make your body difficult to be injured, but more importantly, it will greatly increase the power of your Thunder Talismans. When Han Chi said this, he seemed to really admire this method. He also said a few more words. My Jushin sect disciples relied on this method to draw the 5 Thunder Talisman by hand. They can be said to be unparalleled in fighting among the disciples of the 100 Immortals Alliance, and even won the title of the first Sunwei Thunder Talisman. That was the most prosperous time for my Jushin sect. When he said this, there was a trace of yearning in his expression. Can't practice. It's easy to practice into charcoal. The last step of this technique requires the body to be refined by heavenly thunder. Han Chi threw the book in his hand on the bookshelf and said, only by relying on the black thunderstone, use the thunder power in it to cleanse the body, let the body gradually adapt to the thunder, and prepare for the final body refining by heavenly thunder. Wait, black thunderstone. A spiritual ore containing thunder power. Although the thunder power in the black thunderstone is not even 1/10,000th of the real thunder, it is just suitable for chi training, so that the body can be strengthened step by step until it can withstand the power of heavenly thunder. Is this ore vein also exhausted? Not really, but it is very rare. Han Chi sighed and said, the role of black thunderstone is not only to practice the 5 Thunder Dharma Body. This thing is very expensive in the market. For chi training disciples, it is equivalent to nothing. Zheng Fa nodded. Suddenly asked, how much does this technique cost? Before it was released, this thing was considered a secret of the sect. You were not qualified to read it even with 500 spirit stones. Now, 1 spirit stone. I want it. No, wait a minute, junior brother. I'm talking about the past. This thing was powerful before, but now it can't be practiced. Han Chi grabbed Zheng Fa's hand that was reaching for the bookshelf. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at Han Chi. He could feel that this man didn't like him very much before. 10 taels of gold changed? Is kindness so cheap? However, Han Chi meant well, so he explained, I want to try it. Does your family happen to have a black thunderstone mine? No. Listen to my senior brother, don't try it. If you really think the spirit stone is an eyesore, give it to me. Zheng Fa still took the 5 Thunder Body firmly. There is no mine at home, but senior brother Han has never studied history after all, and doesn't know the term electric revolution. Han Chi returned home with a frown. He lived in a bungalow that looked quite old. Brother. 2 followers were waiting for him in the house, and they were a little irritated when they saw him like this. Is that kid giving you a hard time? Han Chi said nothing, waved his hands towards the 2 of them, sat down, and seemed to be thinking about something. Why don't we just leave in 2 days? I think it's enough after saving so much money for so many years. Let's buy 3 big houses, each of us can marry several wives, and our life will be happy. One of the tall and thin ones said. You're right. We don't tolerate this cowardice. We were cheating money, but didn't the majority go to senior brother Yuan? As a result, we offended a new disciple, and he threw us away like garbage. Another shorter man, the follower, said. Han Chi still didn't speak, and the 2 of them became anxious. Senior brother. He didn't embarrass me. Han Chi said slowly. He also gave me 10 taels of gold. What's 10 taels of gold? The tall and thin man snorted. The geniuses we met before were very happy when they asked for money. When did they spit it out? Han Chi sneered. We have to practice, and these geniuses need to practice even more. They don't even give us any soup. Then what are you worried about, senior brother? Didn't we agree that we will leave the 9 Mountains sect together in a few days? This Zheng Fa, he chose the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya. Han Chi said suddenly. No one has practiced that thing for thousands of years, right? Is he stupid? The tall and thin man was also stunned, and then he said indifferently, it doesn't matter whether he is stupid or not, it doesn't matter to us. Han Chi looked at the gold in his hand, suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Brother, where are you going? I'm going to see senior sister Zhang. Behind him, the 2 junior brothers looked at each other in confusion. The tall and thin man couldn't help but muttered, 10 taels of gold, what about it? Senior sister Zhang sat in front of the hall, and Han Chi stood at the bottom. Han Chi buried his head and stared at the ground, not daring to look at senior sister Zhang at all. It seemed that as soon as he entered here, the courage he had gained along the way disappeared from him. What do you want from me? But senior sister Zhang was not a person willing to waste time, so she asked directly. Senior sister, according to your instructions, I took junior brother Zhang to receive the life tablets and skills today. Senior sister Zhang nodded slightly and listened to him continue. Junior brother Zhang chose the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya in the Sutra Pavilion. Hearing this, senior sister Zhang was silent for a while, and then suddenly said, you came here just to tell me this? Yes. Han Chi lowered his head and whispered a little, although the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya is mysterious, no one has mastered it for thousands of years. I just want me to advise junior brother Zhang. Yes, it would be great if junior brother Zhang is sure, but I'm afraid that he is young and energetic. Senior Sister Zheng stared at Han Qi for a long time, seeming to be thinking about something. Junior brother Han, she suddenly called junior brother and said, "You are not such a person. Sister, you joined our Nine Mountains sect 50 years ago. You have dual spiritual roots and average talent in talismans. You come from a small family. You often hang out in the market and do some small business of deception." Han Qi raised his head with surprise on his face, obviously not expecting Senior Sister Zheng to know him so well. Senior Sister Zheng continued, "You went around trying to make camps, and then you joined junior brother Yuan. Well, you don't have a good reputation. Yes. Junior brother Han, you don't care so much about a new junior brother. He gave me 10 taels of gold." Senior Sister Zheng had a rare look of confusion on her face. Senior Sister Zheng is extremely talented and doesn't know the hard work of low-level monks like us. All the people I met in the Immortal sect were bullies who used their power to bully others and were like pluckers. Just for this, Senior Sister Zheng asked with a frown. Senior Sister Zheng may not know something. I am already preparing to leave the Immortal sect and go to the mortal world to spend my life. Han Qi lowered his head and said, "Senior Sister Zheng only knows that I was born in a small family. She doesn't know that my parents have passed away long ago and there is no one left in the clan. Close relatives. It's funny to say that I had a very unhappy life in the Jushin sect. It can be said that I stayed there for decades and was scolded for decades. In the end, I found that the place I could call home was this place." Han Qi's eyes looked directly at Senior Sister Zheng for the first time. Since junior brother Zheng is so valued by senior sister, he will definitely become a great asset in the future. Han Qi looked at the 12 taels of gold in his hand and suddenly smiled. "I just thought that if there were more big figures like junior brother Zheng in the Jushin sect in the future, will I not work so hard in the past few decades?" Senior Sister Zheng looked at his somewhat embarrassed face, and her eyes suddenly softened. "I guess I'm about to leave, and then I realized that I still hope for the best for the Jushin sect." Senior Sister Zheng nodded slightly and said after a long time, "I already know about this, you don't need to worry too much." Han Qi arched his hands and said goodbye respectfully. When his figure gradually disappeared outside the door, a girl's voice suddenly sounded, "Tisk, tisk, this junior brother Zheng may be able to win people's hearts. He is obviously mine, but in the past few days, I have been worried about him." "Worry about this?" As the voice fell, a 15 or 16-year-old woman walked out from the side door at the back of the hall, rubbed Senior Sister Zheng's arm and leaned against him. "Your person? He has never seen you." Senior Sister Zheng said lightly, "I don't even know whether you are a boy or a girl." The girl shook her head and snorted, "Senior Sister, you don't really believe him, do you?" "I don't believe it all." Senior Sister Zheng's eyes wandered and looked at the night sky outside, "But this person is not so stupid as to dare to lie in front of me. Well, part of it is sincere, and part of it is probably because I value Zheng Fa and come to me to sell him a good deal. This person is used to playing tricks." Senior Sister Zheng gently opened the girl's hand that was reaching for her shoulder and said, "This person actually came for you, Senior Sister." The girl was stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood, who cares about junior brother Zheng if he can show his face in front of Senior Sister Zheng? As long as his words are half sincere, I can tolerate him. Senior Sister, you value Zheng Fa too much. Is there anyone unconvinced? Of course, for a new disciple, Senior Sister, please provide 2 spiritual ink and 100 talisman papers as a monthly subsidy. This is the treatment that only lecturers of the Talisman Pavilion can get. The girl murmured, "We have so many people in the Nine Mountains sect. Which talisman master doesn't lack these? I think Zheng Fa is having a hard time in the section." Senior Sister Zheng's expression did not change. "Senior Sister, I know that you value the talent of Talisman Dao so much because of the shortage of talisman and golden elixir. But others don't know, and they don't know whether Zheng Fa can handle it. I told him." This is tempering," Senior Sister Zheng said. "Are you sure you really made it clear?" The girl looked at her suspiciously. "Senior Sister, you need to change your habit of talking too little." Zheng Fa didn't know what happened in Senior Sister Zheng's yard. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation? Who cares about Senior Sister Zheng and Senior Brother Han? He sat in the room with his heart turned to the sky, closed his eyes and meditated, adjusting his consciousness and breathing according to the content of the first level of Qi training in Red Skyju. The reason why Red Skyju is safe, apart from the peaceful spiritual power it produces, is because it speaks human language. The notes are detailed and illustrated, so there is little ambiguity. Compared with Ling Hishan, it seems to be very friendly to newcomers. Although he just got this book, Zheng Fa can probably understand the first level of training. As he breathed, there seemed to be a strange power in the air entering his meridians, turning into an airflow with a warm touch. This is different from the Qi Jin of spiritual crane body. Qi Jin is actually self-generated in his body, but this power comes completely from the outside world. This is probably what the Sunwei world calls spiritual energy. The spiritual energy gradually circulated steadily in his meridians along the path of the Great Jotian. Zheng Fa was overjoyed. This was a sign of success in getting started with the Xiaoju. Just when he couldn't help but open his eyes, spiritual energy suddenly rushed into his Nuan palace. He only felt his head shake slightly, and his consciousness seemed to have entered a grey and chaotic space. There is a yin-yang Pisces jade pendant in the space. The yin fish and yang fish on the jade pendant intersect and flow together. In the yin fish's eyes, a young man with short hair and a face exactly like him is holding his knees and sleeping like a baby. As if noticing his gaze, the young man opened his eyes slightly and looked at him. Then a memory that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him appeared in Zheng Fa's mind, a memory from before his parents died in the modern world. Among them, those elementary and junior high school knowledge made Zheng Fa want to curse. You didn't come when I took the single-digit test in junior high school. You didn't come when I stayed up late every day to recite. You didn't come when I was starving to death on Zhuangzi. Now that I have become a top student, I have entered the Immortal sect, and when my studies of cultivating immortals blossomed, you came. It's strange that you know how to pick. In Yunyu's eyes, he is naturally a modern person. Yang Yu's eyes are now empty, and he estimates that when he is in modern times, his current appearance will appear in them. In addition to this memory, there are also some remaining pictures and information in this jade pendant. In the picture, someone rides the wind and wields a sword, soaring into the sky. Then there was blood rain from the sky, the sun and the moon shook, the mountains collapsed on the land and the earth cracked, ghosts and gods cried. It seemed that the whole world was about to be shattered. But in the end, there was only a long sigh coming from the 9 heavens, and the world returned to peace. Only this yin-yang fish jade pendant slowly fell from the sky and disappeared into the dust. In another scene, he saw himself entwined in a jade pendant with a very similar figure. Their bodies and souls gradually merged into one, and the figure from this world seemed to have lost its nostalgia for life, letting his will gradually take over, leaving only a memory in the yin-yang fish. In the Nuan Palace, the yin and yang fish on the jade pendant chase each other's tail and rotate slowly. Zheng Fa's thoughts moved slightly, and the yin-yang fish rotated slightly faster. At this time, it was only because he had cultivated spiritual energy that he could see the true appearance of this jade pendant. This yin-yang fish jade pendant should be a treasure, but he has just entered the qi refining stage at this time, and he probably has not been able to discover even 1/10,000th of the mystery of this thing. But there's nothing he can do. Just like before, he can control the time interval by controlling the speed of the yin-yang fish's rotation. In his perception, he can stay in the Sunwei world for at most 1 month before going to modern times. The reverse does not work. This is probably related to the difference in spiritual energy between the two worlds. It helps a little, but not much. The biggest effect is probably that when you are practicing in seclusion in this world, you will not be interrupted. But it doesn't mean much to Zheng Fa now. But when he opened his eyes, he discovered the real benefit that this jade pendant brought to him. The world in front of him suddenly changed. In other words, now he seems to be able to see the world not with his eyes, but with his feelings. He saw the runes filled with void again. Divine consciousness? According to Xiaoju, when you first enter the qi refining stage, your spiritual consciousness will sprout, but this spiritual consciousness can only be separated from the body by 1 foot, almost as close as the outline of the human body. But according to Zheng Fa's estimation, his consciousness can be about 1 foot away from his body, and he can even pass through this room and see the furnishings in another room. According to the records in Xiaoju, this is the intensity of spiritual consciousness that can only be found in the foundation building stage. This cannot be said to be the effect of the fusion of the two souls, but more probably the effect of the yin-yang fish jade pendant. Han Qi was walking towards Zheng Fa's house with 2 followers. "Senior brother, why do you look so ugly?" the tall and thin man asked him. "I originally thought that if we could fall in the eyes of senior sister Zheng, it would be good for the 3 of us to stay in the Jushin sect." Han Qi sighed. "That senior sister Zheng is a person with no moral integrity, it's just my wishful thinking." Han Qi shook his head, with a bit of relief in his tone. "In a few days, after Zheng Fa's incident, we will clean up and return to the world." The 2 followers behind him looked at each other, and both knew that their senior brother was still a little reluctant to let go of the Jushin sect, or in other words, the Tao. "How about we join Zheng Fa?" the tall and thin man suggested. "Isn't he a good person? We have no ambition. How can we be people who have lived under others for a long time?" Han Qi scolded. "It's been decades, isn't it so long?" the shorter follower muttered. Han Qi choked for a moment, but said honestly, "It's not that I haven't thought about it, but this person has just entered the 9 Mountains sect, and he only has 2 spiritual roots. It will take hundreds of years for him to form a pill, wait for him, it's become a trend, and grass is growing on our graves. We don't want him to be so powerful. Don't we want to borrow senior sister Zheng's background? This is even more of a problem." Han Qi's face was full of despair. "I heard that the senior brothers in Fufa Pavilion are not satisfied with Zheng Fa taking so many resources when he just started. Junior brother Zheng has senior sister Zheng behind him. How dare they bully him?" the tall and thin man asked in confusion. "That's right, junior brother Zheng and the others don't dare to really offend him." Han Qi glanced at him and said in a desperate tone, "It will be different when we join junior brother Zheng. It's just a good way to relieve our anger. If you don't dare to hit junior brother Zheng, why don't you dare to hit us?" "Junior brother Zheng, today is the Talisman discussion day held every 10 days in Fufa Pavilion. Shall we go together?" "Thank you, senior brother Han." Zheng Fa cupped his hands and said, although it was senior sister Zheng who gave the order, this person did his best and waited at his door early in the morning. Probably for the sake of convenient transportation, Fufa Pavilion is located in the most central location in the valley. It is said to be a pavilion, but in fact it is more like an academy. Walking into the courtyard gate, there are 2 rows of classroom-like houses on the left, and an open space on the right. At the end of the open space is a high platform, with rows of futons placed under the high platform. Senior brother, are we here to listen to senior brother discussing talismans? Discussing Talisman Day is actually like taking an open class, with seniors who are more advanced in Talisman Taoism explaining the art of drawing talisman to them. That's only used when Master Jin Dan comes to preach. For example, when senior sister Zhang comes, there will be so many people to listen. Han Qi pulled Zheng Fa towards the 2 rows of classrooms. On weekdays, the Talisman discussion day is the foundation building period. Senior brother, tell us, it's inside. Junior brother, remember, the front row of houses belongs to us, and the back row belongs to Master Peng's lineage. They are all talismans, so aren't the things they teach different? In fact, the basics are definitely similar, but there have always been disputes between our 2 lines, especially those senior brothers who are building foundations. They tend to quarrel when they meet, so we might as well have separate classes. Zheng Fa nodded and followed Han Qi and the other 2 into a room. There were not many people in the room. There were 30 or 40 low tables in the room. One of the low tables was placed in the front, and a man sat behind the low table, facing the others. He was wearing a green Confucian robe, sitting upright, and had a serious temperament. Because of his temperament, the room was quite quiet. When Zheng Fa walked in, the senior brother looked up and seemed to have thought of something. Zheng Fa, yes, you sit there. The senior brother pointed to a low table in the corner of the front row. Zheng Fa could see that the low table was different from the others. The other low tables were filled with talisman paper and other materials for drawing talismans. But there was none on this low table. As if noticing his gaze, the man glanced at him, then at the other people in the room with different expressions, and said, Senior Sister Zhang has given you talisman paper and spiritual ink every month. Although I don't agree, that's her share, and I have nothing to say. He looked at Zheng Fa and said, but spiritual materials are precious. You can't use them with me, otherwise it will be unfair to others. If you think I'm targeting you, you can report to Senior Sister Zhang. If she asks, just say my last name is Zhuang. Zheng Fa listened and glanced at Senior Brother Zhuang. Seeing that his face was serious and his eyes were fixed on him, he bowed to him and said, Junior Brother understands. Zheng Fa felt alienated from most people. Almost all of the people who came to attend the class were new disciples. Because of what happened on the ship, they were quite close to Zheng Fa, but after Senior Brother Zhuang's words, they started to feel a little bit unfair. Of course there is the influence of Senior Brother Zhuang's attitude. But more importantly, everyone was dissatisfied with the special treatment Zheng Fa received. In the past few days after arriving at Jushan sect, everyone probably understood the preciousness of spiritual materials, and even more understood the value of Zheng Fa's additional resources. For example, now, most people actually only have 3 talisman papers on their short tables, that is to say, there are only 3 talisman papers provided for free. The amount of people in this room can only be used by Zheng Fa for a month. It's not about scarcity but about inequality. Senior Brother Zhuang didn't seem to care about this weird atmosphere. He stood up and said to everyone, the talisman paper is not easy to come by. I hope you will cherish it. Don't right now. You can start after I finish speaking. As he spoke, he picked up the talisman pen and began to draw talismans on the talisman paper. Pay attention to my posture and hands, let go of my consciousness, and observe the changes in the talisman diagram in the void. To draw amulets, hands, eyes, and spirit must be integrated into one. Hands to eyes to spirit. The pen cannot stop, and it is done in one go. As Brother Zhuang's strokes rose and fell, the talismans in some spaces began to gather on his talisman paper. A golden armor talisman appeared under his pen. The difficulty in drawing talisman is not in drawing, but in recognizing the talisman. Brother Zhuang put down his pen and said to everyone, the talisman diagram and spiritual consciousness are the foundation of the talisman. Senior brother, I heard that talisman masters are divided into different grades. How do they differentiate? The expressions of others also looked expectant, and they seemed to be more interested in this. Senior Brother Zhuang thought for a while and said, it is actually inaccurate for us to say that talisman masters are divided into grades. It is basically the grade of the talisman you drew. Then how do you determine the grade of the talisman? Senior Brother Zhuang pointed to the golden armor talisman on his short table. The one I have is the Sunpin talisman. The talisman actually stores spells in the talisman paper. He continued, the grade of the talisman is determined by the power of the talisman. For example, my golden armor talisman can defend against a full force attack by a foundation building monk. It's the Sunpin talisman. The yellow grade talisman is equivalent to the spell power of a monk in the Qi refining stage. The Xian grade talisman corresponds to the foundation building stage, and the earth grade talisman corresponds to the golden elixir stage, so they correspond. Where is the talisman that day? Someone asked curiously. It's not something I can know about heavenly talismans. Almost anyone who can draw a heavenly talisman is at the nascent soul stage. Senior Brother Zhuang paused, glanced at Zheng Fa and said, I say almost, because Senior Sister Zhang can do it too. After a few brief explanations, Senior Brother Zhuang asked them to start trying to draw the golden armor talisman on their own. Don't draw on the talisman paper at the beginning. Practice a few times on white paper first. As if he was afraid that they would waste it, Senior Brother Zhuang also gave a few instructions. After speaking, he walked down to the hall and began to instruct these new disciples one by one on their postures. He didn't show anything strange when he walked to Zheng Fa. He just helped Zheng Fa adjust the angle of his forearm and walked away. Zheng Fa drew the golden armor talisman once or twice on the paper, and suddenly realized that the talisman Tao was really suitable for him. According to Zheng Fa's understanding, drawing talismans is actually similar to making bombs. Your spiritual consciousness and your understanding of the runes determine the amount of ammunition you can reload. The stronger your spiritual consciousness, the more runes you can see, and the more runes you know, the more runes you can attract. As for spiritual power, it is roughly equivalent to the amount of gunpowder you currently have in reserve. Drawing a golden armor talisman by yourself consumes almost 1/3 of the spiritual energy in the body, but this does not affect the power of the talisman, it only affects the number of talisman Zheng Fa draws. In other words, even in the qi refining period, he can only draw the same number of talismans in a day, but the power of the talismans made by Zheng Fa will be higher than others. In this way, a more appropriate metaphor is probably physical strength and craftsmanship. The same physical strength, but different craftsmanship creates different works. After a round of instruction, senior brother Zhuang walked out of the room, seemingly letting them practice freely. Han Qi walked to Zheng Fa's seat and whispered, "It's senior brother Zhuang today. You are really unlucky." Zheng Fa asked, "What's wrong with senior brother Zhuang?" Senior brother Zhuang, how should I put it? He should be in the discipline hall instead of the Fufa pavilion. Han Qi looked strange. This person is very strict about rules but not humane. He has offended many people. But in fact, we these people quite like him. Why? Zheng Fa couldn't understand this. You also know the recent trend in the immortal sect. In order to cultivate talented disciples, it is becoming more and more difficult for our lower level disciples. Han Qi explained, "Senior brother Zhuang, it seems that he used to be a censor in the secular world or something. Anyway, he also had a bad temper and didn't do well in life. Later, when he entered the immortal sect, he also had the same temper, and it became even hotter." Zheng Fa nodded. "He hates geniuses." That's not true. His idea is that no merit can be rewarded. Even if he is a genius, the reward standards should be the same as ours. Han Qi sighed, and he also said that the rarer the spiritual materials, the more powerful the superiors will be. Don't reward excessively, otherwise the people will be unjust and the immortal family will be restless. Zheng Fa nodded, slightly understanding what senior brother Zhuang was thinking. Speaking of which, if it weren't for senior sister Zhang, this person would be quite miserable inside the door. Senior sister Zhang. His attitude easily offends people, and those he offends are all big shots. Someone wanted to make trouble for him before, but it was senior sister Zhang who saved him. Han Qi frowned again and said, "But there is something strange. In the past few months, senior brother Zhuang should not be the one to talk about the Talisman Day." Zheng Fa glanced outside the door. He didn't know if senior brother Zhuang had any opinions about him. But senior brother Zhuang's coming today was probably arranged by someone who had opinions about him. Outside the door, senior brother Zhuang looked at a man slowly approaching, bowed his hands and said, "Hello, senior brother Li." Although he was humble, his face was calm and he didn't seem to be enthusiastic. "Brother Zhuang, although we belong to different branches, we don't have to be so cold every day." Brother Li laughed and said, "I heard that a big Buddha came today." Brother Zhuang didn't say anything, just listened to Brother Li continue to say, "The first in 10,000 years, haha, he got the same share as us as soon as he entered the sect. In the future, I'm afraid that the spiritual materials of your branch will have to be used by him first." "Brother, why do you have to learn from women's gossip and sow discord here? What a mean person's behavior." Brother Li, do you dare to say this in front of sister Zhang?" Brother Zhuang said coldly, "Since you know that you belong to two branches, Brother Zheng has sister Zhang to teach him above, and we have the advice below, it's not your turn to say it. You brothers are discussing talismans again." Han Qi exclaimed and pointed to the door. Zheng Fa saw that senior brother Zhuang, who had just been dressed neatly, was rolling up his sleeves, swinging his arms quickly, throwing out several talismans, and fighting passionately with another man. "No, this is called a discussion in the sect. It will be published at midnight tonight. Let me first talk about the updates that everyone is most concerned about. 10,000 words on the first day of publication, 6,000 words guaranteed, and 200,000 words guaranteed per month. I'll be honest, I don't know if the quality will decline if it increases. As for this book, to be honest, it's better than I expected. I was quite excited at the beginning, but then I was under a lot of pressure and was afraid that I would break down. It was Kanan's editor who told me that a book should have at least 1 million words, and a beginning is nothing. I thought about it and it was right. If I had no problem making a living, I would like to write books for 10 or 20 years. The results of 1 or 2 months are nothing, not even a book. My philosophy is that writing a few thousand words a day is the most important thing, and I will write slowly day by day, just hoping that today will be a little better than yesterday. Many people have made many suggestions, some of which I have indeed considered, and some of which I have no choice. This is the tone of the book, and my ability is limited. I don't know what to say. I can only say that I will try my best to bring happiness to everyone. Please support me. By the way, there will be a limit of 1 fans to speak after the book is published. Please forgive those who are sensitive." Zheng Fa had never thought that he would have to learn how to fight in a group in his first class in Jushin sect. This situation was difficult for Zheng Fa to understand. It completely exceeded his expectations of the intensity of the competition between the two branches of Jushin sect, and it was difficult to understand why the top leaders of Jushin sect allowed such a situation to happen. He had heard that there were some discords between the two branches of Jushin sect, but he did not expect that it would reach the point where they would fight when they met. Senior brother Zhuang could fight with others just by standing outside for a while. Han Qi seemed to be used to it. He stood in front of the hall, his face excited, stretched out his right arm and swung it in the air, and said loudly to the others in the room, "We are from the same branch, can we see senior brother Zhuang fighting alone? No. Well, fellow disciples, follow me to help." After that, he rushed to the battlefield where senior brother Zhuang was. As he bravely moved forward, half of the people in the room ran out, especially a few old disciples, who were so familiar with the road, taking out talismans while walking, and even had an excited smile on their faces. It seems that some disciples have come from the opposite side. How to describe the expressions on their faces? I feel like I came to class just for this relief. Zheng Fa did not move. He watched from inside the room for a while, mainly observing the severity of the battle. If the fight really got heated, he could only go to senior sister Zhang to ask for help. But after watching for a long time, Zheng Fa was sure that this was a fierce and united fight. How to describe it? The special effects were very good, and the losses were small. The sound was loud, but the power was not good. The two senior brothers used all their means to fight but stopped at the right time, which not only ensured the excitement of the game, but also did not harm the personal safety of the participants. Zheng Fa understood that this group of people fighting in the Fufa Pavilion was probably a routine. They were almost fighting to the level of friendship. The most important thing was that none of them used lethal talismans. Those who did not go out with them were all new disciples. They did not expect such a thing to happen suddenly, and they were a little at a loss. The more important reason was that these people were not stupid. They knew that their cultivation level was just a drag. Zheng Fa thought for a moment, took out a piece of talisman paper, picked up a pen and began to draw talismans. He drew a water prison talisman, and then the spiritual power in his body was completely consumed. After all, he only had such a weak spiritual power, and he had consumed most of it when practicing the golden armor talisman before. He put the water prison talisman in his sleeve and began to meditate on the spot. The others saw his movements, looked at each other, and took out talisman paper one after another, and began to sharpen their weapons before the battle. No, to make guns. After the mana in his body was restored to about 10%, Zheng Fa walked out of the door and rushed to the battlefield. The sky above the Talisman Pavilion was full of flowing lights and dancing brought by the talismans, and the figures below were flying, coming and going, very fierce. Looking closely again, he saw that senior brother Zhuang was being beaten. He was really being beaten. Zheng Fa just saw it clearly. Speaking of swinging. Speaking of talismans, senior brother Zhuang was not inferior to the senior brother on the opposite side. But senior brother Zhuang had a biggest disadvantage: he had too many pig teammates. Mainly the new disciples who rushed out with Han Qi. Zheng Fa just discovered that there were about 20 new disciples who came to senior brother Zhuang on this talisman day, more than half of the new disciples of Jushin sect this time. It makes sense. Senior sister Zhang is famous, so she naturally attracted a large number of new disciples. If it were normal, having more people would be a good thing, but not at this time. This group of people were inspired by Han Qi's 2 words and screamed, and followed him to rush forward. As a result, they found that they had no other role except being targets. These people not only failed to help senior brother Zhuang, but also became a burden to him. As for the opposite side, although it seemed that there were fewer people, the number of new disciples was not much, and the number of old disciples was 2 more. The disadvantage of their side became more obvious between the increase and decrease. Zheng Fa saw senior brother Zhuang holding a golden armor talisman, blocking a new disciple who was a little confused, and took the withered vine talisman for him. It was not enough to block with his body. He also added a golden armor to another new disciple who was at a loss on the spot. Mainly attacking and defending, it looks very busy. Zheng Fa saw this and shouted loudly, "Those who don't have talismans in their hands, retreat." When the new disciples who were a bit like headless flies heard this, they finally woke up from the chaos and started to run back. At this time, other new disciples who had drawn talismans in the room also ran out. Although the talismans in their hands were just drawn, the number was small and the power was small. But they were also a new force, quickly helping brother Zhuang's side to stabilize the situation. Zheng Fa did not rush forward, but squatted behind the crowd, and then he saw a familiar and wretched figure squatting in front of him, looking forward with his head. "Didn't you rush forward very fast just now?" He looked at Han Qi, his face full of confusion. "Just now you shouted so loudly and rushed so fiercely, I thought you were going to lead by example. But you are squatting here? Ahem." Han Qi straightened up, his face slightly red. You are new here and don't understand, this is my tactics. Obviously we are at a disadvantage, I can only look for opportunities, wait for the opponent to show a flaw, then surprise attack and settle the situation." "Really?" Zheng Fa looked at him suspiciously. "Of course." Han Qi raised his head and said, "No, junior brother, why are you here too? Look for opportunities, wait for the opponent to show a flaw, then surprise attack." Zheng Fa Zhenren was not mocking Han Qi. He only had a talisman in his hand, so of course he had to wait for the opportunity before throwing it. At this time, Brother Zhuang has regained some of his disadvantage, but he is still at a disadvantage. Zheng Fa understood clearly Senior Brother Zhuang has no talisman. Especially for the defensive talismans such as the Golden Armor Talisman, he just used a few of them in order to protect these new disciples, but now he is probably stretched thin. Having lost his ability to defend himself, Senior Brother Zhuang was at a loss. On the other hand, the senior brother on the opposite side gradually took the initiative in this competition and became more comfortable with it. This scene made Zheng Fa deeply feel that if you have no money, you have no confidence. This is an absolute truth in any world. As the reserve of talismans gradually depleted, Zheng Fa saw that Senior Brother Zhuang was already showing signs of defeat. The opponent's senior brother threw out a water prison talisman, and Senior Brother Zhuang had no talismans to block this blow. Sure enough, Senior Brother Zhuang was wrapped in a huge water column. This water column seemed to be extremely sticky and entangled Senior Brother Zhuang, making him unable to move at all and could only lose strength in the struggle. The senior brother on the other side couldn't help but smile on his face. His hand holding the talisman gradually loosened, and the golden armor protecting him gradually disappeared. After all, a golden armor talisman is quite expensive. He asked with some pride towards Senior Brother Zhuang, who was lying on the ground. Junior brother, how good is the taste of this water prison talisman? A similar jet of water answered him. After the water column disappeared, he fell to the ground, looked around in surprise and shouted, "Which senior brother stabbed someone in the back?" When no one responded, he gritted his teeth and said to Senior Brother Zhuang, "Young man named Zhuang, are you bullying the younger brother?" Senior Brother Zhuang was confused. I didn't. You still claim to be a gentleman, but you actually engage in such despicable methods. Damn you." The senior brother was probably angry, so he scolded him when he was caught. "I really didn't. Who placed the Sunpin water prison talisman just now?" "Junior brother, don't you answer." Next to Zheng Fa, Han Qi asked with a strange expression on his face. "He didn't call me. He calls him senior brother. I am junior brother. Don't mess up the hierarchy." Looking at Senior Brother Zhuang lying on the ground, unable to reply after being scolded, he was confused, and his confusion was mixed with a hint of self-doubt. Han Qi pursed his lips and said dryly, "Junior brother, I admit that I was a little presumptuous on the ship. What are you waiting for?" A stream of light flashed in the sky outside Fufu Pavilion, and a middle-aged Taoist priest in black fell in front of Zheng Fa and the others. A few panting senior brothers came running outside the courtyard gate. "It's over, Uncle Master of the Discipline Hall," Han Qi on the side whispered. "Discipline Hall?" Zheng Fa was stunned. "Does our Jushin sect prohibit private fights? This is a bit outrageous. Everyone is so skilled at fighting. Is it illegal to do it for a long time?" "That's not true. As long as no one is hurt, it doesn't violate the commandments." Han Qi explained. "It's just that the head of the commandment hall is Zhenren Pang, so we often suffer a little loss." "Got it. The other party got it. What about us?" Senior sister Zheng's master, Huang Zhenren, is in charge of the General Affairs Pavilion. Zheng Fa remembered the middle-aged man who was extremely polite in the General Affairs Pavilion. Only then did I understand the reason it turned out to be someone from my own family. As soon as the middle-aged Taoist priest landed, he first looked at the disciples on both sides to see if anyone was injured. On the contrary, one of Zheng Fa's disciples was too excited, rushed too hard, and sprained his foot. However, due to the old disciple's rich fighting experience and the new disciple's weak talisman cultivation, overall the result of this fight was perfect. It could basically be said to be a wasted fight. "Who can tell me why you two are fighting?" The middle-aged Taoist priest did not let the matter go lightly, but said with a stern face, "These new disciples have just started, and it is time to teach them properly. As a senior brother, how can you set an example by doing this?" Senior Brother Zhuang lowered his head in silence and did not speak. But the senior brother opposite spoke. "I didn't say anything. I just asked about a junior brother's situation, and was scolded by this Junior Brother Zhuang. Then you started fighting." "Yes, I just said a few more words, and then Junior Brother Zhuang took action." Report to Senior Uncle. Senior Brother Zhuang couldn't help but said, "Senior Brother Li's words and deeds are shameless. His words and deeds insulted the innocence of Senior Sister Zhang and that junior brother. That's not the reason for you to take action." Master Discipline Hall interrupted him directly and asked him, "Which junior brother asked you to defend like this?" Senior Brother Zhuang pursed his lips and said nothing. However, Senior Brother Li said as if he was complaining, "It's that junior brother Zheng Fa." "That Zheng Fa?" A flash of surprise flashed across the face of the master of the Discipline Hall. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at Senior Brother Zhuang. He didn't expect that this man took action because of himself. At this time, the uncle of the Discipline Hall probably also asked clearly who Zheng Fa was, and looked at him with a rather unkind look. Zheng Fa couldn't tell how much of this was the dispute between the two lines, and how much was because of this fight. How many more are because of hearing about his talent? Just when the junior uncle was about to say something to Zheng Fa with a sullen face, a familiar voice from Zheng Fa sounded. "I want to hear what this junior brother said about me." Zheng Fa looked behind him. Senior sister Zhang's pretty figure stood behind him, just blocking his uncle's mouth that seemed to want to scold him. Well, his face seems a little suffocated. Senior sister Zhang's power is obvious. As soon as she arrived, the master of the Discipline Hall looked a little wary. "Master Zhang, why are you here?" His eyes couldn't help but glance at Zheng Fa. "Uncle Wang." Senior sister Zhang saluted the other party with meticulous movements. She turned to look at senior brother Li and returned to the question, may I ask this junior brother what he said about me? Senior brother Li's face lowered, obviously knowing that something was wrong. On the other hand, the uncle on the side laughed dryly and said, it's just a dispute of words. There are so many nephews, so why should we care? I care. The uncle choked up and his expression turned ugly, although senior nephew Li said some unscrupulous words. Senior nephew Zhang, you really value Zheng Fa too much? There are some rumors in the family, and it's nothing. There is no reason. Zheng Fa looked at senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang had no expression on her face. She just looked at this uncle, as if she didn't understand what he said, and said slowly, how did you get through? Senior nephew Zheng has just started, and the share you give him is equivalent to that of a Sunpin Talisman master. Nowadays, spiritual materials are rare. Don't you feel partial to master nephew Zhang? That's my own thing. Master nephew, you are in charge of the General Affairs Hall on behalf of Master Huang, and you are under the melon fields and plum trees. This will arouse suspicion. The uncle said with a sneer. Zheng Fa finally understood that he seemed to be the target of senior sister Zhang. The point is not those spiritual materials, but the special status of senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang didn't speak, but the senior uncle started talking. The General Affairs Hall is related to the distribution of spiritual materials up and down our Jushin sect. You are in charge of the General Affairs Hall, and you should be selfless, but now you favor one person. Uncle Wang sneered lightly, isn't it right for others to say a few words? After saying this, the eyes of the disciples present were somewhat strange. After all, the responsibilities of the General Affairs Hall are too sensitive. What does Uncle Master mean? To be fair, this nephew Zheng's share should be the same as everyone else's. Since he is talented, it will be easy for him to become a Sunpin Talisman master, then if the share is matched to his, the rumors will naturally subside. But, just as he finished speaking, a hesitant voice came from behind him, senior brother Zheng is the Sunpin Talisman master. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the speaker, Zhou Qianyuan, a close acquaintance of Zheng Fa's. He is a Sunpin Talisman master. Uncle Master of the Discipline Hall was startled and looked at senior sister Zhang. Unexpectedly, senior sister Zhang also looked at Zheng Fa doubtfully, as if she didn't know about this. Yes. Zhou Qianyuan said with certainty, I have been looking at senior brother Zheng just now. The water prison talisman just now was thrown by senior brother Zheng. Zheng Fa, no, I'm hiding well, what are you looking at me for? Senior brother Li lowered his head, slowly looked at his soaked clothes, and then looked up at Zheng Fa. Senior brother Li, you know the power of the water prison talisman just now, right? Zhou Qianyuan asked him. Senior brother Li. He didn't seem to want to admit it. Just now you said it was a Sunpin water prison talisman. Zhou Qianyuan asked further. Senior brother Li opened his mouth, looked at senior uncle Wang who looked unhappy, but did not speak. Senior brother Li, you are a foundation building monk. You can't be trapped by a yellow grade talisman, right? Isn't this too embarrassing? Zhou Qianyuan's tone was very sincere, and his words showed great trust in senior brother Li's ability. Yes. Senior brother Li gritted his teeth and said. Others looked at him in a strange way. Being trapped by a water prison talisman thrown by a junior disciple who was just starting out didn't seem to be a shame. Of course, the way they looked at Zhou Qianyuan was even weirder. Are you standing in the wrong position? Why do you get involved with Zhenren Peng's family? Hearing senior brother Li's admission, the face of this discipline hall master's uncle was very wonderful. After a while, he cupped his hands towards senior sister Zhang and said in a gentle tone, Senior nephew, you still have a sharp eye. This man was quite free and easy. At this moment, he stopped entangled and just gave up. I don't have any discernment. Senior sister Zhang glanced at Zheng Fa and said, I'm just biased. He is the Huangpin Talisman master, and I will not change his share. If you are dissatisfied, ask Uncle Peng to tell me. After listening to senior sister Zhang's words, the scene was silent. The expression on the master's uncle's face changed all the time, and he was speechless. He could only shake his sleeves and turned into a ray of light without saying a word, leaving Fufa Pavilion. Seeing him walking away, senior sister Zhang looked at Zheng Fa and said, Come to me later. I have something to tell you. She seemed to have come specifically to say this to Zheng Fa. After saying this, she left without paying attention to the others. Zheng Fa looked at her leaving back and felt someone tugging on his sleeve. When he turned his head, Han Qi's face was full of desire for knowledge. Junior brother, please teach me. What do you teach? Fu Tao. Fu Dao, I admit that you have some talent in becoming a Sunpin Talisman master so quickly, but these are all trivial matters, not important. Han Qi's voice lowered a little. I mainly want to learn, how can you and senior sister Zhang, ahem. Louder. There was a low voice of dissatisfaction from the side. Zheng Fa turned his head and saw a group of people surrounding them in darkness, their faces full of desire for knowledge. Junior brother Zheng. When Zheng Fa left Fufa Pavilion, senior brother Zhuang suddenly called him. Brother Zhuang walked a few steps quickly and walked side by side with Zheng Fa for a while, but did not speak. It wasn't until he reached the entrance of the courtyard that senior brother Zhuang raised his arm and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, junior brother, for helping me just now. I didn't help you, senior brother. It's not that Zheng Fa really intended to retaliate, it's just that he only had one talisman in his hand, so he could only take action when senior brother Li was negligent and lost the protection of the golden armor talisman. It's not for me, but for the new disciples. Senior brother Zhuang shook his head and said, if junior brother doesn't take action, those new disciples will inevitably be bullied by senior brother Li. Since he was defeated, if senior brother Li was not restrained by Zheng Fa, they would indeed be in misery here. Zheng Fa looked at senior brother Zhuang and found that the expression on his face was sincere gratitude. But it was senior brother Zhuang who spoke up, junior brother, do you think I have deducted your talisman? To enrich myself. That's not true. Zheng Fa said sincerely. This senior brother does not seem to be a particularly stingy person. In the fight just now, he did use a lot of talismans to protect the new disciples. After all, everyone has a sense of proportion. This senior brother can just sit back and save his own talismans. Junior brother, what do you think of Jushin sect? Xianmen weather. Senior brother Zhuang glanced at him, as if he could see that his words were not sincere, and suddenly laughed and said, I think it is a time of trouble, and people's resentment is boiling. Zheng Fa glanced at him, a little confused. Is this allowed to be said? Junior brother, a genius who is treated differently as soon as he enters the profession, probably doesn't understand the suffering of those disciples at the bottom. Zheng Fa didn't defend himself, just listened to what he said. I have read history books in the secular world. In the last years of any dynasty, the people at the bottom must suffer the most. Brother Zhuang seemed not to expect his response. The same is true for the immortal sect, and it is even more terrifying, if these disciples at the bottom of the immortal sect really have the heart to even if resentment cannot bring trouble to the immortal sect, what if it goes to the mortal world? He looked at Zheng Fa thoughtfully, those people have no power to resist. I just thought that if the superiors use less one card, the lower level disciples will get one more card, and maybe there will be less resentment. To be honest, I also know that I can't stop these things. I also know that this is it's all in vain. Senior brother Zhuang smiled, looked at Zheng Fa, took out 3 talisman papers from his sleeves and handed them over. Junior brother, since he is a Sunpin talisman master, he should naturally take the share. I am a villain in vain. Zheng Fa didn't move, but senior brother Zhuang stuffed the talisman into his hand. He bowed to Zheng Fa again, turned around and walked away. His clothes were wrinkled and dusty, but his body remained straight. Inside the courtyard gate of Fufa Pavilion, Han Qi looked at Zheng Fa tangled, his face changing. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Tell me, what does junior brother Zheng like? The tall and thin man was stunned and asked, didn't you say you wouldn't take refuge in him? How did I know that he could draw Sunpin talisman just after he started? Han Qi looked a little regretful. Brother, this is not easy. The tall and thin man said hesitantly. Why is it not easy? Han Qi asked doubtfully. I think Zheng Fa has a good personality, and he is not a very difficult person to please. It's just that we have offended him before and it is not good. I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about that person. The tall and thin man pointed into the distance, and Zhou Qianyuan stood there, looking at Zheng Fa's back from a distance. What happened to him? Senior brother, don't you think the way he looks at Zheng Fa is exactly the same as the way he looked at you just now? Han Qi looked at Zhou Qianyuan with an incomprehensible expression. No, who are you? Master Peng's favorite disciple. Single spiritual root, Zhengjin Taoist body, absolute genius? Are you trying to compete with me for a dogleg position? Our 2 veins fight every day, and we are both crazy. You bully your master and destroy your ancestors. No wonder you just spoke for Zheng Fa. So scheming? Brother, why don't we give up? The tall and thin man suggested. We can't compete with him. No. Han Qi gritted his teeth and said, forget it, senior sister Zhang. Zhou Qianyuan is the proud disciple of Zhenren Peng. I heard that he is extremely favored. They both value Zheng Fa so much at the same time. We won't follow him now, stupid. The tall and thin man was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. It makes sense, but we can't compare to him. Zheng Fa walked to the door of senior sister Zhang's yard. Senior sister Zhang's yard is at the foot of the 9th mountain and has a vast area. In his opinion, he couldn't even tell which one was bigger or smaller, this courtyard or the Zhao family courtyard. But the difference between the 2 locations is too great. 9th mountain can be said to be the place with the strongest spiritual energy in the 9th mountain sect. As soon as Zheng Fa walked into the courtyard gate, Zhang Zhenren's voice came to his ears, go forward, go through 3 doors, and come directly to the backyard to find me. Zheng Fa had never thought that he would meet such a senior sister Zhang. When he walked to the backyard of senior sister Zhang's house, he first heard a rumbling sound. Looking up, he found that there was a white silk-like waterfall on the 9th mountain, rushing down from the cliff and falling into the backyard of senior sister Zhang's house. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the backyard gate, he was greeted by a piece of cold water vapor. Below this waterfall is a small lake about half an acre away, and there is a small pavilion on the shore of the lake. Senior sister Zhang sat on the steps in front of the pavilion. The plain skirt of her lower body was slightly pulled up to her ankles, and her jade feet without shoes and socks were shaking in the lake water. A little beautiful, but also a little sick. This waterfall was probably formed by the snow water on the 9th mountain. Even though Zheng Fa was several feet away, he could faintly feel the coldness of the lake water. There was another person in the pavilion, about 15 or 16 years old, with a slightly round face. He was watching senior sister Zhang playing in the water out of boredom. When he saw him come in, his eyes lit up and he shouted to Senior Sister Zheng, "Someone is here." Zheng Fa took 2 steps forward and bowed to Senior Sister Zheng, saying, "Senior Sister Zheng." After that, he looked at the girl next to him and said, "What is the name of this senior sister?" "My last name is Yuan, you can just call me Senior Sister Yuan." Although the girl was smiling when she spoke, Zheng Fa clearly felt that there was no closeness in her eyes. "Senior Sister Yuan, nice to meet you." Seeing that her face was calm, Zheng Fa just said hello. Senior Sister Zheng turned around, but did not stand up. She just nodded to Zheng Fa and said, "I heard that you chose 5 Thunder Dharma body." Zheng Fa was stunned, thinking that she was going to persuade him, and was ready to speak. Senior Sister Zheng waved her hand and said directly, "I am not your master, no matter what you choose, it's just that the 5 Thunder Dharma body is a little special. Special. Have you heard that my Jushin sect once relied on this 5 Thunder Dharma body to dominate for a while? I heard from Senior Brother Han. Do you know why? The 5 Thunder Dharma body can greatly increase the power of Thunder Talismans." Zheng Fa thought about it and said the reason Han Chi told him at that time. It's not that simple. The 5 Thunder Dharma body can enhance the power of talismans, but it can be practiced in the Qi refining period, so the effect is naturally limited. Senior Sister Zheng glanced at Zheng Fa and said, "It is the 5 Thunder Dharma body that is related to the extremely powerful true teaching of my Jushin sect. Only by practicing the 5 Thunder Dharma body can you practice this true teaching." Zheng Fa frowned and said, "Then why has no one been able to practice the 5 Thunder Dharma body for thousands of years?" According to Han Chi, the Black Thunderstone is rare, but it is not non-existent. If you can practice the 5 Thunder Dharma body and then practice another true teaching method, then the cost effectiveness is very high, because the spiritual materials required for that true teaching are even harder to find. Thank you for your advice, Senior Sister Zheng. Zheng Fa understood why Senior Sister Zheng came to him. She thought he was greedy for the powerful 5 Thunder Dharma body, so she told herself that if this thing really wants to work, he must practice that true teaching. Zheng Fa didn't mind this matter so much. He practiced the 5 Thunder Dharma body mainly to practice the Qingyang Dao body. Senior Sister Zheng looked at his expression and nodded, "It's enough for you to know this." Senior Sister Yuan on the side suddenly said, "Speaking of which, did the master practice the Shenxiao Yulei Zhen Fa?" Senior Sister Zheng nodded, looked at the puzzled Zheng Fa and explained, "The Shenxiao Yulei Zhen Fa is the true teaching. Now in my Jushin sect, only the master has this opportunity. Well, it was practiced 1,000 years ago. If you practice the 5 Thunder Dharma body, you may be able to get the master to summon you." Senior Sister Yuan looked at Zheng Fa and suddenly laughed. He is high up in Jushin, and he doesn't even have a disciple. He doesn't see people easily. When she said this, her face was full of joking expressions. Obviously she didn't believe that a 5 Thunder Dharma body had such an influence. After talking about the 5 Thunder Dharma body, Senior Sister Zheng stood up and looked at Zheng Fa seriously. There was no emotion in her eyes, just asked softly, "I once said that I have my eyes on your future. Do you know why?" Zheng Fa shook his head. "Did you get the Talisman Dao foundation building method from the ancestor?" Speaking of this, Zheng Fa's face was hard to describe. He had just cultivated his spiritual consciousness and checked the Talisman Dao foundation building method and Lingshan method. The Lingshan method is normal, but it requires the 7th level of Qi training before it can be used, so he can forget about it with his current cultivation. As for the Talisman Dao foundation building method, he had heard from the Jushin ancestor that this method was a semi-finished product. But after reading it, he realized that semi-finished products were actually a high EQ statement. This method only has a few hundred words in total. The main content is translated by Zheng Fa as follows. "I have a super awesome idea. Based on this idea, I can create a unique foundation building method. But I'm already a nascent soul, so I can't use this thing, and I'm too lazy to think about it. It's very simple to create this method. I've even written down the principles for you. You should be able to figure it out if you think about it." What Ferma behavior? Seeing his expression, Senior Sister Zheng raised her lips rarely, as if she could fully understand Zheng Fa's speechlessness at this moment. "What do you think of this foundation building method? Putting aside the fact that I don't know how to practice it, this method is very powerful." Zheng Fa thought about it and gave a very tactful evaluation. The smile on Senior Sister Zheng's lips became even bigger. However, these words are not all about emotional intelligence. The founder's thoughts really opened Zheng Fa's eyes. Patriarch Jushan studied the mountain and river true form talisman and noticed that the 4 runes were actually faintly absorbing the corresponding talisman in the void to maintain his own existence, so he thought that if the talisman was condensed in the Danshan, can it also automatically absorb runes in the void? Zheng Fa thought for a while, and it seemed that there was some possibility. The process of making the talisman was the mutual attraction of the talisman. If according to what Senior Sister Zheng said, the talisman itself was the trajectory of the flow of spiritual energy, the Tao foundation building method is even equivalent to opening an automatic cultivation method. Of course, what's more important is that Senior Sister Zheng seems to have become a golden elixir by virtue of the Tao foundation building method. Senior Sister Zheng seemed to know what he was thinking. She took out a jade tube and said, "This is the Tao foundation building method that I perfected." Zheng Fa asked politely, "Sister, what are your orders?" Senior Sister Zheng smiled softly and threw the jade tube in her hand. Zheng Fa subconsciously took the jade tube. Cultivating this is the price I want you to pay. The Food Dao Foundation building method is still incomplete. Senior Sister Zheng looked at Zheng Fei though. What do you mean, Senior Sister? Zheng Fa was vaguely aware of it. I relied on the Food Dao Foundation building method to build the Dao Foundation. After forming the elixir, I discovered that the golden elixir was lacking. My cultivation had been stagnant for 10 years. I could only make up for it by understanding the Talisman Dao. Senior Sister Zheng said straightforwardly. Why do I value you? Do you understand now? Zheng Fa understood. If he practices this technique, he may fall into the same predicament as Senior Sister Zheng. If you don't want to practice this skill, you can leave now. Looking at him, Senior Sister Zheng said softly, her face neither sad nor happy. Zheng Fa squeezed the jade tube in his hand, and without even hesitating for a breath, he looked at Senior Sister Zheng and said, Junior brother is willing to learn. Zheng Fa had no choice. After coming to Jushin sect for so long, he has already understood. As a talisman genius, I am worth money even if I say it is valuable, and I am not worth money even if I say it is not. Talisman masters of the Jushin sect are a bit like craftsmen. The General Affairs Hall will purchase the talismans and seals painted by the disciples and sell them to the outside world. If you don't want to trade in the General Affairs Hall, the talisman masters can also trade in the market. Well, the Jushin sect has to pay taxes. To the Jushin sect, Zheng Fa, a genius of Talisman Dao, was of course valuable. His good drawing of talismans could bring benefits to the Jushin sect. But for other disciples, Zheng Fa will not only compete for their spiritual materials, but also may compete for their market. The benefits they can get from Zheng Fa are far smaller than the competitive threat posed by Zheng Fa. This led to Zheng Fa's somewhat embarrassing position within the Jushin sect. For example, Zhou Qianyuan, although his talisman Tao talent is not as good as his own, but he has been accepted by Master Pang for a long time due to his single spiritual root and Taoist body. He dared to slap Senior Brotherly in the face in front of so many people, which shows his confidence. But no one cares about him, only Senior Sister Zheng is vaguely supporting him. After all, there is a difference between a spiritual genius and a Taoist genius. Geniuses can enter the sect without taking the talisman test. The upper echelons of the Jushin sect value cultivation geniuses because they are the pillars of the sect in the future and the ballast stone when the world of immortality is in chaos. The reason why geniuses of Fu Dao are valued is just because they can bring benefits to Jushin sect. There are too few people who value their talisman talent as much as Senior Sister Zheng, not to mention the help that Senior Sister Zheng gave him before. Just talk about Senior Sister Zheng's thigh, which obviously cannot be lost. What's more, the Tao of Talisman Foundation building method is the technique that can best utilize his Tao of Talisman attainments. Hearing what he said, Senior Sister Yuan looked frustrated. She took out a dark black ore and handed it to Senior Sister Zheng. I lost. I told you before, he is a smart man. Senior Sister Zheng took the stone, turned around and handed it to Zheng Fa, Xianlei stone. Zheng Fa holds the Xianlei stone. Han Qi had told him the price of this stone, which was at least 20 spiritual stones, but there was no market price for it. Looking at Senior Sister Zheng, I felt as happy as hugging a rich woman. Come and sit. Senior Sister Zheng waved to him and asked Zheng Fa to walk into the small pavilion. Although Senior Sister Yuan on the side lost a Xianlei stone, she looked at Zheng Fa much closer. Zheng Fa knew that he was probably recognized by Senior Sister Zheng's small group just now. What do you think of Jushin sect? The two chatted for a while, and Senior Sister Zheng suddenly asked. Zheng Fa was stunned and couldn't help but think of Senior Brother Zhuang who asked him the same question. What's wrong? It's so hard to answer. Looking at his expression, Senior Sister Zheng asked. I was thinking of Senior Brother Zhuang. Zheng Fa told Senior Sister Zheng what Senior Brother Zhuang said to him. Senior Sister Zheng smiled and said, it's always like this. Does he really hate geniuses? He is a genius himself. It's not that he hates you, he just simply wants to destroy all immortal sections. Senior Sister Yuan also interjected, if you ask me, who is the most ruthless in Jushin sect, only Junior Brother Zhuang. Junior Brother Zhuang is actually very talented. My master didn't meet him until he was in his 30s. In fact, he has already passed the best time for cultivating immortals. However, my master valued his talent and directly accepted him into the immortal sect. Senior Sister Zheng explained, the quota is only available for 50 years. But Senior Brother Zhuang doesn't look that strong. He is very lazy in cultivation. If it weren't for the pressure from my master and me, he wouldn't even be in the foundation building stage now. A trace of helplessness flashed across Senior Sister Zheng's face. This man doesn't even want to cultivate, let alone use any spiritual materials. Senior Sister Zheng added, in fact, we don't dare to let him cultivate more. This is indeed what a crazy person in the world of immortal cultivation. Do you know what he thinks? I don't know. Zheng Fa is now extremely shocked. He said that spiritual energy is the poison of this world, and the immortal gate is a thief in the world. When the spiritual energy is strong, only 1 in 10,000 people can cultivate. After the spiritual energy declines, all living beings will be buried with the despair of the immortal gate. Senior Sister Zheng raised her eyes and said, he said that without the immortal gate, the mortal world will be able to escape from the great disasters one after another. So reasonable? When there is spiritual energy, most people can't cultivate immortals and enjoy this blessing. When there is no spiritual energy, most people will die with it. This idea is not a big problem except that it is a bit suicidal. At Zheng Fa's house, he sat cross-legged on the futon. The spiritual power in his body was running according to the 5 Thunder Dharma body, and the faint electric light in the black thunderstone in his hand lit up, making Zheng Fa's body twitch. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at the black thunderstone in his hand. The black color on the stone seemed to have become a little lighter. One black thunderstone is far from enough for the practice of 5 Thunder Dharma body. But for Zheng Fa, this black thunderstone has an advantage. It can let him know how much electricity he should use. 5 Thunder Dharma body looks rough. First electrocute yourself, then use spiritual power and medicinal materials to nourish the body, and strengthen the body in the process. But in fact, this practice is very delicate. The 5 Thunder Dharma body is divided into 5 layers, quenching the skin, training the flesh, strengthening the bones, changing blood, and finally receiving the heavenly thunder to refine the body. Each layer must use spiritual power to communicate with the black thunderstone and introduce different intensities of heavenly thunder power into the body. This is probably full of countless experiences of ancestors who were electrocuted to death. For Zheng Fa, this technique has a big problem. The current intensity in modern times cannot be controlled by spiritual power. He must figure out the approximate voltage required for each layer. Otherwise, it will be ineffective if it is too low, and there will be no future if it is too high. Of course, one black thunderstone is not enough for him to practice the 5 Thunder Dharma body, but it is enough for him to get familiar with the feeling of being electrocuted at each layer. In modern times, Zheng Fa looked at the socket in his room and hesitated. It seemed a bit suicidal to turn on the 220V voltage right away. He thought about it and took out a power bank from the room. He cut one end of the charging cable to expose the copper wire inside, and plugged the other end into the output port of the power bank with a rated voltage of 5V, and then gently held the exposed copper wire with 2 fingers. Well, it's a little numb, but not strong enough. The 5V voltage was still too weak. Zheng Fa turned on his phone and searched online for a long time. Finally, I discovered a treasure for cultivating immortality, an adjustable transformer. After placing an order at a local merchant, Zheng Fa went out and walked to the classroom. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed a little change in the classroom. There was a notice board next to the door, near the blackboard, which read, "There are XXX days until the college entrance examination." Tang Lingyu was standing under the notice board, holding a stack of number cards with red letters on a white background. There are many people in the classroom, chatting together in 2s and 3s, but most of the students glanced at the numbers in Tang Lingyu's hand from time to time, as if these small squares had some great significance. When Zheng Fa walked to his seat, his best friend Wang Chen was lying on the table. He didn't say hello when he saw him coming. The emotion on his face was similar to that of most people in the classroom, with some faint anxiety. General Tang Lingyu picked out the 3 numbers 100 and placed them neatly on them. Wang Chen suddenly sighed, looked at the sign and lamented, "Suddenly it feels so long." Zheng Fa looked around. Most of the people looked more serious than usual. However, Tang Lingyu looked as normal and was reading her book on her seat. Zheng Fa also knew her. She was reading a university mathematics undergraduate course called Modern Algebra. Judging from her expression, she seemed completely unaffected by the upcoming college entrance examination. There are still 100 days. Wang Chen sat down next to Zheng Fa and said, "It's so long. My parents are more nervous than me during this time. My mother cooks this and that for me at home every day." He turned on the TV because he was afraid it would disturb me while I was studying, so I didn't even dare to turn it on to play a game. The most terrifying thing is that when she saw me playing games, she didn't even scold me, and even said that I was good at skills. There was an overwhelming sense of happiness on his face. It made me feel embarrassed to play. Zheng Fa said nothing, feeling like he was being shown off by this guy. "I read online that we will miss these days every day after graduation. I miss you so much." Wang Chen muttered and complained, seeming to relieve the inexplicable tension in his heart. "This is the most painful day for me." "Okay." He talked for a long time, but still didn't hear Zheng Fa's voice, so he couldn't help but turn his eyes to Zheng Fa. "What about you? Do you think you will miss it?" Zheng Fa looked around the classroom. "I have already started to miss it. 7 days a week." Jushin sect told the truth and broke his imagination of the immortal sect. A low-level monk full of anger. The 2 disciples were fighting in Fufa Pavilion. Senior brother Zhuang who is unwilling to practice, and senior sister Zhang who has no way forward. It gave him an inexplicable feeling of despair. Looking at this group of students who were nervous, worried and uneasy about the college entrance examination, Zheng Fa felt a little cute. Wang Chen was stunned, looked at him, and then at Tang Lingmu's back. After being silent for a long time, he said, "If I miss Tang Lingmu, I have to miss her too." Judging from his depressed expression, he probably felt that he was being shown off by Zheng Fa. The transformer came quickly. The one Zheng Fa bought has an output voltage from 0V to 300V, with a step of every 30V. He installed the transformer, held 2 copper wires, and began to slowly adjust the output voltage. At 30V, I can feel it a little bit, but it's still not as strong as when I was practicing with the Xianlei stone in Xianwei realm. I adjusted the voltage to 60V, but it was still close. Until 90V, a familiar numbness made his hands tremble. The spiritual energy in the body also began to flow spontaneously. His skin trembled slightly, feeling numb and itchy. It is exactly the state when the skin is tempered as recorded in the 5 Thunder Dharma body. It's another day to go to Old Man Bai's house. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmuo were walking on the road, and he suddenly asked curiously, Tang Lingmuo, you don't seem nervous at all. Now in the entire class, except for him, who has a rather strange experience, Tang Lingmuo is the most calm. What makes Zheng Fa even more incomprehensible is that most of the time, Tang Lingmuo is not reading high school textbooks, but studying college courses. These include reading math in English class and doing exercises in Chinese class. Even teachers in various subjects turn a blind eye. What are you nervous about? The college entrance examination. Tang Lingmuo seemed to understand something and nodded. Didn't I tell you? I don't have to take the college entrance examination. I gave it a walk. When Tang Lingmuo said this, her expression was normal, as if she was saying, I've eaten? Then why are you coming to school? This time, Tang Lingmuo was silent for a longer time. Just when he thought Tang Lingmuo wouldn't answer, Tang Lingmuo's soft voice sounded. I don't want to go home. Zheng Fa turned his head and looked at Tang Lingmuo's face. She turned to look at Zheng Fa, with a rare naughty smile on her face, and said, I lied to you. Do you know what is the happiest thing after being escorted? What? Sitting in the classroom, doing nothing, and watching people study hard. Zheng Fa watched as Tang Lingmuo walked in front of him, swaying her ponytail on the back of her head, as if trying to block his suspicious and probing gaze. In the office of the teaching building, Zheng Fa's class teacher, Lao Chen, looked at the backs of the two of them, frowning and smoking sadly. The female teacher opposite him looked at his appearance, followed his gaze curiously, and saw Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmuo. You are so sad just because of these two little guys. The female teacher laughed. Didn't the principal praise you? Praise is praise, but it also caused the two of them to fall in love prematurely. I can't even say it even if I want to. Lao Chen still sighed. What's wrong with puppy love? Not to mention that Zheng Fa's grades in dating have improved by leaps and bounds. Isn't this a good thing? The female teacher curled her lips and seemed a little jealous. If there was such a couple in my class, I would have to have sex in the office every day. Trumpet show off. You don't understand. The more Zheng Fa pays attention to love, the easier it will be for him to fall into despair after falling out of love. This child has a hard life. I'm afraid he won't be able to bear this blow. Why don't you hope to please them? I wonder if they can change from school uniforms to wedding dresses. How romantic is that? It's not going to get better. Old Chen took a deep breath from the cigarette and waited until all the smoke was gone before saying, You have never seen Tang Lingmuo's mother. She can't let her daughter fall in love. The boys in the class harassed Tang Lingmuo before. If I had not dealt with it first, her mother would have found the school to cause trouble. Is the tutor so strict? This is not a strict question. Lao Chen seemed to be hesitating to speak, and finally said, Her mother is a bit paranoid about protection. The female teacher nodded and looked at the two people walking further and further away. A car was following them not far or near. She seemed to understand Lao Chen's worries, and comforted her with a smile. Who can say what will happen in the future? Now these two children are doing well. They are in such a sweet love relationship. If I weren't a teacher, I would eat it every day. Zheng Fa, this child has no parents. As a teacher, I have to worry about it. Lao Chen put out the cigarette butt in his hand and cursed severely. Damn it! These two are in a sweet love relationship. Why have I suffered all the pain of love? Old Man Bai's house. Zheng Fa listened carefully to Old Man Bai's explanation. He felt that his brain was working better than before. I don't know if it's the effect of embarking on the path of cultivation, or if it's because his soul is different from ordinary people. His thinking reaction ability and memory ability seem to be stronger than before. At least Zheng Fa is confident that the high school exam is not that difficult for him now. Now listening to Old Man Bai's class, he can quickly catch up with the knowledge points taught by the other person. Well, I got rid of the state of listening to heavenly books. Old Man Bai also noticed his change. Not only was he not happy, but he frowned and looked at Zheng Fa. You have made rapid progress. Have you been studying topology recently? Zheng Fa nodded. Now he can basically complete high school courses by studying in the classroom. In my spare time, including part of my time in Sunwei realm, I devoted myself to topology. This won't work. Unexpectedly, Old Man Bai's face darkened. You don't have many days left for the college entrance examination. Whether it's topology or martial arts training, you'd better give way to the college entrance examination first. Zheng Fa did not refute. He naturally had his own plans, but he did not want to refute. But he knew that Old Man Bai meant well. What's more, he hasn't figured out how to explain it yet. Do you want to shout that I am cultivating immortality? Zheng Fa still doesn't know how to speak about this matter, and Lingshan method can only be practiced at the 7th level of Qi training. In fact, there is no need to rush. As if he saw that he had his own plans, Old Man Bai spoke more sharply. Don't imitate Tang Lingmuo. She could have gone to Beijing University a long time ago. Can you? Take the college entrance examination first. Otherwise, she went to Beijing University and you failed. Come on, let's see how you cry when the time comes. I see. Zheng Fa felt a little more serious when he heard what he said. After all, the old man was worried about himself. After Old Man Bai finished speaking, Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmuo were about to leave. Together they packed away the draft papers and books on the table, and their fingers accidentally touched each other. Tang Lingmu's body trembled, and the books and papers in her hands scattered on the table like snowflakes. What's wrong? Num. Tang Lingmu glanced at Zheng Fa and said softly. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at his hands. In the past few days of practicing the Five Thunder body, he felt that his body had undergone slight changes, and even a little bit of electric light appeared in his spiritual power. This was probably because the skin tempering had just begun and he could not fully control the electric power. But he really didn't know that he was charged with electricity. Num. Old Man Bai frowned and looked at Zheng Fa, then looked at Tang Lingmu. Static electricity. Tang Lingmu shook her head. It's more numb than static electricity. She carefully stretched out her finger and tapped the back of Zheng Fa's hand. Another tremor. It feels like an electric shock. TCH? You young people. Old Man Bai snorted. It's just static electricity and electric shock. Why don't you bump into each other and make your delicate body tremble? He imitated Tang Lingmu, stretched out his hand and placed it on the back of Zheng Fa's hand, and then trembled in silence. No. Tang Lingmu glanced sideways at the old man. Num. Old Man Bai nodded stupidly, looked at his fingers, and then at Zheng Fa, with traces of deep doubt on his face. Isn't the old deer's body trembling when it bumps around? You mean, you have practiced martial arts? Old Man Bai frowned and looked at Zheng Fa with a curious expression. This is a bit magical. Wasn't the previous martial arts magical? Zheng Fa was stunned. He thought he had shown it clearly. I think it's a bit wrong, but it's okay to say it's exercise, and how can we be sure? The white old man scratched his hair and said, it's still too unscientific to train people into electric batons. Zheng Fa, I know a way. You don't need to take the college entrance examination and go directly to Jingcheng University. Huh. Jingcheng University Medical School welcomes you. Wait a minute. In this way, do I want to be a student or a specimen? The atmosphere at Old Man Bai's house was a bit solemn. Old Man Bai and his partner looked at Zheng Fa, both of them wanting to ask something but not daring to. Actually, it's normal, right? Old Man Bai was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed dryly. The human body is charged, and your charge is a little bit bigger, so it's a little bit numb. Tang Lingmu nodded and said seriously, I've seen it in the movie, it's very scientific. Zheng Fa. The old and the young probably understood that this was his secret and didn't want him to say more. Zheng Fa really didn't want to tell the two of them at this time. Although he could cultivate immortality, the destructive power of the weapons in this world was amazing. He asked himself if he could guarantee his own safety. But the Talisman Foundation building method given to him by Senior Sister Zhang made him change his mind. In the Talisman Foundation building method, Senior Sister Zhang referred to the pattern of the 4 talismans in the mountain and river true-shaped talisman and designed a way to condense a composite talisman in the Danshan. There are 10 levels of qi refining, and each level condenses a talisman, and 10 talismans form a composite talisman. Senior Sister Zhang's idea is very clear. Use the ability of talismans to attract corresponding talismans to absorb spiritual energy. Use the ability of composite talismans to exist stably to solidify them in the Danshan. In other words, the Talisman Foundation building method requires you to design a composite talisman and then condense it in the Danshan. Zheng Fa didn't know how Senior Sister Zhang designed the composite talisman, but it was obvious that the ending was not good. Her golden elixir was missing. To solve this problem, you need the brain of the old man Bai. So even if it wasn't for this accidental exposure, he probably wouldn't keep it secret for too long. In fact, in his idea of a cultivation laboratory, these two people were probably the first choice. They had brains and were relatively trustworthy. Zheng Fa knew in his heart that he could not say it now, but it would be difficult not to make these two people feel distrustful. A certain degree of frankness is the best choice. He was silent for a while and then said, I said before that I came from a hidden section. The old man was stunned and suddenly said, is this true? Yes, that sect is called Jushin sect, and the disciples inside can cultivate immortality. After Zheng Fa finished speaking, he looked at the two people. The old man opened his mouth and sighed, is this something we can know? Tang Lingmu on the side did not speak either. Neither of them seemed very surprised. Yes, neither of them was stupid, they did behave a little strangely. The old man even advised Zheng Fa, Zheng Fa, you are still young, don't tell outsiders about this in the future. The old man smiled bitterly, I will pretend that I didn't hear it. Tang Lingmu nodded and said simply, I have forgotten it. Is there any magic in your sect that can make me forget this without hurting my brain? The old man asked as if Zheng Fa didn't believe him. He looked very expectant, as if he was a little curious about what would happen if he was hit by a magic from the immortal sect. No, you two are more cautious than me. Zheng Fa understood that these two people probably felt that they knew too much. I mean, you can do it too. The old man was shocked and looked at Zheng Fa. The two of us. Zheng Fa nodded. Aren't you afraid? It's not like there are no people in Jushin sect. Zheng Fa said confidently. Well, it's just not in this world. The old man shrank his neck. Yes, they have been hiding for so long without being discovered, and it seems that they are not afraid. The old man muttered, it's just that I am more afraid. Don't be afraid, you are also a Yuanying. The old man and Tang Lingmu looked at each other, and the hesitation on their faces was greater than happiness. And only by following me can you cultivate immortals. This is the most reassuring guarantee for Zheng Fa. The meaning of Lingshan Fa to him is that whoever he wants to cultivate immortals can cultivate immortals. As long as he can guarantee his most basic safety, there will naturally be people who are eager to cultivate immortals to join his camp. Master. Hearing Zheng Fa's words, the old man was not disappointed, but his face was happy. He said as if a big stone had fallen from his heart, I can see that you are an immortal at first glance. Wait. Zheng Fa stretched out his hand and said, we Jushin sect also have requirements for accepting disciples. Requirements. Those talismans. The old man was stunned, and suddenly realized, that's why you care so much about them. Zheng Fa nodded. Our sect is quite academic. Thinking about the disciples of Jushin sect who swung talismans, Zheng Fa didn't say anything. It's just, how did you get into the sect? Although the old man didn't curse, Zheng Fa also felt that he was deeply insulted. I am talented. The two talked for a few words before turning to look at Tang Lingyu. The little girl hadn't spoken. I don't want to cultivate immortality. She bit her lip and said suddenly. Does Jushin sect have a spell that can cure hysteria? Tang Lingyu raised her eyes and looked at Zheng Fa, with a desire in her eyes that Zheng Fa had never seen on her face. My mother has some problems in this area. Zheng Fa suddenly realized. He remembered a lot of things. Every time he walked side by side with Tang Lingyu, the car followed behind him. Tang Lingyu said that she knew a little about hospitals for mental illness. And that soft sentence, I don't want to go home. The old man by on the side suddenly sighed and glanced at Tang Lingyu. How about I do it? He looked a little distressed. I'll speak for myself. Tang Lingyu shook her head and looked out the window. She seemed to be able to see the black car parked at the corner downstairs. My mother, is a little sick, not serious, but she cares about me. She paused and said, she cares about me too much. She doesn't let me talk to men or do anything other than study. She likes to go to follow me everywhere. Zheng Fa remembered that Wang Chen had said before that a boy had added Tang Lingmu's communication method, and the result was Tang Lingmu's mother. He thought that Tang Lingmu was too aloof, but in fact he had doubts. Tang Lingmu didn't seem to be such a cold person when she got along with him. He was not so narcissistic that the girl looked at him differently when she saw him. Now I understand a little bit of the reason. I even registered my own social software account secretly. Tang Lingmu pursed her lips and said, really? Then, how come there's nothing wrong with me? Zheng Fa thought for a while, and it seemed that he had been noticed by Tang Lingmu's mother for a long time. Cough. The old man by on the side coughed slightly, and a smile that concealed his merit and fame appeared on his face. Even Tang Lingmu looked at the old man in surprise. Your mother called me and asked, and I advised her. Grandpa Bai, how did you convince me of my mother's character? Tang Lingmu's eyes lit up and she asked. Oh, it's nothing. It's easy to persuade, just be more open-minded. He pointed at Zheng Fa. I said he doesn't like girls. You two are best friends. If this kid likes me, he won't like you. There was a kind of pride in his expression that he didn't care about Zheng Fa's life or death. Zheng Fa remained silent and did not respond. He was wondering if he had the ability to help Tang Lingmu. Tang Lingmu's eyes gradually became uneasy. I can also do topology. She glanced at old man Bai, as if she felt that her skill was not enough, and suddenly said, I have money. Rich. You should have heard of her father, Tang's Haiqiang. Zheng Fa was stunned. He had actually heard of it. He seemed to be someone who would appear in the news. Well, mainly tidbits, plus a small amount of financial news. Zheng Fa now understood why Tang Lingmu's mother was mentally ill. Thinking of senior sister Zhang, he looked at Tang Lingmu again. Zheng Fa couldn't help but have a little doubt about his talent. Could he be some kind of rich woman? It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm not sure if I can help your mother. Tang Lingmu nodded and said, I know, but it's better to have hope than no hope. After saying that, she took out a bank card and slapped it on the table. No matter how much money was in the card, this skillful gesture also shocked Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa thought for a moment and said, how about you try it first without waiting for me? Okay. Tang Lingmu put the card in her pocket. How much money is in this card? The old man asked curiously. I don't know, Tangji, my dad gave me the card and said he would always put pocket money into it. Tang Lingmu said nonchalantly, hundreds of thousands. A little bit regretful. In Sunwei realm, Zheng Fa was preparing to practice the Food Dao foundation building method as soon as he woke up. He originally wanted to study this technique again. After all, senior sister Zhang has stepped into a trap. But now that his secret of cultivating immortality has been exposed a little bit, he has to practice. It wasn't too bad to reveal something in front of old man Bai and the two of them. He still believed in the character of these two people. But he is unwilling to put his own safety on the character of others, no matter who it is. However, there are no spiritual materials in the modern world, so the talisman and seal script that Zheng Fa is best at now is actually useless. But Fudeo foundation building method can solve this problem. As long as the runes are condensed in the Danshan using the Rune-Dao foundation building method, he can release them without spiritual materials. For example, senior sister Zhang, Zheng Fa had never seen her draw talismans on talisman paper. Zheng Fa thought for a while and drew a basic elemental talisman on the white paper, the upright shadowless talisman. The upright shadowless talisman can hide his figure, voice, and even smell for a short period of time. Its effect in the Sunwei world is not that great. A Sunpin upright shadowless talisman can be seen through probably in the late stage of foundation building. But in the modern world, this thing is a bit powerful. Compared with Fuzhuan, which is more offensive or defensive, what Zheng Fa is most worried about is actually the strict surveillance in the modern world. For individuals in the modern world, hidden abilities are more terrifying. After selecting the talisman to be condensed, Zheng Fa walked out of the room. To condense the talismans in the Danshan, a spiritual elixir, the condensing Yuan Dan is needed. Zheng Fa came to Juzwen Pavilion, which specializes in selling elixirs. There were not many people in Juzwen Pavilion, not even the waiters. Zheng Fa stood at the door for a long time before a waiter walked over lazily. He first looked at Zheng Fa's clothes, and then seemed to recognize Zheng Fa's appearance. His cultivation level is not high, and his face shows some fatigue caused by disappointment. What do you want? Do you have the Yuan Ningdan? Yes. The guy didn't move, just stood there and said, 20 spiritual stones each. Farewell. Don't tell me, no wonder he can be a buddy, his vision is quite vicious. A simple Ningyuan pill made Zheng Fa realize his real poverty. According to the record of Senior Sister Zhang in Talisman Foundation Building Method, every time a talisman is condensed in the Danshan, drugs need to be taken, and probably because of drug resistance, the number of drugs taken is increasing. Before the third level of Qi training, 1 Ningyuan pill can condense a talisman. But after condensing 3 talismans, 2 Ningyuan pills are needed. For the last 4 talismans, 3 Ningyuan pills are needed. Zheng Fa roughly calculated that it would take 300 or 400 spirit stones to practice this foundation building method. At this price, Zheng Fa doubted how Senior Sister Zhang could practice it before building the foundation. Oh, she is a real Yuanying disciple, then it's okay. Stepping out of the Juzwen Pavilion, Zheng Fa walked towards the market at the entrance of the valley. If he wanted to earn spirit stones, the only way he could think of now was to sell talismans. He was going to do a market survey. The market is the most lively place in Jushin sect. The not narrow streets are crowded with people. The shops on both sides are filled with shouts from the shop assistants. They sell everything. Spiritual tools, elixirs, magic weapons, spiritual herbs. There are even some very niche things. Zheng Fa saw a shop selling puppets. How can I describe the puppets inside? They are very anthropomorphic, very beautiful, and very economical in fabric. They are not real puppets at first glance. He walked to the door of a small shop selling elixirs and asked, "Do you have Ningyuan Dan for sale?" The shop owner looked at Zheng Fa for a long time. Ningyuan Dan? The one sold for 20 spirit stones in Juzwen Pavilion. Yes. The shop owner laughed at himself. The most expensive elixir in my shop is only 1 spirit stone each. Ningyuan Dan is a rare elixir. I have some for sale. Do you dare to eat it? Indeed, you can't take medicine randomly. You won't save much money, but you may lose your life. He walked around the market, and the things sold in the shops were indeed not expensive. The highest unit price was only 1 or 2 spirit stones. Compared with the Ningyuan pill, which cost 20 spirit stones, it was very cheap. What surprised Zheng Fa was that there was no shop selling talismans in the market, not even one. When he reached the end of the market, he saw that the market was not just the rows of houses in front of him, there was also a place similar to a trade market. Rows of stalls were like blocks next to each other, neatly extending from the market to the river. The things sold on the stalls were varied. Broken magic tools, spiritual herbs that were unknown whether they were fresh or not, books piled up in a mess. The only thing in common was that they all looked worthless. Zheng Fa even saw someone selling cakes, the kind of ordinary meat cakes that were available in the mortal world. He felt like he had walked from a luxury store to an ordinary shopping mall, and then to a wholesale market. The most common stalls in the market were those selling talismans. At least 6 out of 10 were selling this stuff. The business of selling talismans seems to be a bit competitive. Zheng Fa walked around and found that the stalls selling talismans were obviously less popular than other stalls. There were almost no people, there was even a queue in front of the meat pie stall. He squatted beside a talisman stall and looked at the talisman papers on the stall. They were all yellow-grade talismans of ordinary quality, and the types were also very common. The stall owner was originally lying on a small recliner with nothing to do. Seeing that a customer had finally come, he immediately stood up and asked enthusiastically, "Brother, what do you want? What are the prices?" Golden Armor Talisman costs 15 spirit stones. Spirit Eye Talisman costs 20 spirit stones. Earth Escape Talisman costs 10 spirit stones. After listening to his introduction, Zheng Fa calculated that the cost of making a talisman for a skilled talisman master is about 30 spirit stones, and the price of yellow-grade talismans here is about 10 to 20 spirit stones. Almost half of the profit. Doesn't seem bad? Seeing that he didn't say anything, the stall owner thought he thought it was expensive. "Brother, don't think that I, your junior brother, quoted a random price. I also have to rent this stall. For every transaction, I have to pay money to Jushin sect. How much profit do you make from this business?" Zheng Fa asked. The stall owner said with a bitter face, 10% profit. That is to say, you can only earn 1 spirit stone by selling more than 300 talismans. Look at the deserted business on this stall. How long will it take to sell these more than 300 talismans? To be honest, if I hadn't rented this stall from my senior brother in a moment of confusion, I would never want to do this business. The stall owner pointed to the stalls selling talismans around him. There are too many talisman masters in Jushin sect. Zheng Fa looked around. He finally understood why there were no shops selling talismans in the market. If the rent was a little higher, they would be squeezed out by these stalls. The stall owner looked at Zheng Fa, who seemed not to want to buy talismans. He frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Are you also trying to do this business?" Zheng Fa nodded slightly, feeling a little embarrassed to be noticed. A new disciple. Yes. It turns out it's junior brother. Heed his advice, it's better to calm down and practice drawing talismans well, and then get into this muddy water. As soon as the stall owner heard that he was new here, he knew that he didn't have much to gain, and he immediately became lazy. He lay back on the chair and pointed at Zheng Fa. Every new disciple is poor and wants to set up a stall here, but only a few can sustain it for 3 months. This business is not something new disciples can get involved in. Is it so difficult to start a business in Jushin sect? Junior brother Zheng. Before Zheng Fa could speak, a somewhat confused voice came from afar. Zheng Fa looked up and saw that it was Han Qi and the other 3. Senior brother Han. Junior brother Zheng, what are you? Han Qi looked at the talisman and seal stand in front of Zheng Fa, a little confused. You still need to buy these things. The senior brother who set up the stall became a little angry when he heard this. What do you mean? I have worked in this city for 10 years, and I am well known. Who doesn't say that I am good at drawing talismans? Han Qi glanced at him with a strange look on his face. Junior brother Zheng is a good Sunpin talisman master. Why do you want to buy these Huangpin talismans from you? Junior brother Zheng today. I want to earn some spiritual stones. Zheng Fa asked one more question. Senior brother, do you know the price of Sunpin talisman on the market? Sunpin talisman. Han Qi thought for a while and said, I can't say the price, but it is basically 10 times less than the Huangpin talisman. Zheng Fa felt slightly relieved. Zheng Fa was quite worried after seeing the situation in Nafang City just now. After all, this Jushin sect talisman master looks a bit too curly. According to the price of this mysterious talisman, if he draws 100 talismans a month, he should still be able to earn more than 10 or 20 spiritual stones. Junior brother, are you short of money? Han Qi hesitated and asked. That's what I said. Zheng Fa glanced at him. Isn't there a shortage of senior brothers? He still remembered how this man tricked new disciples on the ship. Han Qi seemed to have thought of this as well. He laughed dryly and then seemed a little confused. A few people walked around the market again, and then walked outside Fangxi. A small building with a closed door attracted Zheng Fa's attention. The location of this small building is excellent, just at the exit of Fangxi. If you open a store here, you will probably do a good business. But the door of the small building was ajar, and there were 2 men guarding the door. Not only did they not mean to welcome guests, they seemed to be preventing anyone from entering accidentally. That's the office of the Fangxi steward. Han Qi followed his gaze and seemed to know his doubts. If there is a dispute in Fangxi, someone will be sent to deal with it. I heard that the Fangxi accountant is in the house. It is a place that ordinary people cannot enter, so you should be careful. Junior brother Zheng, you may think that you are just a steward, but Fangxi is the foundation of our 9 Mountains sect. Zheng Fa nodded. He understood what Han Qi meant. Now that the 100 Immortals Alliance has been at peace for 1,000 years, business has become extremely developed. Just by looking at the flow of people in Fang City, you can tell that most of the Jushin sect's income may come from this. The position of being a city manager has a certain sense of inferiority and power. Senior brother, have you never seen this steward? No, Han Qi said, but I heard that the manager is often not here and is a hands-off shopkeeper. When the 2 of them were walking by the small building, Zheng Fa suddenly heard someone calling him, Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa looked up, and a window on the 2nd floor opened. Senior Sister Yuan's face emerged from it. She waved to Zheng Fa, come up. Zheng Fa looked back at Han Qi who was standing aside. Senior Sister Yuan. He asked hesitantly, can I enter this place? What can't you do? This place is under my control. Senior Sister Yuan saw him whining and was a little impatient. I have something to do with you. The 2 disciples at the door looked at each other, took 2 steps apart, and motioned for Zheng Fa to enter. Zheng Fa hesitated and walked into the small building. Han Qi behind him originally didn't dare to enter, but the 2 disciples probably thought they were in a group and kept staring at him. When he didn't move, they urged him impatiently, I want you to come in. Han Qi could only follow Zheng Fa into the small building tremblingly. On the 2nd floor of the small building, there is a study room that seems to be used for official business. There is a large table in it. There are a bunch of account books scattered on the table. Senior Sister Yuan's eyes were filled with anger as she looked at the account books. Senior Sister Yuan. Zheng Fa was a little confused as to why she was looking for him, but he saw Senior Sister Yuan suddenly raising her head, her eyes full of resentment. It was you who gave Senior Sister Zhang those questions, she asked quietly. Yes. Snap. That's why she doesn't like my account books. There are so many. I have to do all the calculations. Senior Sister Yuan slapped her hand on the account books. She said it was too simple. This, where, is, simple, simple. Zheng Fa understood. Because of those questions, Senior Sister Zhang's happiness threshold increased. So Senior Sister Yuan's special calculator for laziness is on strike. The former hands-off shopkeeper, Senior Sister Yuan, could only squat here and calculate. Senior Sister Yuan stared at Zheng Fa fiercely for a long time, and suddenly looked at Han Qi behind him, as if she had thought of something, and her expression became even more angry. Han Qi, sister. Han Qi's face was a little surprised. After all, this city manager was also a big shot in his mind, and he actually recognized him. You have a good relationship with Zheng Fa. Han Qi rolled his eyes. Zheng Fa seems to be quite familiar with this senior sister. That's worthy of praise. The first time I met junior brother Zheng, I felt that he was like a dragon or a phoenix among people, and I admired him very much. So junior brother Zheng is better than me, right? Didn't you hear what Zheng Fa called me? Senior sister Yuan's eyes became dangerous. My surname is Yuan. Master Yuan, brother. Han Qi's body trembled, remembering that he and Zheng Fa were talking and laughing downstairs just now and this person saw him. Suddenly I felt like I was being caught. Zheng Fa, these 3 people were originally mine. You took them away. Han Qi and the other 3 listened with pale faces. Just rob it. Han Qi and 3 others. But you robbed senior sister Zhang, that's a bit too much. Senior sister Yuan looked at Zheng Fa as if she were looking at a mistress who was greedy and was poaching her.